Just a thumbs up.
Good. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. Today is Monday, May 19th, 2025. It is 9 o'clock. This is a regularly scheduled town council meeting. All council members are present. Incoming and outgoing town managers are present. Town attorney and town clerk. If you'd please rise for the invocation, followed by our new town manager and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us embrace each new day in every transition and change. As we enter into each new era with excitement and even some anxiety, let us recall compassion, presence, and abounding love. Let us be thankful for the experiences that have brought us to this day and for the work of others that gives breadth and depth to our own work. Amen.
Amen.
Please join us for the pledge. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Will. Next is the approval of final agenda. There are a few things that we're going to move around here. Talked with the town attorney this morning. It's going to be a long meeting. We have eight public hearings, 7 quasi-judicial, 1 administrative appeal. We are going to add under the town attorney's items a discussion on the school interlocal agreement with the school board and the town. Also, we are going to move the discussion from the parallelogram lots under the council member items report. We're going to move that up to just after the public comment. Jennifer Rusk is here from MURF. Was there anything that I missed, Nancy?
No, sir. You got it.
Is there any other changes to the final agenda?
Mr. Mayor, move approve as amended.
Okay, got a motion by Counselor King,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. Next is the swearing in of the ceremony for our new town manager, Will McCanney.
Yay.
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 Follow the town clerk.
Follow me up to the front.
Could someone help hold the microphone so they can hear it? There you go.
I state your name.
I, William Bruce McCann,
Citizen of the United States, Florida, or the state of Florida and the United States of America,
citizen of the state of Florida and the United States of America,
and being employed by or an officer of the town of Fort Myers Beach,
being employed by or officer of the town of Fort Myers Beach,
and a recipient of public funds.
and a recipient of public funds.
As such employee or officer, I
As such employee or officer,
do hereby solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States
do hereby solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and of the state of Florida,
and of the state of Florida,
that I will in all respects
that I will, in all respects,
observe the provisions of the charter and ordinances of the town of Fort Myers Beach,
observe the provisions of the charter and ordinances of the town of Fort Myers Beach,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties to which I am assigned as a town employee.
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties to which I am assigned as a town employee.
Thank you. Welcome.
No going back now, Will. Yeah. All right, next is, congratulations, Will, and welcome to the team.
Mayor?
Next is the public comment. Madam Clerk?
Yep, I have 3 signed up this morning. John McLean is up first, and then Matthew Price will be following John.
Good morning, John.
Good morning, everybody. John McLean, Egret Street. I know we've got a very long agenda. I'll be incredibly brief. I just wanted to welcome Will and his lovely wife to our community. And most importantly, I wanted to wish you really well. I think you've got a really good base to work with, and I really wanted to thank Andy Hyatt for all that he's done for our community. He's really stepped in and I think put us on the right track. So that's all I had to say. Thank you, Andy. Welcome, Will.
Thanks, John.
Matt
Matt?
Price, and after Matt will be Jennifer Rusk.
Good morning, council.
Morning.
Yeah, long meeting, so I'll make this brief. 2 weeks ago, after hearing a Beach Talk Radio discussion on the 4th of July fireworks and how they were at risk due to the funding issues, I reached out to Mayor Allers and tried to explore the opportunity for Seagate to assist with that. He promptly connected me with Andy, and Andy and I discussed and agreed, pending your approval, to cover the remaining, I think it's about 47,000 and change, Andy, is what we came to ensure the event proceeds as planned. This contribution aligns with Seagate's ongoing commitment to our community. Over the past few years, we've supported various FMB initiatives, including constructing a sensory walking path at the Fort Myers Beach Elementary School to enhance student learning experiences, donating our beachfront property for school children's bonfire event, providing pro bono development and construction work for both the Fort Myers Beach Art Association and the Fort Myers Beach Women's Club, assisting in fundraising efforts for both the Art Association and Women's Club, participating in beach cleanups and other community services. These contributions are in addition to some of our other business endeavors, such as building homes on the beach, a beach restoration project with our site development company Earth Tech, and rebuilding the cottage bar, which will commence soon. While I initially hoped to make this contribution quietly, I respect the town's attorney's guidance to present this offer publicly for council's consideration. I appreciate your support. I believe the ensuring of our 4th of July celebration continues is the right step for our island. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Jennifer?
Jennifer Rusk, and that's all I have signed up.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning, Jennifer Rusk, resident. I have a few different concerns. I have 3 concerns. One, I'm here also for the Miramar Street. I'm here in support of this. I'm opposed to this development that's happening. I'm not quite sure why we changed the code for Miramar Street. At the time, I didn't understand it. I still don't understand it. But now it's going to be affecting my quality of life, my enjoyment of life, and my safety. So I really hope you listen to Miramar Street today. We have a pothole that has been there on Miramar Street, right on the east side, that is on town property, Town Street, and it's been there since after Ian. I have brought it up to Frankie, and he said he would fix it. I know that they've been putting sand in to kind of fill it in, but what's happening is the sand sinks, and so every time I go in and out of my street, I'm having car issues. The public access on Miramar Street is a boat ramp, and it's public access, so it's for enjoyment of our community, and that too needs to be fixed. I did speak with Curtis, and he said that's on the list to be fixed. In the past couple months, I've been experiencing a huge influx of flies on our street, not just at my house. At first I thought, well, I've got dogs, maybe I, need to clean up better. But years ago I used to have a dumpster right behind me that was Reese's, and I never had flies. In the past 2 months I've seen they're getting inside of our house. I'm really, concerned with what's going on. I did reach out to Lee County thinking maybe we needed our sewer systems looked at. I haven't heard back. They did tell me that possibly we were having issues with our stormwater drains, and I believe we need to get those cleaned out before storm season hits. I've noticed them gurgling, which is a clear indication of maybe they're clogged and they have sediment or roots. So if you could please look into that. I think that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jen.
That's all I have signed up.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Patrick, come on. You know you only get 3 minutes, right?
Yeah. 3
Keep it
minutes.
brief. Good morning, Patrick Vanas, a beach resident, and I come before you today as a beach parent. Very happy to see that it'll be part of your discussion today. I want to thank you, Mayor, for speaking on behalf of the school this weekend. I think you had some very thoughtful and pointed words, and I think that we need to speak up as a community. Mr. Adderholt, thank you very much for all the time and that you've put into the ad hoc committee and speaking on behalf of our school. And I know all the council members support the beach school, but we are coming to a critical point. School year is ending. I believe it's June 3rd. The board, the district will have a third-party consultant presenting a report on the viability of the school. We thought the question of viability was off the table, and we were just looking at planning for the future of that school. So we need to keep very close attention. We don't know what that report's gonna say, but we encourage all the residents to support the school and attend that district meeting if they can. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. Yeah, come on up.
A long time since the Island Sandpaper days. Anyway, hi Mayor Harris. I am here representing the Beach Kids Foundation.
Please state your name, please.
Oh, Carrie Hendry. Sorry. Again, I'm here representing the Beach Kids Foundation. To back up what the previous speaker said, I'm a former beach parent as well. Just we need to keep our school. If we lose our school, we lose our community. And our organization exists solely to support the beach kids. So again, I'm happy to see that the interlocal is on the agenda today, and hopefully we can get Lee County to fulfill their promises to us, rebuild our school. Thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Anyone? Good morning. I didn't see you back there.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Town Council. For the record, Jenna Persons Malika, and I wanted to come up and briefly express our gratitude to Andy on behalf of myself and my husband, County Commissioner David Malika, for all of your service to the town and for the county as a whole. I know there have been many long days and sleepless evenings, and you, with your team, including the town council, you've gotten the job done. And it's been a great partnership, and it's been great to work with you. Mr. Manager, welcome. You have big shoes to fill, but we are happy to have you here. And welcome to our community, and I look forward to working with you as well in the future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thanks, Jen. Anyone else? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Judy Hadia, 400 Balin Road, Tri-Power Vacation Rentals and Century 21 Tri-Power Realty. I'm here also on behalf of the Beach Kids Foundation, and we appreciate, Jim, what you've done for the school and trying to get the school back. And just want you all to know that you know, we don't have kids, even though we don't have children in the school. You know, it's very, very important for our community. We don't want to just be a tourist town. We don't want to be, you know, just big buildings. We want to have a family unity here and a family community. So thank you very much, and I hope you will all be there June 3rd. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Public comment?
Mr. Mayor?
One way in the back.
Yeah, go ahead, Alan.
Morning, Howie.
Hi, Council. I want to thank you all for all the good you do for our community. Whatever way you think, our new town manager, welcome. Andy, I'm going to be sorry to see you leave. You've done a lot for us here on the beach, and I want you to know that I personally appreciate it. Keep up the good work, and let's get this town back together. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Howie. Always has great shirts.
Great coach.
Anyone
Wait,
else?
there was no plug for softball?
Yeah.
I speak for myself.
There you go.
Is there anyone else like to speak in public comment? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Would you have to?
Mr. Mayor, if I could, just a point of personal privilege. I just since we're on the school issue, it is on the agenda for the end of the meeting, but I'm afraid by the end of the meeting, we'll have lost a lot of our viewership and a lot of our attendance. So I just wanted to give a brief, more granular update as to where we are with the school. There is, the decision at this point will be made formally at the school board meeting on June 3rd, but I would argue that the decision will be made much sooner than that. And that's why I want to let people know exactly what's happening. Of course, after Ian, there was a long process to get the attention of the school district back to the Fort Myers Beach School. And that manifested itself in an interlocal agreement between the town and the school board, where we basically were required to reduce the price or the cost per student here on Fort Myers Beach and have it more in sync with other Barrier Island schools. Amazingly, against the advice of the consultants at the time with the school district, we not only reduced the cost per student by cutting costs demonstrably at the school, but we also increased enrollment demonstrably. And far more than any consultant at the school district staff predicted. So we codified all that in an interlocal agreement. It was clear we were on the road to recovery and we were on the road to success. After Hurricane Milton, once again, the school district staff took a long time to address the issues at the school and coming back from Hurricane Milton. And so here we are today. The kids are still not at the beach school. Right now, the school district has put before us 5 different options to rebuild the school, which is fine. Sadly, it's taken this long to get to that point, but nonetheless, we're thankful for those options. But here's where we're at today. They have hired a consultant. The school district has hired a consultant. And it's a little difficult to know the scope of that consultant's work because it's been unclear. But one of the things that has been clear is the consultant has been charged with determining the viability of the school. Now that's already been delineated. That was already codified in the interlocal agreement. We clearly have been on the right track, doing all the things the school district asked us to do. To have this consultant hired to determine the viability is against the spirit of the ILA, and it's against everything we've really worked for over the last few years. So here's what's going to happen over the next few days. We have an in-person, we've been meeting weekly as an ad hoc committee. This includes a lot of school district staff, but it also includes wonderful folks here on the beach. John Koss, Jenny Tardif, Monica Schmucker, Jackie Lisek, Patrick Van Ness was on this early on until we had to reduce our numbers because of the ILA. So we had a great core group of people. I've been the liaison to this group. We have weekly calls with the school district. The challenge is that all this information about reducing costs and increasing enrollment, it's not really been codified in terms of internally within the school district. So the information that they're presenting potentially to the consultant and to the school board members, the elected school board members, may not be exactly reflective of what's actually happening here on Fort Myers Beach. And that puts us at a disadvantage. So if this consultant comes out this week, they're supposed to come out with their report this week prior to the ad hoc committee, in-person ad hoc committee meeting on Thursday at 5 o'clock. This is just for the ad hoc committee, which includes also some high-level school officials, including the superintendent, who said she's going to be joining us on Thursday for our ad hoc committee meeting. We will theoretically have the report before the meeting so we can discuss the results of the consultant's report, discuss it beforehand and at the ad hoc committee meeting. If the consultant report comes out as with a negative report with respect to a recommendation for keeping the beach school, that's when, quite frankly, we need to hit the nuclear option, because clearly someone is not dealing in good faith. I always am a glass half full person. I'm hopeful the consultant's report will just come out and recommend one of the 5 options, which would be fine. But if they come out against the viability of the beach school, it's against the interlocal agreement, it's against the spirit, it's against all the promises that have been made. And so our hope at that point is to then, on June 3rd, the school board will then have a discussion of the consultant's report. They'll hear from a lot of folks, and then they'll make the decision. But I would argue that the decision will likely be made beforehand with respect to this consultant's report and the tone of this ad hoc committee meeting on Thursday. So once we get this report, if it comes out bad, that's the time to reach out to our school board. Our school board, oddly enough, is reacted much differently than the school district staff at times, in the sense that the school district, or the school board, the electric school board, has been very supportive of the school. So when we reach out to our school board members, and again, if this report goes south, I really encourage everybody to reach out to their elected school board members throughout Lee County. Then no matter where you live, there's at-large members, there's folks in your district, but just reach out to all of them, make the case. The school board is not the place to punch. I mean, it's a place to plead, but plead respectfully, because the school board has been with us. So we want to be encouraging and positive and talk about all the great things happening on the island to the school board, because on June 3rd, they can save us from this report if it comes out negatively. So I would encourage folks to be prepared this week. I'm sure the media will cover it. I'm guessing we'll gather with all the parents at the beach school to make a plea to the public and to everyone to reach out to the elected school board. But at that point, the school board is potentially still our friend, and they could help save our beach school. So let's not voice our anger with the elected school board, because they have stood with us. So, but June 3rd will be the formal process where they'll cast that vote. But leading up to June 3rd, if they hear from us, well, there's a lot of great information about all the good work that the school has done and the parents have done to rebuild that school, the town has done. So I just wanted to give people a little bit more granularity strategically about how this is all going to play out. It's either going to be great or it's going to be horrible, and we need to do all we can to obviously look at to move towards a positive result. So sorry to take so long. I know we have a long day, but this is really, as everybody knows, the council's been wonderfully supportive. The town staff's been wonderfully supportive. It's such a big deal, obviously, to keep this school on so many levels. So I just wanted people to know a little bit more depth as to what's going to happen and how this is going to play out. I sure hope that this consultant is not being used as a straw man to give them cover to close our beach school. I don't think that's the interest of our school board, elected school board members. I hope it's not the direction of our newly elected school board, our newly elected school superintendent, who has voiced support for the school in the past. So I'm trying to give people the benefit of the doubt, but sadly, or fortunately, this consultant's report will really show the cards as to where we're headed. By the way, the ad hoc committee has not been interviewed by this consultant. No one at the town has been interviewed by the consultant. They've sought no input from anyone from our community, and that again, cause for suspicion, but hopeful that the end result this week will come out positively. So sorry to take so much time, but important issue, but thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely, thank you.
I have a question, or should I save it for when it's on the agenda?
In the sake of time, probably save it if you don't mind.
Sure, that's fine.
I have a question though for Nancy. Mr. Price came up. Is that something that we need to take council action on?
It is. I was gonna add that to my report, but if council wants to go ahead and, someone perhaps make a motion to accept the donation that was offered, specifically earmarked for the use for the fireworks. We would need to get that into the record at some point.
Okay, before we ask for a motion, you did have a conversation with their attorneys, because you know
I
the
did.
questions are going to be out there.
I did.
Because of where the status is of this project.
Correct. At this time, it is not foreseeable that anything is gonna come before you, and, it's not to the benefit of any particular council member, although the initial, reach was to you, the mayor, but, it's for the benefit of the town as a whole.
And you don't see any issues with it, should the recommendation be to accept it?
No.
Okay. With that, is there anyone that would like to make a motion on Mr. Price's offer to cover, whatever the dollar amount is that Andy and he came to for the fireworks?
I'll make a motion that we accept Mr. Price's offer. Thank you, Mr. Price. Donation.
Yeah.
Okay.
4th of July is a big time, and we need the business, and thank you so much for your generous donation.
And I'll second that motion. I think that is above and beyond, so thank you very much.
Okay, we've got a motion by Counselor Safford, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Do you want a roll call vote, or do you want?
Yes, roll
Okay.
call.
No discussion? Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderhall?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Thank you. All right,
Thank you, ma'am.
next is,
Jennifer's fly.
what's that?
I've got Jennifer's fly.
Huh? Oh, it's,
A fly.
next is where are we at?
Local
Local achievements and recognitions. Vice Mayor, would you like to go first?
Mayor, excuse me,
Yeah.
were you going to move the parallelogram?
Oh,
Did I miss that?
no, I did say right after public comment. So you're gonna have to hold off. Vice
That's
Mayor.
fine, that's fine.
Who's here from Miramar? Becky? Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
And was there a time frame? I mean,
30 minutes.
30 minutes? Okay.
I hope to keep within the 30 minutes and save your guys' time. I
I
do
appreciate
appreciate. First, I want to start out, thank you all for letting me be here. It's been a long haul to get here. I do appreciate, especially John and Jim for allowing me to come. I know that you guys put your foot forward to allow us to be able to come speak here today. I also want to take 1 second and just quick stand up for everybody that, from Miramar and Ohio that's here to support. And as well as we have a Zoom link that we have people on Zoom as well. That's from our street that's supportive of this as well. Okay, so I just want to make sure that's known that we have quite a bit of support. Okay, I sent out a packet to everybody, and I just want to first start out with, I always like to start out, what do I want? Okay, what do we need? So number one is 250 Miramar lot was 100 by 100 and has been one lot since 1946. The ordinance states if it was created prior to 2023, the parallel ordinance states that if it was created, it's for lots created prior to 2023. This lot was created after 2023, 2024. And there's gonna be, and we'll discuss that in just a second. The second thing is the C and D encroachment on 250, 254. Is that being interpreted correctly? I'll go through that in a second. And my third one is that where on the site plan does it say that the structure which includes the garage and the house, is at 17 feet from the street? Where does it say on the site plan, okay? And then the last thing is, which is not on your thing, but I'm gonna write here, is if the site plans on the paperwork are not correct, and the builder builds this, how are we going to hold the builder's feet to the fire if we approved an incorrect plan? That is my biggest thing. How are we gonna make the, once they figure out that I'm right, could be, I believe I'm right, then what happens then? If it is built too close to the street, if it is all these different things that the site plans are on, what happens then is my bigger question. Okay, to turn the page, the first thing is, this all started back, number one there, October 19th, 2024, the investor put in for a permit. And this investor, I just want to clarify, owns several lots on our street. He's a big investor. He's doing nothing but rental homes on our street. On 11/8, there was a rejection letter that was sent from the town to Kinder Rose was the lady that did it. I don't know where Kinder Rose is now, but does she work for you anymore?
Yes.
She does. Whoever Kendra is, she's a very smart girl. She figured this out. If you turn the page, on page 1, this is the rejection letter that Kendra Rose gave to after the first submission of the plan. If you read it says that, the first one talks about the building's over 40%, that needs to be corrected. One down from that says, please show the compensation of encroachment and compensating area on the site plan. It also says that the encroachment into the front and rear setbacks, midpoint by no more than 8 feet, means that the post-protrusion point would have to be 17 foot. That's the structure, it has to be 17 feet from the road, okay? She also writes, the next one says the principal side setbacks need to be 7.5 feet from the sides. The site plan does not say that either. And she refers back to the rule in table 34, 3.7, that 7.5 is for lots 50 feet and wider. This is a 50-foot lot. I sent you all a survey, or if you saw it or not, but both of these lots are 50 by 100. So if the lot is 50 by 100, 7.5. Okay, so let's go back. Oh wait, sorry, one more page. Turn the page one more time. She also wrote that the clarification on the setbacks, rear, side, and front need to be corrected. They did correct the recess into the house. They got that right on the resubmission of plans. And then it talks about the elevation needs to be corrected too. Okay, so then go back to the second page, please. On 1/7/25, the permit was issued without any of these corrections done. I don't know what happened. It is a mystery to me. This, you gotta think about, that's 8 weeks. There's 2 holidays in that amount of time. By the time it was submitted, well, 8 weeks. And so, in that time, you gotta remember there was Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year. So somehow they got this done within record time, submitted, and the golden button pushed as they got the permit. So on 1/21/25, number 4 there states that the materials are dropped off the site. They started all they have done so far is drill into the ground. And that's what triggered me, because I live right next to this house. I'm like, oh my goodness, they're so close to the road, what's going on here? And then that's what triggered me to go back and research all this stuff. On 2/4/25, we went in front of Jason Smalley that works here, and he kind of said, well, it's okay, nothing to worry about, everything's fine, you know, the new ordinance is kind of confusing, blah, blah, blah. So I said, I don't believe you, I'm gonna talk to public comment. I came here on 2/18/25 and I expressed my concerns. I said, this is not right. And then I was supposed to have a meeting and have them contact me, nothing took place. I came back again on 3/17/25, second public comment, and I said, hey, this still isn't right, nobody's talking to me, I can't get this corrected. Then, at that public comment, you guys told me that Frankie was supposed to get a hold of me so that way we could have a meeting. And then I get an email from Frankie on 4/21, and there's their email written right there. It says, he wanted us to understand that we were gonna talk about future parallelogram lots, not about the ones I'm concerned about, they're being built right now. And so I put a big SOS to all you, and I said, hey, he's not holding up his end of the deal, I need a meeting. Andy stopped it and said, okay, we're stopping this, so let's go back and you have to have the meeting, Frankie. And so on 4/28, we had a big Zoom meeting with everybody that's on Zoom right now and everybody that's behind me. We got on the Zoom meeting, we had a big conversation with Frankie. At that meeting, only thing that Frankie and them guys believed was a problem was that they are over 40% still. From the original problem, they're still over 40% structure on the ordinance. So they're over 40%. So then he said, everything else is fine, we'll get that fixed, no other problems. That was it, that's how the meeting ended. And I said, oh no, that's not right. So then I started putting SOSs to everybody here saying, hey, can I please speak to you, can I please speak to you? And that's how come I'm here today. Then, ironically, last week on 5/10, if you guys will go to, let's see, the 4th page in, you'll see I circled at 5/10, Jason Smalley writes a denial back to the builder and says, please correct the revisions. The corrected setbacks, the new roof coverage is greater than 40%. Please revise the parallelogram calculations, compensation area, to get back to Martine. So more or less, he obviously believed me. Because now all of a sudden we have another denial reason for them. After, again, you remember this permit was submitted way back in January saying it was fine. The next page, if you read the next page, that one's on 5/12. Jason also read, that's for 5/24, 254 Miramar Street. Same thing, another correction, another denial letter. After being told time and time and time again that this is correct. So I can go into like why I believe I'm right. They're obviously trying to cover something here. It feels like that they're like believing me or something like that. I do have some more points here I would like to cover. When it comes back to, if we go back to page 1, and it talks about my first issue. Like I said, there was never a 254 Miramar. It was only a 250 Miramar, and it was a lot 100 by 100. They came in and they split it 2024 in half. The original plat that was done in 1925 does show that there's that it was originally a parallelogram street, okay? But my question is this, they created it into 2. And what my issue is this, if you go to page 6, it's this one with the little blue. It says 6 in the bottom corner. It says there, for parallelogram lots created prior to 2023, front and rear back setbacks shall be measured, according to the diagram below. This lot was created in 2024. So my situation is this: they've been paying assessor tax rates for one lot. There was one house on 250th. There was one house. They've been paying taxes on that one house since 1946. So now the builder has to pay taxes on two lots. It's created two lots now, not one but two. So right there it
Rebecca,
says.
before you go on,
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, I just wanna ask Nancy on that point since we're on it. Because it was originally two lots, merged into one, and went back, is that creating two lots, or is it just reverting it back legally? I'm asking, I don't know if that's considered created, or is that,
I don't think it's considered created. We have a difference of opinion as far as the interpretation of it. Physically, you may have a structure that straddles two lots. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's the creation of an additional lot. So if you have a house that is straddling two lots and subsequently the house is removed, the two lots, the configuration of those lots did not change. The permitting for the 1946 house occurred at the county, and I don't have records or information as to how they did it, so we would have to assume that it was done correctly. Generally, when you construct over two lots, the issue becomes the setback, right? Because that house is going to encroach into the setback area. And so typically you would go to a local government to basically get approval of the lot combination. And that would be the genesis for the creation of a new lot, not just building over it. But again, I don't know what happened in 1946, so again, I have to assume that it was correct. In 2024, when it was quote split, the actual configuration of the lots was never split because there were always two lots. So we interpret it differently, respectfully.
Sure.
And
But you can't uncreate it though, can you? Can't you go back?
I don't need to respond other than the fact that we have a different of interpretation.
okay, I just wanted some clarity on.
Sure. But my
Sorry,
point is you
go
can't uncreate it. You can't uncreate it. You can't go back to 250 now because the assessor site's paying tax on two different lots. If you know what I mean, it's the same thing. I developed land in Iowa. So I mean, again, I'm gonna say I'm 99% sure you can't uncreate it. But we can research that. So if you can't uncreate it, how was it created? That's a point, okay? So that's even if they can even use this new parallelogram. That's one issue I have with it. Second one is the C&D compensation. Okay. Go back to this page right here that has the blue, that page number 6. If you read that, and just know when you look at that diagram that the part on the right is a street because it says right away. You see that on the right hand side? And it says from the setback shall be measured from the midpoint from the lot line and the midpoint to the parallel front setback line. So what that means is from the structure to the street, that's the front setback, right? And it's also, and then the second part is the back, right? So we've got B on the back side, that's from the back rear line to the structure. The part that we're disagreeing at, maybe, I don't know if you were in part of this or not, but it says that, if you read on it, says the principal structure may encroach into the front or rear setback on either side of midpoint by no more than 8 feet, but must offset that encroached on the other side of midpoint by the compensating equivalent to the encroachment. Now, if you go to page, it should be page 1, looks like this. I originally wasn't going to staple these, but I was concerned if I didn't, they would be everywhere. Do you see that page there? It talks about, you see what they're doing here. Are we all there? Okay. What we're doing here is we have C on the left bottom and D on the right top. And on the back of the house, we have a D in the back and we have a C on the top. So what they're doing here is that they are actually taking away some of the structure in the back of the lot. That's that big piece, that big D in the back, and they're putting it up to the front. If you look at the numbers of encroachment, and we all know that midline runs right down the middle of that lot. So encroachment is 44.84, that little C, the C in the front, and then the compensation is 16.34 on D in the front. The only way that's happening is because they're taking D in the back, taking a big chunk out of the back, and they're putting it to the front. If that makes sense to anybody, if you can see how that's working. So what that is happening is our little street of Miramar Street, we all know it's a very narrow street, right? So we are now building the whole house closer to the road, which we already have problems with parking. This is a 4-bedroom, 4-bath home that's gonna be used as a rental. And you are decreasing parking for these people. And what happens in our area down there is that people, we literally, when we drive down the street, we have to dive into each other's driveways just so that we can miss each other. It's really a one-way. And if you're walking, you have to dive into somebody's driveway just to get out of the way so you don't get hit. So what this is creating is it's all being moved to the front. So I believe that two things. One is that if you look at these numbers and how I'm showing that, it says it's supposed to be given back on the midpoint on the other side. What they're doing is they're adding up all the D and they're adding up all the C, and they're saying, we're giving you more back than they're taking. Because they want a swimming pool in the back, yeah. That's what they're doing. And so, that's the number 2 on the very first page that I have an issue with. And then the number 3, look back, again, back at the same encroachment, see? They have the diagram right up there too. Thank you, guys. Can you zoom in on that at all? The front quarter. It says, if you read back on the first denial letter, it says that the structure needs to be 17 feet from the road, from the front. You see it says 12.59 right there in the left-hand corner, bottom. I'll show you.
I see it.
I can see it. I see it.
Right here. This is the structure right here.
Can't hear you, you gotta, Becky, you gotta be on the mic, they can't hear you.
Did you see my wires pointing
Yeah,
there? Okay.
we can see.
That's 12 point, was it 5.6, 5.9?
5.9.
Okay, the structure is right there, so you have to tell me that that's 17 feet back. The builder, or the designer here has been very creative and not put all the details on this design plan. And it's leaving out things that it's not correct. And so, I guess I'm just gonna circle back and just, again, I don't wanna waste your time, I wanna keep your attention here, but at the same hand, my issue is this. We need zoning, we need everybody to protect us and on our streets and things of that nature. I talked to LPA, and what they told me was that they don't look at site plans like this. What they do is go with the compensation plan, they do this kind of thing. They don't go into the details of all this kind of stuff. So the only one-stop shop we have is zoning. So if they're wrong, and I'm not the neighbor that knows a little bit about this stuff, what are we gonna do here? And so what I'm looking for, what I'm asking you guys, if I was in your shoes, and I was positioning myself in your position, I'd want somebody to look at these plans and double check our zoning. That's what I'm asking for. Whatever way we can do that. It's gonna cost maybe $1,000 to have an engineer take a look at these. It's gonna be far less expensive than somebody having to pay somebody out in lawsuits. Just to make sure this is correct. That way, when the builder does build, it is correct. You know what I mean? Like, how am I gonna hold the builder's feet to the fire if they're passing plans that are not correct? That's what I'm concerned about. Because they're gonna say, you told me I could.
Becky, I have a question for you.
Yes.
On that 12.59, it's hard to tell because this is very small, we don't obviously have the
I
plans for
know,
the house here.
yeah.
Is that a footing, a footer that's there?
It's a
Or is it I can't tell
It's a
from the
deck.
pictures if it's an overhead deck
It's a deck.
that's cantilevered, or is there an actual footing there to
It's a
support it?
footing, holding up a post for a deck.
And it's
Okay.
actually drilled at 10.5.
So what is the footing for the actual structure of the house? What's that dimension from the street? You
That's the
can't
fo-
see it on here.
It's not there. It's not, there's no 17 there.
Well, again, we don't have the plans, I only have what you gave us. So
Well, that's the exact
I
same
don't know if
plan.
there was, if there's something that,
Oh, okay.
I'll ask staff if there's something that they have for that.
Sorry,
'cause
I didn't
I
know
don't
that.
see what that dimension is to the actual house structure.
Sure, there isn't one. And that's been my whole thing. I kept coming to you guys saying, hey, this house is being built too close to the street. This is being because I have a tape measure out there with the street and where that post is. I have a tape measure out there, and it is measuring. And the reason why we even know this is because they dug the hole. We could see the hole. You know what I mean? We could see it, and that's why we know. And then Frankie's telling me that, I believe it's Scott. Scott here? No. That they can't do anything until it's up. You know what I mean? Like they can't do anything until they, it's actually in the up, so we can, then look. I'm like, no, but you can look at it on paper. It's wrong on paper. So, anything I can speak?
I
Jennifer Rusk, resident of Fort Myers Beach and Miramar Street. I don't know the logistics, but listening to what Becky is saying, and it just makes sense to me. Just to go back about a year ago, we had an incident where a woman fell ill, and we had 2 fire trucks, 2 ambulances, and about 4 police cars on our street. It did take up our whole street. I am concerned that with this development, and it's going to be a rental, we're going to have so many cars parked there for a 4 or 5 bedroom house. We already do with some of the newer developments where I've seen 11, 12 cars, seen cars parked right in the street. I actually had cars parked and block me in on Easter weekend. So we have a lot of bigger houses going up, which will require more parking for more of our tourists. And it's just, we need to make sure that that property is set back so these vehicles can safely park. So our fire trucks and our ambulances and our safety is at the most concern. Also for them to be able to get off our street. If they're on our street and helping and we've got cars blocked, then they're going to have a hard time getting to their next call, and that's a real concern. So that's it. Thank you.
And I don't know where you guys take it from here. I don't know how this happens.
Well,
after
I'd
this
like to
point.
hear from our staff too, their side of your conversation, if you don't mind. Is everyone okay with that? I would
100%.
like to hear from
Yeah.
staff to find out, because again, without having plans, is it open underneath? Can they pull cars all the way underneath? Is it enclosed? Is it garage? We don't have the plans, so it's hard to justify. But sounds like staff is well aware of it. I'd like to hear from them as to
100%.
what you're saying.
I
If they agree,
appreciate
don't
that.
agree, and why they agree or don't agree.
And I'm totally fine with that. Like I said, we've been down this road a few times, and I just kind of get nowhere. But I'm more than willing to listen.
Well, Joe, I see Joe's here. Joe, you're familiar with this, I assume, with being the building official?
Judith.
Or Judith.
has
Start with Judith.
information.
All right, sorry. I didn't know you. Let me start with Judith first.
Mayor, while she's coming up there, I just want to make sure that my words were clear, that the county issued the building permit for a house to straddle 2 lots. That in and of itself, in my opinion, is not a lot combination. So there was no real change of the dimension of the lot. Typically, when you have a lot combination, the actual picture of the lot changes to show that it is one big unified. And then when you have a subsequent lot split, then you divide it and then you have the 2. That did not happen here. It was 2 lots always, but the county permitted the structure to go across the
Property.
line.
And I do understand what you're saying, but there was never a 254. They were only paying taxes on 1 lot.
Right, that's
When it
another
was-
issue, and again, I'm not gonna get into an argument here. But generally, just to let you know, the addressing does occur later on in the process.
Correct.
So, okay.
Judith, come on up, Judith.
We have 7 minutes left.
All right, yeah, trying to keep it another 30.
Good morning, Judith Frankel, Community
Have you seen
Development.
what they handed out? Do you have
Yes,
this pack? Okay.
I saw this and we've had conversations and
Okay.
we had a meeting with staff and some of the neighbors a couple weeks ago, so we're familiar with their concerns. I made some just like kind of basic slides just to go over with you, kind of the situation, and then we can go back and forth. Let's see. Okay, so you've seen this is the diagram. Okay, so there's 2 things at play here. So in the parallelogram lot
Before you
ordinance.
go on, can you go back to that one picture, because I have a question on that. So if you're just looking at it and there's no context to it, to me that looks like whatever you have for C has to be the same size. Is that correct? Just by looking at the picture, not knowing any context. So can
there-
those numbers
if
be
you-
different, or do they have to be equal?
If you look at if you go back here, so it's A, B, C, D, and E, and then those kind of relate to the
Okay.
ones on the diagram, right? So they're meant to be compensation areas. You can extend out a little bit past the typical setback, and then you have to provide a compensating area of the same square footage. The idea, I believe, when this was enacted was that you're not going to be able to get a bigger house necessarily from choosing this option, but it might be easier to build a more rectilinear home than otherwise you would be able to. So by having these offset areas, the idea is you're going to be able to build a similar size home that you would under typical setback regulation. So we can talk about some of the language here and how staff reads it. The first sentence about created prior to 2023, what we're talking about is a new subdivision. So if there was a large acreage area and a developer were to come in and subdivide those up for single-family homes, previously it had been something else, we would not, we would discourage parallelogram lots probably altogether, but any new subdivisions, new lots platted, would not be able to use this ordinance as a way to discourage people from creating new parallelogram lots, because as we see, it kind of creates some issues. So when staff is reviewing them, we're looking for what the underlying plat is. So we go back to the original plat books. In this case, you heard it's 1925 when these lots were platted. They were platted as parallelograms, and even when there was one house over both lots, it was a parallelogram lot. The shape has not changed. Sometimes what people try to do is divide not along the original plat lines, and you have to get extra permissions for doing that kind of thing. That's not what happened here. There were two lots. There was one home built at one time. We don't have those original 1946 records. Maybe there was a unity of title, maybe there wasn't. The Lee County property appraiser records are for the purpose of appraising property, right? So they had it as one parcel for tax purposes. Now it's two parcels for tax purposes because there's going to be two homes on those lots. So that's how staff reviews those things. In talking about the encroachment and the compensation area, further down, what it talks about is the midpoint. And what I'm going to show you is, so there are two midpoints of any property, lengthwise and widthwise. So the compensation areas in this case are present. I'm going to show you more specifically exactly what they look like. So the language is not specific that C and D on the front have to equal each other and C and D on the rear have to equal each other. It's just on an opposite side. So there are two midpoints, whether you're providing that extra space in the back or in the front, the code allows that flexibility. Additionally, what's important to also remember is that with any house, any single family house, you typically have a 25-foot, depending on the width, 25-foot front setback. Then you're allowed on the first habitable level to have a 10-foot encroachment into that setback with a deck, porch, a balcony, covered or uncovered. Most homes, new homes being built, take advantage of that. It's nice to have that deck up on your first level. Some people choose to put their stairs there to kind of just get a little bit more space so you don't have to put the stairs inside the home proper. They haven't done that in this case. The stairs are set back. So we're talking about that 8 feet. You're allowed to encroach 8 feet into that 25 feet, but then you get another 10 feet after that, which gets that that post, that piling that we're talking about that supports that deck that's on the first level, much closer to the front property line. So that's why I'm also pointing out this section of the code, because they get used in tandem. Okay, so you've seen this, we just looked at this. I pointed out in purple the two midpoints. It's hard to tell. I have a blue line growing across what is the front line of the house there. And you can see that the C in the portion that's closest to the street, where it says PE, I think they've called that PE for porch encroachment. That's the front porch. So that is open below. Right underneath there is the garage for the home, where you can park a vehicle. And then you could park a vehicle, partially under that deck and then into that driveway. Our code only requires 2 parking spaces for a single family home. that's the standard, you will be able to accommodate at least 3 cars, including the garage space on this lot.
Is the one on the top of garage too? Looks like it's another driveway, it's 2 driveways maybe?
I don't think that's a driveway, I think they have storage there. I have so you can see the front elevation there, you see the garage door on that side. So, only one of those spaces is the garage. I also wanted to point out, you can see on the left side there of the image, you see the first floor deck and then that open space underneath. So the porch is coming out further into that, they're allowed to do that. And that's where we're looking at that 12.5 setback is to that
So
porch, not to the house.
Is it cantilevered or is there
Posts.
There's posts,
the
so if
post
you.
right there? So it's
on
not
the-
cantilevered?
Yeah, the top image is just the front view, and then the view underneath it is from the side of the house. And you can see
Oh,
on the
okay, I
left
gotcha.
side, you see what that looks like,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Sorry.
And that's an enclosed garage, right?
Yes. The garage, where there's the garage door it's enclosed with the garage door.
But the left side of the door, front door is not? Or is
On
that
the left side, no, it's a storage space.
Storage, okay.
Yeah. So, I'm gonna go back to this site plan.
So
Okay, so, yeah, so the space where there's the C there, that's actual house. In the front is the house. But, I actually think they maybe undercounted what they're giving for D, because that portion where you see D also on the front facing Miramar Street, there's area there that's front porch that they didn't count into that D area. So, I mean, they may have actually undercounted their available compensation space because they're not counting that front porch, which we don't count towards the setback. And then you can see they have quite a big, D space, on the side, in the rear.
back.
Yeah.
So for the record, it was my understanding there was 140 something parallelogram lots on the island. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I looked, when this was, approved, this went to, I think, it went to at least 1 LPA and 2 town council, and I think it might have gone to more meetings than that, in the discussion. There was a report produced by Homebound, who does, prefabricated houses, and I guess they were having some trouble getting those prefab houses to fit, on the lots and within the code, and so they came and they proposed a couple changes, at that time. In the report that they did, they counted 148 parallelogram lots, but those are the ones I would say that are like this on Miramar and Fairweather, where the whole streets are parallelogram. There are other kind of parallel, oddly shaped lots, you know, sporadically,
There's
but
like
150 is a
6 or
good-
8 lots on Estero from Hibiscus down that they're not parallelograms, but they're odd shaped lots. But
Uh-huh.
so my follow-up question is, how many lots, how many houses have been built on these using this parallelogram?
So, I don't know the answer to that. We don't keep track of things like that. We'd have to do like a full report of all new houses been built, since the code took effect.
My guess would
I'd
be
look at
any
them
homebound
individually.
home that has been built was probably built using this.
I can tell you, this is the first one. Jason Smalley told you that.
Hold on.
Okay.
I'm just asking.
I mean, it may be. I have not pulled a report looking at just,
Because I know there's several new homes on Fairweather that have been built. Did they not use?
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's been used. I don't know about on Miramar, but.
I'm just
elsewhere.
asking.
Well,
240 on
well,
Mar Street was not used with this.
to me, it's not so important how many, no offense, Scott.
Well, I'm
It's,
just
it's what we have.
So
what kind of
my
have going.
question, Dan, to make it relevant is if there were other homes that were built, then why didn't we see this issue? If these are the first 2 homes, then it's it is.
This is bigger.
It's
It's bigger.
Alex King just built one at 240. He did not use
We
the
can't hear
parallel-
you, you have to come up to the mic.
Alex King just built one at 240 Miramar. He did not use the parallelogram lot rule.
Okay,
It's
that's-
literally 3 houses down. 300 Street, never knew.
Well, Judith, come back up. My question, because the buzzer went off, so let's get to the meat and potatoes of this. Is it your professional opinion that this house is being constructed within the guidelines that are in place in the town of Fort Myers Beach right now?
Yes, with the caveat that there were some hiccups along the way, and so there were an issue where the builder placed that front piling in the wrong location, and he has to move that, obviously. That
Okay.
was done incorrectly. And there's been revisions to the plan, and I think that there's some things we can do internally to make sure that some of these things are kind of tightened up moving forward, but they've used the parallelogram lot was in existence. It's being, using the zoning code correctly.
And I don't know if this question is for you or if it's for Joe, but the issuance of the permit and then a now rejection letter as of this month for what appears to be some of the same issues, the impervious surface calculation, setbacks, is that still an issue or has that been resolved?
So,
I'm trying to understand how we issued a permit
yeah.
and then we issued a rejection letter. Was it
So,
this-
I mean, Joe could probably speak to the issue with the piling being put in the wrong place and having it stopped, and then we took a look at everything else that was going on, because when you're doing one thing incorrectly, then we're gonna look at everything that's going on there to make sure everything's being done correctly.
Okay.
And we asked for some clarifications to their site plan, at that time. And Jason has made some, comments to have them come back, because we're trying to make sure when they go, and are allowed to continue building, that everything is done correctly.
Well, and I'm just looking at it, it's two different permits and two different addresses. These rejection letters are for two different properties, so.
Well, so there's two houses, there's two lots now. It's 250 Miramar and 254 Miramar. They're essentially the exact same house. The pretty much exact
But
same plans were submitted because they're.
I guess what I was getting at is I was looking at this as though it was the same permit, as a permit was issued, and then we sent a rejection, but this rejection is for a totally different permit.
No.
According to the permit number, it is.
I don't know which one you're looking at. Go ahead, yeah.
On page, well, this doesn't have a page, it's the page just before number 1. It says regarding 242720, which is the permit number for 254. And if you look at the one before it, it's for 242718, 250 Miramar Street. But then as you go back, the original one from 1128 was for the 718 permit, so.
Who knows, well, yeah, okay, I just didn't print off, there is a rejection on 254 as well, that was done the exact same time that Kendra did it. I just didn't put it in here. It's for both of them, for both lots.
I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding what's
Yeah,
in
250
front
and
of us.
254 both were rejected in the very beginning, and now both got rejected again.
So where are they at now, Judith, with these? Where's the town staff with this?
So I believe that the applicant has submitted but the applicant has done revisions now, that I believe are gonna resolve the comments. One of the comments, once we did the re-review, so sometimes, applicants will submit drainage plans and site plan as the same document, but they're not 100% the same, and there were areas where we had to, ask them to exclude from their calculations. The house is substantially the same, though.
Okay, but to be considerate of everybody else's time that's here, we did say 30 minutes. It sounds to me, and any other counselor wants to chime in, it sounds to me like there's still some discussion that needs to happen. It wasn't a definitive answer that yes, they're meeting all the requirements that they need to meet to continue building this. And maybe, I don't know if Joe wants to talk or not, but do they have a issued permit, or has there been a stop work order on the permit because of these zoning issues?
Yes, it's been stopped. Yes,
So it has been stopped
yes.
because of these, so you are working through these issues?
Right, but they're, if not completely resolved, because I haven't looked at their latest revision, which came in last week. I don't know if Jason's looked at it yet. But the issue of the piling being in the wrong place, that's, that obviously is gonna be corrected.
Okay. So as of right now, there's no building happening until staff is confident that all the
Yes,
requirements have been
correct.
met within the town code?
Yes.
Okay. So are you still meeting with Becky and the Miramar Street team, or I don't? I don't know, Becky or Nancy, where do we go from here? I
I
don't.
mean, yeah, what,
I think staff just needs to complete their work, and then at that point.
is the build, does the builder, is the builder here to?
You don't know.
Yeah, he's here.
I mean, I think the due process, we should hear it from both sides, right?
Well, we're not really taking
Yeah.
any action other than allowing staff to continue to finish their work as they
Okay.
typically do. And as they work through that process, there is communication with the builder, right, going back and
Correct.
forth.
Can I just say one thing though? The issue is that what happens is I get no communication. I didn't even know the rejection letters happened until I looked online last week, until the meeting was today. That's how much communication I get, and I have to include all of you guys on my email
Right.
for Frankie to get back to me.
Well, but in
And that's a
fairness,
fact.
Can I just have one thing?
not every neighbor gets a rejection letter. I mean, the rejection letter goes to whoever is on,
But I
whoever's
know
name
you
is
get
on.
it.
We
It's
get
an
it off,
email.
Off the website, right?
That midpoint on the top of there doesn't exist. Look at the ordinance. That's all I'm asking you to do. Look at the ordinance. They've added that midpoint going through the middle of the house that way. The midpoint is from the middle of the street to the back of the lot. That's why they're getting the C and D mixed. That's new. Look at the ordinance.
And that was never
It
brought
does
up in
not,
our prior
I mean,
meeting.
it's there in black and white, and it says it on the picture. If you bring up that picture again,
When you say it doesn't exist, what do you?
it doesn't exist.
Well, it has to exist. There's gotta be a midpoint somewhere on that lot.
And you look at the ordinance, and it shows you where the midpoint is. The midpoint is that big blue arrow and that big blue arrow.
Okay.
There's no arrows anywhere else. So there's no midpoint that way. That way. There's no midpoint.
Well,
It says it gets paid back across the midpoint, so if you take it here, you give it back there.
Well, again, there obviously has to be a midpoint, right? I
No.
mean, I can look at that and tell you there's a midpoint on the side setbacks. Wherever the 50% is, and you draw a line straight across to the other.
That's just the side setback.
That's a midpoint of that property, though. I guess I'm not understanding what you're saying. There's not a there obviously has to be a midpoint. Are you disagreeing with where they're saying the midpoint is? Is that what you're trying to say?
The midpoint is down the middle of the lot. It's not across,
Even in the definition, it says
it
it's
says it in the definition.
Read the definition on
And
page.
this is going the middle. Oh, no.
If I may.
Yes.
What the data here refers to is A and B. A is the front setback distance, B is the rear setback
And
distance.
they're two different setbacks. They're not combined, two separate
25
setbacks.
and-
You're combining them in the C and D computation. You're combining them all, and you shouldn't.
Well, again, Nancy, I'm gonna go back to you. We can't spend all day going back and forth here. It sounds to me like it's a
It's an
staff's gotta.
interpretation issue, really, and, staff is tasked with the day-to-day implementation of this. If there's ambiguity in the code, staff would come to you and ask for a formal interpretation of how the ordinance is, to be applied. So at this point, staff apparently is comfortable with their interpretation of the code. I don't think that there is ambiguity, because if there had been, I probably would have gotten a phone call and then we would have come to you. But this is the way that they have administered it, but there is a difference, based on the property owner's interpretation of it.
I've asked several times for Frankie to connect with you and on interpretation, and he hasn't done it. So I'm just telling you, I've asked several times.
Well, John, do you have anything you wanna add?
No, thank you.
Jim?
Nothing additional this time.
Karen?
So my only question is, I mean, this is one issue that we're gonna deal with these homes that you're gonna continue on. But then is there another issue, and I guess I'm asking Nancy this, that we should further look into the ordinance that was approved? And if there's issues that are coming up that we need to look at that? Oh, that's a first.
So later on in the meeting, we are going to talk about SB 180, which is the following SB 250, which does tie council's hands quite a bit as far as not making any existing codes more restrictive or overly burdensome. So you wouldn't really be able to go back and change it where it is more restrictive, but you could perhaps interpret it based on how staff has been applying it. But I haven't heard, apparently this is the only case that this issue has come up in. We could go the formal interpretation route if that is what we need to do. But again, even with your interpretation, you can't make it more restrictive or overly burdensome, because then we would be violating that section of Florida law.
That was my question, but you already covered it. Scott?
Yeah, that was my question, is if this is the first lot that is going down this parallelogram thing, I think the proper course would be to send it back to staff and either in the MMP or the LPA, take a look at this and we go that route.
But we can't make it more restrictive at this point.
I understand, but I'd like the LPA to look at it, and if there's 146 lots that we're gonna have the same problem, then
Well, I don't disagree with you, I'm just curious, Nancy, where does that leave someone that's already in the process in relation to being issued a permit, but now there's a stop work order, it sounds like?
Well, there's only one stop work order that I'm familiar with.
is there a
this-
stop
this
work
particular-
order on both properties, or just?
254.
Okay.
So two lots, same builder, same owner. Where does that leave them? Working initially with staff to try to resolve some of these issues, and staff will apply the code, and either the stop work order will come off or it won't. We just need to have a final decision on the extra issues that need to be addressed.
Yeah, I mean,
So let staff finish their job,
Right.
dot the i's, cross the t's, and then at that point, we can reassess as to what needs to be done or can be done.
that's, I mean, I understand your recommendation. You gotta finish, you and staff have to finish your job, and if you see issues that are not clear, then you would bring them back
Correct.
for discussion either at the LPA and or council for a change.
Well, it would be coming back to you in the form of an interpretation of your code.
Okay.
Is there any kind of priority we can give to this? Because this has been going on for quite some time and we need to come to some answers. So I know staff, your plate is full. I totally get that. But is there any kind of priority that we could put to this?
Well, I would think that some of the priority lies on the builder, right? I mean, if you've given them a
Right.
rejection for whatever reason,
Yes.
it's on the builder to correct those.
As I said, I believe they've resubmitted now and are, we're probably pretty close to moving the permit forward. I mean, that doesn't resolve their issue, but it,
Okay, so you're still in the
And
review
everything will-
process based on the last rejection?
yes,
Okay, but it hasn't been approved or denied yet, it's still in review.
Well,
Right.
It's a stop work
But-
order now.
Well, but they've resubmitted is what you
Right.
just said.
Right.
yes.
Since that.
They've resubmitted, and so I have not fully looked at that, so I can't tell you, but I think that they're pretty close based on, the comments that we had. I think they understood what they needed to do.
Okay, and then, so, sounds like it's moving forward. For the residents on Miramar, Nancy, what would be their course of action? What can they do, in a sense, if you and staff feel that you're following the ordinance as it was intended? If they disagree with your interpretation, I guess, is the word I would use, what can they do? I mean, we can't keep coming back to council and talking about something that isn't necessarily an agenda item.
Right, well, I think that there's also been references made to pursuing any other legal rights that they may have. I'm really not in a position publicly to give them any legal advice as far as what their next steps should be. I have full confidence in staff to get the job done. They do frequently call me, and we bring in Andy, well, that'll be Will and Frankie to discuss. And when a decision is made, it's made based on the understanding that we're doing it right.
Well, Becky, I want to thank you guys for coming in and, if there's an issue with this, we certainly are willing to take a look at it. I think staff is doing what, my opinion is, I think staff is moving in the direction in which they interpret the ordinance. Sounds like you guys don't agree with their interpretation. I'm comfortable with letting staff move forward with their review of what has been resubmitted and let the process work out. I don't know what else we can do to.
My only concern is this has been passed already, and the only reason why we're here today is because of me. because I kept coming back and saying, it's not right, it's not right. All I've been told is right, it's right, it's right, and it's not right. So that is my biggest issue. Is there any way we could have somebody double check this?
That's-
Besides here? Is there anybody we could hire on an outside to look at this?
Well, I don't know that, to me, I don't feel comfortable questioning our staffs. They're professional planners. This is their job. We're not professional planners, they are. If they're telling us that they are following
But obviously
the policies that we put in place, I'm not,
But the
I
thing
don't
is
wanna
that-
hire someone separately to challenge someone that
Well, what
the town
happens
management
if there
feels.
is incompetence? What happens then? How do we prove that?
I'm not an attorney and I don't think she's.
But that's my thing, you see what I mean?
Yeah.
I've proven many times that that it's not right, and the reason why we keep coming back here, because it's not right, that's why there's new denial letters, because of me. Not because of them, because of me, because I keep coming back and saying it's not right. That's where it's coming from. So I'm just saying that I
You
see
gotta
it-
move up, cause it's hard to be.
I'm just sorry, I'm just trying to tell you
No,
that
I
that's the
understand.
reason why it's being corrected, it's not because of them, it's because of me.
Okay.
Mayor, can I add one thing?
Yes, sir.
Anything we do, we don't send out letters to everybody. You have to do
It's okay.
public records requests,
And I-
so you might want to, every week, maybe send something to Amy. We typically don't do that. If we do, then everybody in town expects us just to send them all of our documents and things like that. And those things are usually posted online. They're very accessible, so you.
Can I
can
just get an
move
email
on.
that says, hey, we did this? Since this is something I'm.
That's typically not what we do.
Okay,
either.
fine,
Sorry,
I'll look
that's
every
just
day,
the-
I'll look
the
every
law.
day, which
Well,
I
the
haven't
other,
done.
and I've said this since Ian, I don't know, my guess is you'd have to have buy-in from the builder, should you wanna be, I've always said, if you're an absentee builder or you're an absentee owner and you wanna know what's going on, staff is only gonna send emails out to those who are on the permit. They're not gonna send it out to anybody else. So if you're on the permit as a recipient of an email, then you would get the things that that we're talking about. But again, that would have to fall on collaboration with you and the people next door on whether or not they're comfortable with that. But I encourage anybody who is building out of state to include their email address on any permit if they've hired someone, so that they get the documentation from the town, just like the developer or the builder would.
I would also just ask that the developer of these properties of 250 and 254 maybe go back to the drawing board and be kind neighbors to us. I believe we would all very much appreciate that.
Well, I would highly encourage you sitting down. I mean, communication fixes most things, right? So if you guys can sit down with the builder and maybe they can, maybe they can't, I'm not gonna speak for them, but I think we've got a path that we're gonna go forward. And Becky, I do appreciate all the work that you do, because it's a lot of work to stay up on some of these things, especially when you've got it come from all different directions. So I appreciate your hard work, and I believe staff will do what their interpretation is of the ordinance to apply it to this case.
Okay.
If there's an issue, we'll certainly revisit it if we think that, if they tell us that there's an issue with the policy.
We appreciate your time.
Thank you,
I
Becky.
do, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next is the local achievements and recognitions. Now, Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Well, I don't want to take a lot of time, but just this last week, I lost an uncle, but the town lost a civic leader in Jim Steele. He passed away suddenly on Thursday. Jim moved to town and here in Fort Myers Beach from Indianapolis to retire. Up in Indianapolis, his career was in public service. He was a controller for the city of Anderson. He was also controller for the city of Indianapolis under Mayors Hudnut and Goldsmith. Head of the Indiana Bond Bank, CFO for the Indianapolis City County Council. And then Jim moved to Florida to retire. Of course, nobody retires here in Fort Myers Beach. He got involved as an LPA member. He was on the audit committee for a long time. He then was called upon by his local citizenry to serve as the interim town manager, which he did for a year and a half. And then after Hurricane Ian, he was called upon again to serve as the interim town manager in a real pinch. And he was challenged by one of our colleagues that hey, why would we pay this person when we have the existing town manager who was on his way out? And Jim stood up at the old army tent here on the old property after the storm and said, this won't cost the town a penny, I'll do it for free. And that was just Jim Steele. So Jim also enjoyed being commissioner of the Sunday Morning Golf League, which he participated in for many years, and just loved the island. And he was loved here as well. So just wanted to honor his service, and that's all I have today. Thank you.
Thank you. Council King?
Just briefly, I guess, as brief as I can be. Welcome, Will. Thank you for wanting to be a part of this Fort Myers Beach community. Looking forward to working together. Since this will probably be the last opportunity to publicly embarrass Andy Hyatt, thank you, Andy, for all you've done for this town for the last 2 years. I've watched you work constantly above and beyond what I expected. You're a good and decent man who did not deserve the abuse that came your way. All I can say is lyrics from the refreshments that the world is full of stupid people. I'm sad to see you go, but I'm very happy for you, Susan, and the kids. You've earned your time together, and you deserve it. And I'm going to quote a couple of folks. Dave Loggins on The Man from Tennessee. I'll just say in the words of Andrew Gold, thank you for being a friend.
That's it?
That's it.
All right. Counselor Woodson?
I just recently found out about Jim Steele. I found out yesterday, and I can honestly say that unfortunately I didn't get to meet Jim until after the hurricane. I wish I would have known him for the years and years that he was here, because he was a fine, fine man. And he stepped in no matter when we needed him. And so I send my condolences to you and your family, Jim. I mean, he was just a great, great man. On the flip side of that, we had a great grand opening this week. SOBs, the long cherished SOBs. It's been open for a while, but they wanted to do the grand opening when all of the tourists had left, because they wanted it to be for the local people and the residents. And so I commend Peter and Nick for all of their insights, what they do on this island with their restaurants, everything they do. But it was a great welcome back, and I hope we all will visit it plenty. Thanks.
Counselor Safford?
Ditto, Karen. Jim Steele was, he and Dan Hughes were my two mentors. And I really feel without their guidance and just their friendship that I probably wouldn't be here today on council. They were great men, and my condolences.
Well, I've already said my piece yesterday, so I won't, in the sake of time, I won't reiterate everything that's already been stated up here, because I agree with everything. Maybe not some of the music lyrics, but no, just different tastes of music, John. So I will leave it at that. Next, we have Jennifer Rusk here for council or committee reports. Good morning again, Jennifer.
If you get bored, you can color in a meeting.
And I did add crayons for you. And there's information, well, good morning, town managers. Welcome to the community. We're really looking forward to working with you. My father-in-law is a retired lieutenant colonel, and so thank you for your service, and we are so lucky to have you, and we all look forward to working with you. Good morning, council. Good morning, town attorney and Madam Clerk and staff. Okay, so this is going to be super quick. I'm here on behalf of MURF. Just an update on the children's book. We've given out almost 26,000 copies just within over a year. Some of the places that distribute them: Publix, Pink Shell, Diamond Head, Margaritaville, Tuna Skin, Town Hall, Gosalano Hospital, Library, Mound House, FMB Chamber, rental agencies, Lovers Key, Crow, Turtle Time, Lee County Parks, neighboring community, and just a quick little story about after Ian, I was helping the Mound House with a children's summer program. We were out on the beach, and a little girl came up to me, and she was asking me when the next time she would be able to go back to school. She was missing her school terribly. In fact, I'm going to try not to get choked up, but it was heartbreaking. And here we are back again in square one, and I really, really hope we can get our school back. I was able to take these books to the school. In fact, after it opened after Ian, and some of the children actually contributed to this children's book. So we really need to get our school back. So just to let you know that we received $4,000 from the Community Foundation to go towards printing more because we are almost out. And so let's see. There is a request that I ran into Jeff at the Cruiser Appreciation Day and requested a QR code that would take you right to Mound House, Bay Oaks, Bayside Park. And so I'm hoping that you're gonna get that to me, as well as maybe a QR code for the Community Foundation and Turtle Time. If anyone wants to help get us some more books, you can always reach me at jruskfmb@gmail.com. I also would like to give you a report on turtles. The sea turtle nesting season, we have 7 nests and 35 false crawls. I walked in zone 3 and 4. 4 is where the old Junkanoo is. It's all roped off. I would just like to remind my community to be very careful. It's almost like quicksand, so don't go underneath that caution tape. It's very dangerous. And I did see somebody do that, but they didn't get very far. So just would like to remind my community for morning walkers and evening walkers just to be cautious and go around. You have to actually go all the way up to the land side of that section to get around it. Anyhow, thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, someone this weekend was, I know nothing about shelling. I'll be honest.
Shelling?
They all look the same to me, right?
Shelly or shelling?
Shelling.
Oh.
Shelling.
Okay.
You've had such great success with this book, and obviously all the places that, could you expand it, or could MURF look at expanding, like maybe doing a shelling book? Because as now I've started looking into shells, they're very colorful and very vibrant, and I have found out that there are some very valuable shells.
Yeah.
That if you find one, I
Yes.
don't remember the
The
name
Juno?
of it.
Yeah.
Is that what it is? Yeah. To me, I can't tell the difference between a lightning welk and whatever. But it'd be cool for kids to be able to have, or adults, to have something to refer to say, this is what this looks like, and then color it in.
Yes.
Just an idea that Mark could kick around.
Well, I already had that idea. I would like to add another page to it. So,
You're all
but I
right.
can't discuss that with you. I have to go to my committee first.
Certainly, no, I
yes.
think it would be fun.
But I will definitely make a recommendation. But again, that's going to cost some more money for Miss Macy Knoll to go back to the drawing board and add another page to
Well,
it.
I can't promise I'll stay within the lines coloring, but I'll
Yeah.
give it a try.
Yeah.
All right.
Any other
Anything else
questions?
for Jen? John?
I just can't wait to see you out shelling.
Jen? Yeah, right.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thanks. Okay. That would be a sight, wouldn't it?
I got a bucket for you.
In all my free time, John, I'll get out there and pick up some shells. Next is the approval of the minutes from the town council meeting April 21st, 2025, and the town council meeting on May 5th, 2025. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Mr. Mayor, I've got one change on page 17. It says Mr. Markman, it's Mr. Merschman, MERSCHMAN.
Is it April the 21st or the?
It's on page 17 of our packet.
So, okay.
That's probably the first.
First
no,
one.
no, it's probably the second one.
We'll figure it
That's
It's
the only
from Monday,
change I
May
have.
5th. It's the May 5th one.
May 5th.
Mr. Mayor, move to approve as corrected.
Motion by Counselor King,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries unanimously. There's no items for the consent agenda. There's nothing been removed, so that brings us to our public hearings. The first one is St. Peter's Drive. It's a dedication of St. Peter's Drive, a private road to the town of Fort Myers Beach. Nancy, you gonna start, or Mr. Bowen?
I can just introduce the item and then Mr. Bowen can make the request.
Okay.
So Mr. Bowen has also come to you before asking whether or not the town was interested in accepting a dedication of a private road, St. Peter's Drive, as a public road at the last meeting, there was some discussion of the need for additional information as far as ownership. And we basically have come to the conclusion that the town, that it is privately owned, and if it is privately owned, that the acceptance of the dedication would be appropriate. If there is a statutory dedication process as well that relates to the construction by a governmental entity of the roadway, and whether that governmental entity has maintained and repaired continuously and uninterruptedly for 4 years, or if it was constructed by a non-governmental entity, or if it cannot be determined, as in this case, whether or not there's been regular maintenance or repair for 7 years. So I think you have the legal right to accept it, if that is in your mind, based on evidence presented to you that it does serve a public purpose, to go ahead and accept the road and make it a public road.
Mr. Bowen, you wanna, don't wanna force you, but if you wanna.
I thought Frankie was going to accept it, so.
After meeting with Nancy and staff, I think we come to the conclusion that it doesn't form any additional liabilities to the town, and it is in good shape and good standing, and we see no problem with going ahead and recommending it become part of the town roadway.
If I may also add, since the last discussion, last public discussion of this, I also learned that the initial intent of the developer was to dedicate it to the public. However, then there was some subsequent conversation about putting in a gate, which was then the reason why they did not go the public route. And Mr. Bowen can further elaborate on that.
Yeah, that's correct. Good morning, council.
Pull that mic up.
And since I last appeared before you, the town has installed 4 streetlights along the street, has graded the right-of-way, and has finished a drainage project in the back. So I guess there's all indication that the town has been maintaining the road. As Nancy said, you know, the intent here when the county approved it was that it was going to be a gated community that did not occur for whatever reason. And the street has been open to the public, used daily by the public ever since. So the association and the members have directed me and asked that the town consider accepting the dedication of the road. I'm here if there are any questions.
And in reading in your packet, is it also you're asked that you wanna still maintain the
Yeah, there's 2
landscaping?
islands, one where the gate was supposed to be, and then a turnaround island at the end. And the association would like to continue to maintain those islands.
Scott, any questions for Jim?
No, sir.
Karen?
None.
I'm ready for a motion. I'm ready to make a motion.
John?
There we go.
Right ahead.
Make a motion.
Go ahead.
Let's make a motion.
Mr.
Vice Mayor, before you do your motion, the actual deed of the property, for whatever interest they may have, would have to come back to you, and then there would be a formal acceptance. So
Because this is a hearing too, should we do public comment?
should we even do, well,
Okay.
correct, on the
Before we-
public comment, but also, today's hearing, the purpose is really to say, do you even have any interest in this? And it sounds like you may.
So just consent at this point? Or do you want a formal motion?
I think I would just need some direction, if that's the will of the council, to come back with the formal documentation to do it.
Well, let's get public comment, and then
Public
we'll give that. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you.
We'll open up for public comment. Is there anyone that'd like to speak on this public hearing? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Vice Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we begin the process through our town attorney to accept the dedication of St. Peter's Drive.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt, seconded by Councilor King. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Councilor King?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Councilor Stafford?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. All right, the next 7 items on our agenda are public hearings for review of various land use requests. For the benefit of the public, please be aware that these items are quasi-judicial in nature. Our attorney will further explain.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry about that. Zoning revisions, special exceptions, variances, and today you also have a development agreement as well as an administrative appeal. These are all quasi-judicial in nature, and this requires that our public hearing comply with procedural requirements that have been established in Florida law and in our land development code. These quasi-judicial proceedings are less formal than proceedings before circuit court, but more formal than the remainder of our meeting, and we must follow basic standards of due process that requires the provision of certain notices, the application of the correct standards and decisions that you make based on competent and substantial evidence presented to you in either written documents or through oral testimony. Your job today is to evaluate the testimony and the information for each item and draw a conclusion regarding whether the criteria in the Land Development Code or in state law, as may be applicable, has been satisfied. So pure speculation or mere opinion that is not based on competent facts cannot be legally considered by you in evaluating an agenda item. Testimony by professionals who are qualified as experts in a particular area has been considered competent evidence by Florida courts, as well as testimony by neighbors and residents who have fact-based information, such as minutes, surveys, engineering report, or if their testimony is based on their personal knowledge and information. The town council's decision is final. If a decision of approval is not obtained, or if there is a tie vote from a motion to approve or deny, then the matter being considered is denied unless a majority of the council members present and voting agree by motion before the next agenda item is called to take some alternative action. Such other action may be moved or seconded by any member regardless of their vote on the prior motion. If the town council decides to deny an application or request, the reason for the denial must be stated in the motion. Denial of a quasi-judicial must not be based on a determination of public support or public opposition to an application. The reason for the denial cannot be arbitrary, discriminatory, or unreasonable, and should be based on a lack of competent and substantial evidence in support of a required criteria. Denial of an application or a request is denial with prejudice unless the council states otherwise. If an application is denied with prejudice, no similar application for a rezoning, special exception, variance, development agreement, or administrative appeal shall be resubmitted or initiated for a period of 12 months from the date of denial. However, denial of an application with prejudice will not prevent an application of a different rezoning or quasi-judicial action, which in the opinion of staff is substantially different from the request originally stated. If the town council's denial is without prejudice, then there is the opportunity to reapply without having to wait the 12 months. So members of the public, applicants, staff, please keep these items, my comments in mind. And when you come forward, please state your name clearly for the record, whether or not you have been sworn in, and your qualifications or interest in the matter. For purposes of efficiency and keeping our meetings moving along, before we begin any of these quasi-judicial public hearings, I'd like to go ahead and dispose of a few matters. First of all, I would like to ask the town clerk, have all of these quasi-judicial matters been properly noticed pursuant to our land development code?
Yes, they have been.
Thank you. And also, I need to ascertain whether we have a full quorum present. So at this time, if any town council member has a conflict of interest that would prohibit them from voting on any of these items, please disclose that at this time so we can make sure that we do have a full quorum of the town council present.
Counselor Safford?
I have none.
Counselor Woodson?
I have none.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
None.
Counselor King?
None.
I have two. I have one with item C, which is the resolution of 277 Primo, and item F, which is the Lighthouse Resort CBD expanded boundary.
Okay, and Mayor, you are aware you'll be filling out the Form 8B regarding the nature of your conflict.
Yes. I will.
At this time, again, for purposes of trying to expedite some of our meetings today, if there is anyone present in the audience, including the applicant, the property owner, and staff, who intends to provide testimony in any of the quasi-judicial hearings today, if you would please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by the town clerk.
And that would include public comment. All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, all parties have been sworn.
Go ahead, Mayor.
Okay. The first quasi-judicial item is an appeal of the building official's decision to issue permits number 24233 and 23477 related to construction of an elevated swimming pool at 21391 Widgeon Terrace, Fort Myers Beach. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Councilor Kane?
Received correspondence forwarded by Amy regarding this from the, I'm not even sure what to call it. The appellant?
The attorney for the appellant, yes.
Thank you, I was close.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I would the same, and obviously, we all visited both locations early on in this process, had lots of emails prior to this process today, but I think, to John's point, just that recent correspondence.
Councilor Woodson?
The correspondence that we received, email, the visits prior to, and I have been to the site more recently and seen the pool progress.
Councilor Stafford?
I will echo Vice Mayor's testimony.
Yeah, I have the same as Vice Mayor as well. Email correspondence as of late, and then the original meetings with both the applicant and the neighbor.
So I would like to just say a sentence or two regarding the introduction of this item. This was a administrative appeal that was initially brought to you at the beginning of May. If you recall, there was a denial of it, and subsequent to that, there was a motion for rehearing, which you thereafter heard, requesting the rehearing, which is what you will hear today. So we're starting at ground zero of an administrative appeal, and the burden is on the appellant.
Okay. You want me to continue on with my,
If you like, generally what we do is we identify the experts,
Okay.
who's gonna be testifying, so yes, go ahead, Mayor.
so, I'm not sure if it's gonna be Judith or whom, is it gonna be you that is, or will it be Mr. Smalley or not?
That's off.
Community Development Manager Georgina Sid has a presentation, which I'm happy to supplement as well.
So,
And I believe she has already been qualified as an expert. We'll offer the opportunity if you wanna question her qualifications. Who else will be testifying on behalf of staff or the town as experts? From our building official, probably?
Joe Speck, the building official?
Yes, if it's necessary.
Okay. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as expert witnesses on behalf of the applicant at this time?
Yes, Steve Shawless, the second.
Come on up, and identify yourself and let us know what makes you qualified.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Steve Shawless.
Can you spell your
professional
name
surveyor.
for the record, please?
And come to the mic.
There you go.
There you go.
Good morning. Stephen Shawless is my name. I'm a professional surveyor in the state of Florida.
Could you spell your last name for the record so they have it?
SHAWLES.
Thank you. And
Is there a motion to qualify him as an expert?
did you tell us what your expertise was? I guess I didn't catch that part.
I think he was,
Professional survey, got it,
licensed, I
okay.
believe, in the state of Florida.
Is there a message, is there a motion to accept him as a expert witness? I will make the motion to accept you as an expert.
Second.
witness. Got a motion and a second? Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
You're now an expert. All right.
So Mayor,
Doesn't take much.
just for purposes of the record, we would like, if town council's will, to go ahead and, accept the agenda backup materials as part of the record, inclusive of the, letter that was received on Friday that was sent to you, individually by the town clerk.
And has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup material from staff? It's on my sheet to read down.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was emailed to Mr. Baran, their counsel.
Yeah, and you received a copy as well, and I think, Mr. Brandt, you also got a copy of the letter from Friday, correct? They have.
Okay. Normally, staff goes first. Do we want?
Well, it is an appeal, so
Okay.
the burden is really on,
Okay.
the applicant or the appellant.
Take it away.
It's more fun that way.
Hey.
Robert Hartzell, I represent the Himmelsteins. On a quick procedural matter at the beginning of this, council and I, town council and I have spoken on a couple occasions. You know, she gave a little background that we had a misstep and we didn't get notice and we didn't show up at the first hearing, and then we got a rehearing, and here we are today. During the course of those discussions, there's been memos passed back and forth, and we responded to some of those issues in our letter that we sent out on Friday. And one of the procedural issues is, since the time of the issuance of the latest version of this permit, it's been around about 3 different times. So since the last one, there's been a change in the ordinance that these matters should be heard by the magistrate, the town magistrate, instead of the council. So what we've done is I laid out a plan in here, and I've talked to council that I would move to transfer this matter to the magistrate, to save you guys time, to save the efficiency, and have the magistrate hear it. We would agree to stay those proceedings. There is an underlying case, and that case is before the 20th Judicial Circuit in Lee County under case number 24 CA 02441. That is we challenged the variance to this swimming pool as well. So if that case, if we're successful in that case, this issue becomes moot. And so through agreement with town council, we believe that it would be more efficient, instead of going directly to the magistrate, that we would waive our 30-day period, and that we would await the outcome of that variance proceeding before the 20th Circuit. And then once we get that result, we would move back to this one, or this one would be mooted by the variance.
Okay. Mr. Brandt?
Thank you.
The approval that he is referring to is, I have no objection, just a technical difference.
For the record, Robert Moran, attorney, also beach owner. This is crazy to me because I'm trying to figure out the bottom line, the facts. If you read the letter he sent out, it says, and it seems like we all agree, that the approval letter was November 15th, 2024. We agree with that? It's in your letter. I think everybody agrees with that date. My question is, when was the appeal filed? You note in his letter, he doesn't say when the appeal was filed. He says when the approval was done. I have this document here that was prepared by the appellate. It says Notice of Administrative Appeal. It's dated September 30th, 2034, obviously a mistake. But then it goes down to say appellates first found out about and obtained a copy of the building permit 242333 issued on September 8th, 2024, which relies on information submitted with 234477 that was issued on July 1, 2024, and on July 8, 24, and files this appeal 30 days of September 8 on October 1st, 2024. So when was the appeal actually filed?
I believe, and Mr. Hartsfield, if you could perhaps speak to it, because you are the one filing it, but I think it was in December. So this particular case has had permits issued, permits revoked, because we are trying to make sure that it is correct. There was an initial appeal that was filed, and then it was a renewed appeal, which is, I believe, the September one, and then ultimately the appeal that was filed in December. So I would
December
defer.
what? Are we within, I'm trying to figure out if we're even within the 30 days.
Yes, I believe we are.
I think the council needs to find that as fact one way or the other when the date.
December 13th, 2024.
There, so that would be within the 30 days?
Mhm.
Okay, so
So
I'm
it
okay
was
with that.
timely filed.
What he's saying about sending it to the magistrate and staying it seems to be admitting that his appeal is what's we should be waiting for. This is the second bite of the apple. His surveyor was here at the first council meeting, and he was qualified as an expert then, and he testified. Let's see. He testified that something was wrong with the survey, but he didn't know what it was exactly. So we've already been down this road. We've already talked about the density. We've already talked about the survey. We've already talked about the boundary line. We spent, I think, 4 or 5 hours at the council meeting. The second council meeting, you had a council meeting before that where, again, he missed the first council meeting. So you set that aside, but there was a hearing to reset that aside. It went back to the LPA, came back here, and was approved both by the LPA and by the city council. It's approved by the LPA twice. It's the same issue. And then he appealed your decision to the circuit court. You can't come back now and say, in the law we call it an election of remedies. He elected his remedy. He went to the circuit court. He can't come back here and argue the same argument that he made at the initial hearing. You heard all that stuff about the boundary. You heard all the stuff about the density, and you denied it. There was a hearing. It was an open hearing. Both sides gave testimony. Staff gave testimony. So now we're rehashing that. All the building authority did was sign off on what you approved in your variance. He didn't make any decisions. He didn't correct anything. He just signed off on the variance that you all passed. So we're here today. We were here May 9th. They're paying me to be here over and over again. If this was going to be moved to the magistrate, it should have been moved, back in the day, back when we first started this, instead of coming in and out. So I say we just have the hearing, and I think it's a second bite of the apple and probably should be denied for that reason. And I'm not sure how far this hearing's supposed to go. If we're just going to take new testimony, are we rehashing the same old issues, or are we just going to rule on what was in the record? And what the building official, again, all he did was look at the ordinance that you passed, and he approved the permit. The pool's done. The water's in the pool. It's done. He's got to let this go. So I say we hear it today and get it over with, and whatever happens is 60. Because whatever happens in the circuit court. Because whatever happens in the circuit court, I'm sure he's going to appeal that. And if he doesn't appeal it, if he happens to win, we just come back here and ask for additional relief. We're just spinning wheels here and not going anywhere. So that's my opinion.
Mr. Hartsley, you want to go?
Yeah, I can respond to that. I think there's a general misunderstanding of the hearing that you had, and there was evidence presented to you that was for a variance to the setbacks. This matter is an administrative appeal of the actual building permit. They're two distinctly different items. not to have us heard on two distinctly different items. We can't bring this one to circuit court. This is your procedure that's within your ordinances that we're bringing to you. This issue is about using, we never got into this issue with the variance, but this one is all about using the pervious surface of a limited common area within the condominium. Very different from the variance on the setbacks. Some of the issues overlap, but for the most part, that's what this issue is. This is our only remedy, only place we can bring it, so that's why we're bringing it to you. The other case is a variance. The only place we can bring that is through a writ of certiorari to the 20th Circuit. So are they inextricably linked? Yes, if we win at the 20th, this is moot. It goes back to building department. To the extent that they said, oh, they built the pool, there's plenty of precedent. In fact, I was involved in that case. It's Pinecrest v. Scheidel. Before the pool was constructed, we sent notice to the Plastids that we were seeking the relief of having it removed if we had to. So they were on notice. That case says if you send notice and they continue to do it, knowing that this could be the remedy, then that pool can be removed. Whether or not that's the remedy we ultimately get out of this, my client's entitled to due process, and he's entitled to bring a writ of certiorari. He's allowed to redress his grievances under the First Amendment, and he's allowed to bring this matter. What we're trying to do is make it easier for you guys so you don't have to sit here through 2 hours of testimony of surveyors, and we bring it to the magistrate. And it stayed until we figure out what happened with the writ of certiorari.
Well, there's a lot of legal talk happening here, Nancy, so.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. I'm gonna lean on you.
Okay.
Both sides make very valid points in my opinion, but I'm gonna rely on you to tell us what's the best course of action for the town to move forward.
So I do not disagree with the representations that Mr. Hartsfield has made regarding the cases. Proceeding forward with the building permit does create a risk for the property owner, which I believe they were advised of. And so, as you also heard testimony from Mr. Variance, that the pool has been constructed, there is water in it. Nevertheless, due process, which we talk about quite a bit, allows Mr. Himmelstein and his attorney to present argument to you on the various issues. I do agree that these are two separate matters, however, they are interrelated. The interrelationship is in the event that they are successful in the appeal, they being Mr. Himmelstein, then it would moot this issue. In the alternative, you could proceed forward with this matter today. I would venture to say that whatever your decision is would most likely be subject to an appeal, at which point we would have two appeals working their way through the system. We do have staff present today, which we did not have at the other meeting, and they are prepared to discuss your permitting process as well as the permitting process for this specific permit. So we're ready if you want to go in that direction. I also want to comment just briefly on the magistrate. If you recall last fall, this is when we were making some changes to your code. Initially, your code required appeals of building official matters to go to the Lee County Board of Adjustment. And you heard a lot of testimony about that. Once there was an appeal filed of an unsafe building by Mr. Noel Davies, and he is the one that brought to our attention that our process needed to change because of the fact that our interlocal agreement with Lee County had expired. We immediately enacted an emergency ordinance which would divert these cases to the special magistrate. During that time period is when this first appeal was filed, so it was kind of a chaotic time as well. the appeal that Mr. Davies filed was for the 131, 133 Estero Boulevard. It was an unsafe building appeal, that had been, the structure was identified for demolition. That did go to the magistrate, and that's the point that I wanted to make. And ultimately, that case was dismissed because of the fact that that building did come down. So the bottom line is, if you want to send it to the magistrate, I think that you legally have the right to do that. If you want to stay the matter, pending resolution of the writ of certiorari on your variance that was granted, you have that legal right. If you want to proceed forward today and hear the substance of the matter, we could do that as well. We would then be having information about the substance of the appeal in the record. However, Mr. Hartsfield did quote some cases that I agree with, that generally on appeal, courts, judicial courts, they don't look favorably on cases that are resolved simply on procedural issues. And the procedural issue is, what is the appropriate venue for resolution of this matter? Councilmember Safford, sorry.
Council, so what is your recommendation? You said we can choose one of the three. I mean, we're looking for legal guidance here, and this is, we're in
Well,
legal land here. So what's your recommendation?
Well, as a point of
Do you have-
clarification before you get to that, if I'm hearing what I'm hearing correctly, is if you move forward with this, the outcome of the appeal that is out there for the variance could supersede any decision that's made here regardless.
I believe so, and I did verify with staff that the permit that was issued was based on the premise that the variance was properly issued.
So, back to Councilor Safford's question.
My recommendation, I don't like washing machines because you just keep going around and around and around and around. So I would try, my recommendation would probably be for you to stay the matter, or in the alternative, to send it to the magistrate, as you did, as the magistrate heard the other building appeal case that was filed around the same time that this one was filed.
It's my opinion that I don't have the legal expertise to handle this right now, and I would like to send it to the magistrate.
Just send it to, not a stay, send it to the magistrate?
Send it to the magistrate.
Okay. Councilor Wilson?
So I just have a question. Is there information that from staff that we haven't heard before that should be in the record?
Yes, at our first time that this appeal was presented to you, we didn't have staff present, able to provide that testimony. So they are here today, and you can hear it if you like.
So if that's new information that goes into record, what would we do with that in the case then that we decided to, can we just hear that and then send it? Do we hear that and we make our own decision again? How would that process work?
So if you took testimony, we could then take that testimony and take it to the special magistrate. It could be supplemented with any additional testimony, and the magistrate would hear and determine the case. Once the magistrate makes a ruling, there is an appeal process there as well. Should you listen to the hearing, listen to the case today, then you can render a decision, and whatever decision you take, again, could be subject to appeal. Or you can stay the matter and it's just status quo as far as the building permit, and then we could wait for the variance to come and be resolved. And then pending on that decision, then you could bring it back to you as a pending matter and then decide either on the case, the merits of the case, or you could then move it to the special magistrate.
Okay, so then, another question. If we move it to the magistrate, does the town then have their testimony in front of the magistrate, or is that just a moot point?
No, they would have to testify in front of the magistrate. It would be a full-fledged evidentiary hearing, as we are, I think everyone is prepared to do today.
I guess my 2 cents, well, I'll go last. Go ahead, Jim.
Well, I think it's most, excuse me, I think it's most prudent to move this to the magistrate. We have a lot of folks here that want to do town business. And not that these folks don't have that same right, but we do have a path to send it to the magistrate to adjudicate this matter and save all the folks in the audience a couple hours, and at the same time be respectful of their due process. So I would support sending it to the magistrate.
Counselor King?
Can you explain to me the stay versus sending it to the magistrate again, please?
So the stay would just basically continue this item until the variance is resolved. The variance has been.
In front of us?
Yes, it would come
Okay.
back to you, for resolution. I have no idea when your variance is going to be, adjudicated. It's been many, many months, pending in the court. The parties have properly briefed the issues. We're just waiting on the court to render a decision.
I'm okay with moving it to the magistrate.
I guess my question is, to your point, there's been a lot of lawyers involved and a lot of time and effort and energy on all three sides, quite honestly. My question is, if we were to move it to stay with the direction that should it need to go to the magistrate, that be the path it go? I guess what I'm trying to get at is, by just sending it to the magistrate, are we continuing to use resources from the town as well as both the applicant and the challenger that are not necessarily, should this variance go one way or the other? And I guess that's where my concern is. I don't wanna waste
That is a
town
correct
resources.
representation, yes.
So could we give direction as to stay it until said variance has been concluded, and should the variance go in favor of Mr. Hartzell, that then it goes to the magistrate as
So that'd be
opposed
the
to-
reverse.
Or opposite,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, yes.
Yes,
See, a
you
lot of
could-
legal stuff, trying to keep it all straight.
You could do that.
I guess that would be the path I would prefer to choose.
We would probably have one more hearing before you, just to formally advise you that, the decision has been rendered by the variance, and that at that point you would dismiss the pending appeal, or the party could dismiss it.
Just to me, it seems the least costliest for all sides to do it that way. And time is, I feel horrible for both sides. It's a lot of time, or all three sides. It's a lot of time, energy, and money put into this. And if just sending it to the magistrate at this point is a moot point, eventually that's just wasting more resources for all three of us. And I want to be cautious of that from the town's perspective.
So
And
I have one more question with, going along your lines. If the writ comes back in the Playsted's favor, then is that the end of it, or is there another appeal?
Well, there could be another appeal of the variance itself. That's a separate,
Okay.
appeal process. However, at that point, the building permit issue, would not be moot.
So I guess you want us, it doesn't sound like anybody's wanting to hear this case today, or.
I think Mr. Barant does.
Well, right,
Um,
and I completely understand he and his client's point of view on this, and it's
Really
but I
feedback
also
into
understand the due
town.
process side of it, so I wanna make sure that the town is not putting more resources into something that might go nowhere and has to be done all over again.
Well, since the matter has been presented by Mr. Hartswell, if you want to, make the request again, because we've had some conversations, different varieties, so then that way council knows exactly what, they would be voting on, so there's no misunderstanding.
So I'm gonna reverse the order in which I said it the first time.
Okay.
So, because your idea was better than mine.
Whoa.
It happens a lot.
That's a first too. First time a lawyer.
So-
Today or first.
upon the disposition of the underlying variance case before the 20th Judicial Circuit in Lee County, under case number 24 CA 02441, this case will either be transferred to the town magistrate or be resolved by mootness. I'm trying to use the language.
By mutinous.
If we win the variance, then we win. There's no need for this case because the building
So
permit
you would
is revoked.
dismiss your appeal?
Yeah, we would dismiss.
My only concern is that there is an appeal that's pending, and I wanna make sure that 5 years from now, when somebody goes back and says, well, what did they ultimately do? So I think that, once the court takes action on the variance, we will have to bring it back to you just to close the case out in the event that, you want to move it to the magistrate, and then it would become a magistrate case, along those lines. So upon the disposition of the variance in the cited case, that this case would be returned to town council for, final review. And upon that return, you would then send it to the magistrate, as you could do today, or, you would deny the appeal unless they, go ahead and, dismiss it before that.
Okay, well, I'm gonna take a shot at the motion, how's that?
Okay.
I mean, this is, this is certainly not an ideal situation for anyone involved, and I hate kicking the can down the road more than probably anybody, but in the sake of efficiency, I will make a motion to recommend, a stay of the appeal of the building official's decision to issue permits for permit number 24-233 and 23-477 related to the construction of an elevated swimming pool at 21-391 Widgeon Terrace, Fort Myers Beach, pending the outcome of the ruling on the variance appeal, and should that have to come back?
It should come back just to close out
Okay.
this proceeding. So, and then, it would come back to you for further action if needed.
Is that motion sufficient?
I believe so.
Okay.
Counsel?
I'll second.
I think
Did I
there
leave
should,
something?
should be something about the magistrate in the latter part of
I
that.
think that once the,
For instructions to
the
either-
decision is made at, so you want to go ahead and roll that in there.
Right, I'd rather know what we're getting into before,
Well,
because
I'll tell you why I'm not comfortable with that, because in adding that in the motion, although it may be the direction of this council, who knows how long this appeal could go on. And it could be years from now, and it's a different council, and I wouldn't want to bind a future council to a decision, that this council made. But I think the direction has been there just in the conversations, that would be the direction of this council, I think, when it comes back at the conclusion of that variance. Does that make sense?
Yes. So when it
Okay.
comes back, after the variance is decided, you then would either, you could then, send it to the magistrate, or you could hear it if you wanted to, or hopefully they would be able to dismiss it and it goes away.
There's been a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I am an aye. Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Nay.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Counselor Kane?
Aye.
The motion carries 4-1. Thank you.
thank you.
The next is a resolution of the town of Fort Myers Beach Town Council approving with conditions, or denying a variance from LDC Table 34-3 for the property located at 277 Primo Drive, generally referred to as strap number 19-46-24-W4-0150D.0260 in Fort Myers Beach to allow a setback of 12.6 feet instead of the required 25 feet water body setback from a canal in order to build a new garage and an elevated pool for the existing single-family residence in the RC zoning district, and providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed, the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Councilor Safford?
I had a site visit with Mr. Kohler, last Thursday, Friday.
Councilor Woodson?
I visited the site, had a meeting with Mr. Kohler in Chambers.
Vice Mayor?
I also met with the applicant as well here in the town council chambers.
Okay. Councilor King?
I too met with the applicant in the town manager's office,
Okay.
because I like his chair.
Jason Smalley has been qualified as an expert already by this town council, and based on his education and experience, has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use planning and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Tommy, come on.
I have one housekeeping item on page, my name's been butchered quite a bit, but never like this, on page 268.
Yeah, it's a Scrivener's error.
What does this say?
Go ahead, come on, Tom.
Tommy Kohler. I'm speaking on behalf of my parents, 277 Primo.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve Mr. Kohler as an expert witness in this case?
So moved.
Got a motion by Counselor Woodson,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion?
Okay.
Go ahead.
I have no issues with it at all, but is he actually asking to be declared an expert witness? Is he just here to
believe
testify
so.
on behalf of his case?
Just here to testify on behalf of my parents.
So you don't want to be an expert?
I'm an expert son.
Here's an expert.
Okay, well, if you're not going to be an expert, then we don't necessarily need to have to go through this work. But would you like to withdraw your motion?
But I want Tommy to be an expert. No, I will withdraw my motion.
All right. And has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from the staff? Just nod your head. Have you seen the back? Okay, yes, they have. All right, go ahead, Jason.
Good morning. My name is Jason Smalley. I'm the senior planner with your Planning and Zoning Department. Before you today is a variance request regarding 277 Primo. The request before you is for the addition of a pool deck, the extension and rebuilding of a pool deck, the extension and rebuilding of a garage, and then there's inclusive with that is also the setbacks for a new planter area and an AC platform. The staff has consolidated all of this into a single variance request since it's all on the same side of the structure and it's all the same water body setback. So before you today is an interesting lot. It's one of the few lots that has multiple water access. It has multiple water setbacks. Most lots would contain one setback. This is sort of like a corner lot where you've got two right-of-ways, but instead the waterway is the right-of-way. So the issue with this is that each of the waterway setbacks would require a 25-foot setback for a home, reduced setbacks for accessory structures. But what the applicant has proposed today is an elevated pool deck. The codes state that once your pool deck goes over roughly 4 feet, it has the same setbacks as the house, and in this case, the house requires a 25-foot water setback. So that's why we're here today to discuss the request to reduce the setbacks on one of those water sides by 12.5 feet. The 12.5 feet reduction from the 25, obviously that's half of it. That reduction, again, would cover all of the new proposed structure, the elevated pool deck, the new garage, the planter, and the AC units, and the pad that the AC units will sit on. The staff has reviewed this, and we have recommended a denial of the request simply because it does not meet 2 of our requirements in our reading of the comprehensive plan and the LDC, and that is because simply this is a design choice. There is an existing home there. There's an existing pool deck. There is an existing garage. We totally understand that the lot is unique. We understand that the applicant has a wish to expand the usability of the house. But based on our review, we're recommending denial simply based on the applicant could redesign the home or request less. What they're requesting here is their right to request, but it is reducing the setbacks by half, and it is a choice. The staff is here for any questions or concerns that you may have, and the applicant and his representative are here as well.
Okay, questions for Jason? Councilor King?
None at this time.
Vice Mayor?
None.
Councilor Woodson?
Oh, wait.
I'll
Councilor
wait
Safford?
as well.
Okay. Thank you, Jason. Tommy?
Good morning, everybody. Tommy Kohler. Just wanted to briefly start off by saying thank you to Mr. Haidt for all your leadership the last couple of years. Really helped navigate our community in such a dark time, so thank you. Really appreciate it. Mr. McKinney, welcome to the team. Welcome to our island. Look forward to your leadership and working with you in the future. Mr. Adderhold also, deepest condolences for Mr. Steele. He was a great man. Sorry about your loss. This project is it's really a project that my parents are doing for their grandchildren, for our family. When they built the pool, my brother and sister, we were all in our teens. It was very easy to navigate. So now, fast forward 20 plus years, I have 3 children, all under 4. My parents want to host everybody at the house, and because the kitchen area is upstairs, it's really making it difficult to navigate family time between the kids swimming downstairs, trying to cook and go back and forth. So what my father wants to do is have an elevated pool just above the same location as the pool is now. The elevated outdoor kitchen space, as well as the elevated living quarters, I'm sorry, not living quarters, but a elevated living room space. That way, if a football game's on, we can barbecue outside, watch the game, and then the kids can play in the pool. All on the same level, very safe environment. So that's really the inspiration behind all this. So if there's any questions,
Councilor Safford, questions for
I have none.
Tommy? Councilor Woodson?
I don't have questions per se for Tommy, but what was the LPA vote on this?
they unanimously were in support of it.
Okay,
No,
thank-
it was 6 to 1.
Or 6 to 1?
That's right. There was-
6 to 1?
That's right. One
before us.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Adderhold?
I have no additional questions.
Councilor King?
None.
Okay, thanks, Tommy.
Thank you.
Public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium, identify yourself, provide your address, and whether you were sworn in. Would there anyone like to speak in public comment? Matt, you raising your hand, or? No? Wasn't sure. All right, seeing none, we will close public comment. Are there any additional comments, rebuttal, or closing statements from the applicant? No. Okay, I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from the town council to approve, approve with conditions, or deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion or motion? I can't do either, so.
Mr. Mayor, I'll go ahead and move resolution 25-150 variance VAR 20250045277 Primo Drive with the conditions listed in the staff report.
Got a
I'll
motion-
second.
Got a motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
And Vice Mayor Adderhold?
Aye.
And Mayor Allers is abstaining from the vote. The motion carries 4-0. All right, next. Go back to where I was at. Sorry, I jumped pages. Next is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, or denying a special exception, SEZ 202-50033, to allow replacement of existing riprap, aluminum fences, sidewalks, pools, and pool deck with a 494 square foot pool deck expansion in the EC zoning district seaward of the 1978 CCCL for the property located at 7150 Estero Boulevard, providing for scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to discuss, please let us know the subject discussed, the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Counselor King?
None that I recall.
Vice Mayor?
I think I got an email yesterday in strong support.
Okay. Counselor Woodson?
Just an email in support.
And Counselor Safford?
I've had none.
Just an email in support, and obviously have been by the site. Judith Franco has been qualified as an expert already by this town council, and based on her education experience has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning, and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? Anyone? No? You look like an
I
expert.
can't hear half of what you're saying because I'm deaf.
Makes two of us.
But I'm
Three
a
of us.
resident there. I used to be a land use expert until I retired from the practice of law a year ago. Prepared to testify.
Okay, do you wanna be sworn, do you wanna be approved
I'm
as an
sworn
expert
already.
witness? Would you like to be, potentially be considered an expert witness based on your previous, or are you just here to testify?
I think it would be an ethical violation for me to claim to be an expert when I'm now a retired lawyer.
Fair enough, understood.
Dan's practicing without a shingle, so.
Right, all right, well. Has the property owner applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff? Yes, they have. Okay, go ahead, Judith.
Good morning, Judith Frankel, Community Development. The applicant is requesting a special exception to allow like-for-like replacement of riprap, aluminum fences, sidewalks, pool, and pool deck, along with a 494 square foot pool deck expansion in the environmentally critical zoning district seaward of the 1978 coastal construction control line. Section 34-652E of the town's land development code allows repair and reconstruction of accessory structures like pool, pool deck, fence, and riprap in the EC district only by special exception. The portion of the property that is landward of the CCCL, the 1978 CCCL, is in the RC zoning district. The portion that is seaward is in the EC zoning district. The purpose of the EC zoning district is to designate beaches and significant wetlands whose preservation is deemed critical to the town of Fort Myers Beach through the comprehensive plan. The applicant is asking to expand the pool deck area by an additional 494 square feet in that zoning district. So I'm gonna kind of walk you through the findings and conclusions here, and then we'll let the applicant, because there's no presentation here, discuss that as well. So to get to the staff recommendation, staff recommends approval with conditions for the like-for-like replacement of the riprap, aluminum fence, pool, sidewalks, existing pool deck, and landscaping, which lie partially in the EC district and beyond the 1978 CCCL, which were in place since the building's construction in 1972. However, staff recommends denial for the proposed pool deck expansion in the environmentally critical zoning district, as that represents an expansion that was not there previously, and staff finds that it is not consistent with policy 5D1 of the town's comprehensive plan. So typically what I do in these is go through the findings and conclusions, and that's the main point of all of the findings and conclusions that are laid out in the land development code, is whether or not the application is in compliance with the comprehensive plan. So the first half, all of the things that are like for like of what they were asking before, there is no concern with, and staff recommends approval for that portion. The other portion, which is an expansion, staff finds that it is not in compliance with the comprehensive plan. And there's some definitions there in the staff report, which I can go through if you have any questions about, but I know the applicant also wants to discuss.
Okay. Questions for Scott, any questions for Judith?
Let's hear from the applicant.
Okay. Everyone okay? I assume everybody's nodding.
I'm
their head,
fine with
okay.
that.
Come on up, sir.
My name is Mike Close, C-L-O-S-E. I'm a resident at Condominium Association there. Actually, I'm a legal resident there, not just somebody that's there part-time. Well, I am part-time, but I think it's interesting that this pool and the CCL coexisted peacefully for almost 50 years until Ian hit. It absolutely destroyed the outside of our association. It destroyed all the infrastructure. For over 2.5 years, we've been rebuilding and we're almost there. And then we discovered at the last minute that we had a bunch of steps to go through to put our pool back in. We were able to get 75% of 172 owners to sign off on this pool rebuild within a period of about 72 hours. So there's no question that we want this and we want it very badly. We are asking for nothing more than to be able to build it back the way it was, with one exception. We found over a period of years that particularly at the corners were too tight for the lounge chairs that we had there and so forth. Kids would get inadvertently dumped into the water. Now, I'm not claiming that it was a 15-foot water. This is shallow water. But at any rate, as a safety measure, we have asked that we be able to add this additional concrete. I think it's also important to note, for those of you that have not been to Creciente or seen it, that we have 3 buildings that totally enclose this swimming pool and block it off from any public view. The only way you can see this swimming pool and the extension of the concrete we're asking for is if, in fact, you're down on the beach. If you're down on the beach, you're looking up at the pool. You cannot see the concrete that we're talking about. So this is one of those deals. Yes, it's a variance. I understand staff's position. By the way, you did a nice job presenting it. But the reality is, it just makes no difference to anybody but us. And for the safety concern, we'd like to add the concrete. If that's an expert opinion, Mr. Ehlers, I apologize, because I'm not allowed to do that anymore.
So I have a question for you, Mike.
Sure.
You presented, I think both sides presented just fine, and this council has been in support of building back what you had, but you are asking for almost a 500 square foot expansion. To me, it looks like a design choice. Why wouldn't you just slide that pool forward and shrink your walk-up fenced area to not have to have that variance?
Let me tell you, in all candor, I made, as the president, probably 1,000 decisions regarding this rebuild. I never thought of what you're just talking about. But at this point, it's too late. I gotta get this thing done. And we would request that, do one of two things. Either approve the rest of it and tell me I can't build the expansion, or approve the expansion also. But don't put me off any further, please. Please give me the expansion. You know, again, Mayor, you're probably right. It could have been different. But with 1,000 things going on at the same time, you know, we also, and if any of you have gone by, have probably seen, we figured while we're doing the Ian expansion and doing the studies that we got to do for the state, which have all been done very productively, that we would also refinish all the lanais. Because as you know, with the soil air down here, the lanais deteriorate over a period of time. We're done with one building, we're well on the way with the other 2. So I just didn't have a rebuild of Ian to deal with, but dealing with 172 people and what was going on with their condominium.
Understood.
Fortunately, it's not been a bad process. It's unfortunate that I was lucky to be elected president just before Ian hit, and now nobody else will take the job. Matter of fact, council, if you got a need for an assistant, maybe I'll get my license back and I can apply. Anyway, you know, we could have done some things different, but I'm very pleased with the rebuild. I really think that by Thanksgiving this year, we are going to be better than we were before Ian. if we can continue to go forward with your vote.
Understood.
I screwed up. That's the answer to your question.
It's not what I was implying. I was just asking a simple question. But, Counselor King, any questions for Mike?
No.
Vice Mayor?
I would just say, as a neighbor, at least during the Ian period of Cresciente, I've been by your place many, many times. What Mike says is absolutely correct. The change that he's asking for is completely surrounded by the Cresciente buildings. The pool would not be seen by anyone, would not impact anyone. Obviously, the people at Cresciente support it, and they, for whatever reason, were just devastated by Ian, and just Cresciente got hammered. So anything we can do to help them, particularly as close as it is, as it was before, I think this is certainly a very worthy request.
Counselor Woodson?
I'm ready for a motion and a vote.
Counselor Safford?
Ditto.
Thanks, Mike. We have to get some
Now
public
if you
comment.
now if they just get Santini Mall redone so I could go someplace for dinner.
They're getting there. They're getting close.
All right, thank you very
You can
much for
always
your
get an ice
attention
cream
to it.
cone. Some would call that dinner. All right.
Sometimes it is.
Yeah, that's right, exactly. Public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address, and whether you were sworn in. Anyone care to speak in public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment. Mike, do you have any additional comments, rebuttal, or closing statements? No?
Unless she does.
Judith?
So what I wanted to add is that if the town council does determine approval is appropriate, I have some conditions that I'd like to read into the record for the conditions of approval. First, approval of the special exception does not give the applicant an undeniable right to permit approval. Development of the property must comply with all applicable requirements of the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan, Land Development Code, in effect at the time of permit approval. Namely, they have to go and get a building permit. The applicant must obtain an approved lighting plan as outlined in Land Development Code Section 34-1834 to be compliant with all of our turtle-friendly regulation. Each time the structure is repaired, the applicant must request a new special exception approval and permit prior to the beginning construction. 4, construction shall not occur during sea turtle nesting season, which is May 1st, I think, to October 1st or October 31st? 31st. Failure to comply with any of the above mentioned conditions of approval for the special exception will render the approval null and void.
Okay. Thank you, Judith.
Any objections to those conditions, Mike?
I could not hear what she said, so give me a brief
Would you like me to
one
reread
sentence
them?
and I'll give you an up or down.
I don't think they're gonna cause you any heartburn.
I will reread them for you, Mike, if you'd like. So
Please.
I'll try to be as loud as I can.
It's amazing what M16s do to your ears as the years are passing you.
Condition number 1 is approval of this special exception does not give the applicant an undeniable right to permit approval. Development
Yes.
of the property must comply with all applicable requirements of the Fort Myers Beach Comprehensive Plan and LDC in effect at the time of the permit approval, except as specifically modified with herein.
Mayor, you'll find I'm not indecisive. Yes. we'll
Got
do
it,
that.
okay. The applicant must obtain an approved lighting plan as outlined in LDC section 34-1834.
Yes.
Each time the structure is repaired, the applicant must request a new special exception approval and permit prior to building construction.
Yes.
Construction shall not occur during sea turtle season. I smell breakthrough.
Okay. I can't agree to that, and I'll tell you why. You've got the beach here, and then I got a seawall. There isn't a turtle alive that can get up into the air. We're gonna be doing this. If they are, I'd like to buy them and, farm them out. That's an unreasonable request under the circumstances. Now, I am more than happy to agree. We will have no lights up there at night. We will do nothing to interfere with what happens with the sea turtles. We want them. But it's unreasonable to say that for 6 months I can't do anything there.
Okay, and the final one is failure to comply with any of the above mentioned conditions of approval for the special exception will render this approval null and void.
Say that again?
I'd be happy to. Failure to comply with any of the above mentioned conditions of
Yes.
approval.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yes. That's good.
Okay.
That's the rules we live by anyway.
Okay. Well, Vice Mayor Adderall, you asked the question?
I was gonna make a motion.
Well, hold on a minute, we gotta, well, I have a question for Jerry.
Please, go ahead.
Based on his unwillingness to agree with your recommendation of construction during turtle season.
There is, just for the record, Judith, because I know that area very well, it is literally a wall. There's no way a turtle could get up there, even if it had help. It is,
So,
Yep.
just, it's a standard condition we put on anything happening in the EC zone. I would have to confer with Chad specifically.
Yeah, and I can weigh in on that one too. I just got a text from Chad saying that, he's negotiable to letting it continue, during season if the conditions were correct.
Because I think there is a way, I mean, if Chad's amenable to it, to limit things happening on the actual wall, on the beach. I mean, I don't know what their construction plans look like, but
Yes,
if,
Chad's willing to work with them. I think we are too.
so are we okay taking that condition out and just having Chad work with Mike?
I think so.
Or rewording it to,
Rewording it.
yeah, I mean, I might reword it to say in compliance with the environmental manager, I'm not sure, is
Recommendation.
that Chad's title? Yeah,
Yeah.
to work with the environmental manager to ensure,
Coordination during construction.
yeah.
As
Mike?
long as the environmental manager is not, you guys know, because you've been on the beach as long as I have, that sometimes the sea turtle regulations get to be extreme. If somebody's gonna tell me that I gotta do something that stops them from climbing vertically, what amounts to probably 8 feet,
They're not gonna tell you that.
I mean,
hell, I couldn't get over it. I mean, I'm crippled, I guess that makes a difference. So, as long as reasonable includes the fact that there is a wall there that they can't climb, I'm good with that.
I
Not
think
hard to get along with.
we wouldn't want, I don't think anybody, we're concerned about the turtles. I don't know that much about turtles, but I don't know that they climb. But we wouldn't want like construction vehicles on the beachward side of the wall, things like that. But I think that what our director is saying is that we can work that out when you come for your permit.
We will make reasonable accommodations. The construction vehicles do not interfere with the turtles.
there's the lawyer in
only
you.
place we're gonna be on the beach is doing our riprap and the fence that is on top of it. We're gonna have to have vehicles out here to deliver that, but that's certainly a doable deal.
Okay. All right, thanks, Mike.
Okay, sir. Ma'am, glad to meet you all. First time I've ever been to city council here, and I'm glad I'm here.
Well, we appreciate your candor.
I want Mike back more often.
Yeah.
All right. I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, or deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion? Any, well, I guess I'll go first. I'm assuming that someone's gonna make it. I fully support everything that you guys are doing there, and I think the council's been in support of every condo getting open and doing what we can. The only issue I have is with the expansion. The CCCL line is there for a reason, and I think we've been very giving in allowing people to build back what they have. But I agree with staff, I can't support the expansion of it. But I do support the project, just not the expansion part of it. So, I don't know if I'll be in the minority or not, but I won't be able to support it. I won't be able to support it because of the expansion, but I do welcome you back and glad that you guys are making strides. With that, is there anyone that would like to make a motion? Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I would move approval of resolution 25152, which includes the expansion and the conditions as articulated by staff, including the amended condition where the Crescenti Condo Board would work with Chad Schutz, the town's environmental enforcement officer, as they proceed with construction. That's my motion.
Second.
Got a motion by Vice Mayor Adderholt, seconded by Councilor King. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
Councilor King?
Aye.
Councilor Woodson?
Aye.
Councilor Safford?
Aye.
And I'm a no, but congratulations. Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you all very much.
You're
We
welcome.
appreciate your attention.
We look forward to seeing you in that floating flamingo.
Maybe a
If I ever
turtle.
need to spend another 3.5 hours sitting on my butt, I'll come back.
Yeah, that's great. All right. we'll let him get out for a second. All right, the next item is a second reading and final public hearing on proposed ordinance 25-07. This is an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, or denying a rezoning of property located at 1011 3rd Street, Fort Myers Beach, Florida, strap number 24-46-23-W3-00202.0060 from downtown to residential plan development, RPD, with 3 deviations. Number 1, request all property development regulations from the downtown zoning district rather than the residential multifamily standards in section 34-943, requiring use of the RM development regulations. 2, reduction of the required 5-foot side yard setbacks to allow for development on this eastern property line. And 3, requesting a floor area ratio FAR of 1.7 and an increase over the 1.0 FAR allowed in section 34-675 C3, providing for clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Councilor King?
None that I recall.
Vice Mayor Addo?
None that I recall.
Councilor Wilson?
None.
Councilor Savage?
None since the last meeting.
And I have had none since the last meeting. Jason Smalley has been qualified as an expert already by this town council based on his education and experience, has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use, planning, and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant that have not been sworn as an expert in the past? Matt, I think he doesn't need to go through it again.
No, he's been accepted as an expert in land use planning.
Okay. And has the property owner or the applicant seen a copy of the agenda backup materials from staff?
Yes.
Yes, he has. Okay. Go ahead, Jason.
Good morning. Again, my name is Jason Smalley. I'm the senior planner here with your Planning and Zoning Department. As was just mentioned, the request before you, this is a second reading for a rezoning with 3 deviations. The location is at 1011 3rd Street. This is for the development of a 2-family structure. So there would be 2 density credits, or excuse me, there would be 2 living units in there. This property itself previously was a generally at-grade structure, horseshoe shaped on the property. There was a couple add-ons to the rear of the property. In general, it was placed on the site in somewhat conformity. There were some obvious nonconformities on the west side of the structure. So this is a site that has been completely taken off. They've completely scraped the lot, and they will be rebuilding from scratch on this lot. The 3 deviations before you, the first one I'd like to talk about is what I think of as the key to unlock the other ones. So the initial request is for a change from the RM zoning district to the downtown zoning district. Why this is important. In the code, when you are developing a planned development that is residential in nature, the code advises and requires us to apply the RM, or residential multifamily zoning district, even though when you look at the map, this lot is within the downtown zoning district. So this is something that the code tells us that we have to switch gears and look at everything from the RM zoning district's standpoint. The RM zoning district change to downtown is a bit of a mixed bag, and I mentioned this at the last meeting. The change itself garners them some benefits with regards to the minimum setbacks, but also some limitations in that it lowers the floor area ratio that would be allowable. So that actually goes hand in hand with the next deviation request, which is to increase the FAR. What they would be doing is, if they were allowed to, if they were granted the variance to switch from RM zoning district to downtown zoning district, that would put a 1.0 FAR on the table for this lot. So they are requesting then to go from a 1.0 to a 1.7. And I will allow them to go ahead and make their case on that, but they did make the point to us during review that the surrounding and adjacent properties do have similar, if slightly higher FARs. So they can make that point themselves, though. Lastly, aside from the change from RM to downtown zoning district and for the increase in floor area ratio, oh, by the way, floor area ratio at 1.7 would allow for a maximum developable area of 5,460 square feet roughly. So that would be the maximum square footage that they could reasonably develop in the three levels of the proposed structure. Keeping in mind that the bottom level parking area, which will be reserved for parking, storage, and access, is also included in that FAR calculation. So it's roughly 5,400 square feet spread across parking and 2 living areas with a pool on the roof. The last request that they are asking for is a reduction of the east side setback. Under the downtown zoning district, they would be required to provide 5 feet of setback. In their plan, they are requesting a 0 lot line. They want to build right to the lot line. Directly adjacent to that is the town's under Matanzas Bridge parking areas, or at least one of them. And it is directly adjacent to the air right-of-way and the bridge right-of-way that the county holds. So if you look at our conditions of approval, we make the point that any approval today is obviously going to be contingent on them getting final approval from the county and any other superior jurisdictions that may be involved. I don't think the FAA would be involved, but there may be somebody that needs to look at this other than us. The applicant is here. I apologize. The staff has recommended approval with the conditions. The conditions are fairly boilerplate. We recognize that the development of this structure is going to be more compact, if larger in square footage. But we did want to also point out that part of their give to the town is a reduction in the number of dwelling units that they could reasonably be allowed to develop. Staff agrees with the applicant that prior to the storm, this lot contained 4 structures that were short-term rentals. So what they're doing today is bringing it down to 2 in a multifamily structure. So it's a reduction of the density by 2 density credits. Staff is here for any questions or concerns that you may have, and the applicant is also here.
All right, thanks, Jason. Scott, questions?
Not at this time.
Karen?
Not at this time, sorry.
Vice Mayor?
Kind of a softball for you this morning, Jason, but given your post-Dean experience, it's a bit unusual to see an applicant come forward asking for half the original units. Is that fair?
I think that's a fair statement. Everybody has been trying to vest as much density as they possibly can as the rules will allow for.
Well, the beach bar went from 2 to 1.
Mm-hmm.
Fair point, Scott.
Fair point.
Very well said. Yeah. So it's a nice piece of the puzzle to see. Yeah.
I think we need to make sure that we're being explicit about what tangibly they can provide as a public benefit. So I just wanted to make sure and put that out there.
Okay. Counselor King?
No questions.
I don't have any yet. Thanks. Matt? Look, you're quick. Moved up. I didn't see you move.
Yes, I'm gonna be very quick. Matt Noble. Couple of things I just want to make sure, because we didn't even mention utilities last hearing. The project will be connected to sewer and water. Yeah, why downtown? It is a downtown zone piece of property currently. To actually require it to go to the RM, it wouldn't really fit. There are different setbacks. You know, downtown's kind of a different animal. You know, there isn't a lot of emphasis on setbacks in downtown. In fact, a lot of the buildings run to the property line in downtown. We want to fit in just like the rest of downtown. And I'm here really to answer questions. You know, and I know the pool on the roof keeps coming up. It's like a little wading pool. It's tiny, you know. So yes, there is a wading pool on the roof. Have we talked to DOT about the development and the location next to the bridge? Sure. Nobody's identified an issue with it yet. Also, I want to say, yes, we're adjacent to the parking lot, but we're 12 feet essentially from the parking lot, from where the sidewall of the dwelling units are proposed. So there is gonna be like 12 feet distance separation to the parking lot. And if I can answer any questions, I'd be more than happy to.
Matt, do you have any concerns or objections to the staff's?
I do
very few
not.
Recommendations for approval?
Nope.
Okay. Counselor King?
No questions.
Vice Mayor Adderhope?
Nothing.
Counselor Woodson?
I'm good.
Counselor Safford?
No, I'm very familiar with the property.
Thanks, Matt. All right. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and whether you were sworn in. Anyone public comment? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. Matt, I assume you don't have any rebuttal comments?
No.
Okay. I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, or deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move ordinance 25-07 with the two conditions in the staff report.
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion by Counselor King, second by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderholt?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. The motion carries unanimously. Thanks, Matt. Does anyone need a brief comfort break before we jump into the lighthouse?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
We'll take a brief 10-minute break. We'll come back at 12:10. That's 15 minutes, I guess. All right, we're gonna call this meeting back to order. It is 12:09. The next item is the first reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance 25-10. If approved at first reading, a second reading and final adoption hearing will be scheduled for June 16th, 2025 at 9 a.m. or at another time identified by town council. I just wanted to, Nancy, at the beginning I missed that there was two hearings for the Lighthouse, so I've gotten a third Form 8 that I'll have to fill out. I'd mentioned the two, so I just wanted to,
Yes.
for the record, clarify that.
Yes.
I can't remember which one at the beginning I
That's
missed,
okay.
but, so this is an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions or denying an amendment to the Commercial Plan Development, CPD zoning, previously approved by Resolution 18-17 for the parcel located at 1051 Fifth Street, generally identified as strap number 24-W6-23-W3-00205.0060, to add and rezone a parcel located at 1060 3rd Street, generally identified as strap number 24-46-23-W3-00203.0150 in Fort Myers Beach from downtown to CPD, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Mr. Safford?
I've had 3 meetings with Mr. Kohler, and I've had 2 meetings with Mr. Vaness.
Okay. Counselor Woodson?
I don't know if I've had 3, but I've had a couple meetings with both Mr. Kohler and Mr. Vaness.
And Vice Mayor?
I have met with the applicant and the neighborhood group, and then I met with the applicant again where this came up, and I don't think I've had any emails pro or con.
Okay.
Maybe a couple.
And Counselor King?
I too don't recall any emails, but I did meet with the neighborhood group.
Okay. This is gonna be you, Judith? Okay. Judith Frankel has been qualified as an expert already by this town council, and based on her education and experience, has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use planning and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time?
Mr. Mayor, Jenna Persons, Malika, legal counsel for the applicant. We'd like to qualify Mr. Patrick Vaness, who's been previously qualified as an expert in land use planning and development,
Okay.
in front of the town council today.
All right. Nancy, do we have to do it again, even though he's been?
Commercial plan development. The requested expansion would add the parcel located at 1060 3rd Street. The applicant is also requesting, under an application you're gonna hear in just a minute, to amend the master concept plan, schedule of uses, deviations, and conditions for the CPD as a whole. The 2 subject parcels total 1.87 acres and are located directly east of the Matanzas Pass Bridge. Both properties have a future land use designation of pedestrian commercial. The larger existing parcel, which is in the commercial plan development currently, is zoned as the CPD, and then the corner parcel that they're looking to expand the boundary to cover has a zoning designation of downtown. The LPA heard this application and recommended approval in a vote 7, made a recommendation of approval to the town council with a vote of 7-0. Staff has also found that the CPD amendment meets the criteria set forth in Land Development Code Section 34-85B and C and 34-216-2 of the Land Development Code, and staff recommends approval of the application. The full listing of findings and conclusions is in the staff report. The main finding from the listing of all of those criteria is that this amendment is in compliance with the town's comprehensive plan. I'm here for any questions. We'll get into more details about that when we get to the second ordinance.
Perfect. Any questions at the time for Judith, Counselor King?
None.
Vice Mayor?
Not at this time.
Counselor Woodson?
None.
Counselor Safford?
None.
Thanks, Judith.
Good afternoon. Again, for the record, Jenna Persons, Malika, legal counsel for the applicant, Lighthouse Island Resort. We prepared a very short and brief presentation over this and the next public hearing that we've broken up in the same PowerPoint. Mr. Mayor, Council, as a matter of housekeeping, we would ask that the entire agenda backup as well as this presentation be included in the official record of this hearing.
Madam Attorney, would you just reiterate what the LPA vote was?
The LPA vote was 7-0.
Thank you.
The project team, in addition to legal counsel, we have the neighborhood company providing the planning services, and you'll hear from Mr. Vaness in one moment. In addition, we have here today representing the owner, Lighthouse Island Resort, Mr. Tommy Kolar, and everybody is available for any questions both in this and the next public hearing. As you just heard from the town, the application was divided into two separate public hearing processes. This first one is to add a parcel into the CPD to perfect the CPD's boundary. The second hearing will include various amendments to the CPD and master concept plan. And at this time, I would invite Mr. Vaness to come up and provide his expert testimony as to the consistency and compliance with this application.
Thank you, Jen.
Good afternoon, Patrick Vaness, certified planner with the neighborhood company. I will indeed keep this brief. So our request is to amend the boundary of the CPD by adding one parcel. And the parcel address is 1060 3rd Street. Your staff did a good job teeing this up, and so did Jenna. So I will just reiterate that we had a unanimous recommendation of approval from your staff, from the LPA, and we have not received any comments or concerns from any neighbors. Just a quick depiction of what the current boundary is in orange, and the parcel that we are adding in red. And just to conclude real quickly, in my professional planning opinion, the proposed CPD amendment is consistent with the comprehensive plan, meets or exceeds all LDC requirements, and that based on the expert testimony that we provided at the LPA and all the submittal packages that we have provided the staff for review, and that is included in your packet, that we respectfully request your approval for the CPD boundary amendment and the rezoning of 1060 3rd Street. Thank you.
That's gotta be some sort of record, Patrick.
I think it was 3 minutes. I really do think it was 3 minutes.
Hold on, Patrick, just in case anybody's got any questions. Any questions, Counselor King?
I'm concerned for your health. Are you feeling well? No questions.
My wife
Vice Mayor?
sedated me this morning.
Vice Mayor?
Are you bummed Toronto lost?
Yes. We had discussions about the Leafs this morning.
Go Stars.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor?
Patrick, just in lay terms, would you just give the public an overview of some of the improvements that the applicant hopes to make along the side of the bridge there, the north bridge, that sort of path there, and how that'll work, just in lay terms?
We can talk about that now, or we've got a second very quick presentation
Let's do it,
because.
let's wait.
Okay.
Yep, thanks.
Counselor Woodson?
I'm good.
Counselor Stafford?
I'm good.
Thanks, Patrick.
Thank you.
All right, are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address, and whether you were sworn in. Is there anyone that'd like to speak in public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion, or well, I should ask if you have any rebuttal first. That's part of my script. Nope, I didn't think so. Okay. I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from town council to approve with conditions, or deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. Discussion or a motion?
I'll move for approval ordinance 25-10.
Second.
I got a motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Woodson. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderhope?
Aye.
And Mayor Allers is abstaining. Motion carries 4-0. The next is, the next agenda item is the first reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 25-11. If approved at first reading, a second reading and final adoption hearing will be scheduled for June 16th, 2025 at 9 a.m. or another time identified by Town Council. This is an ordinance of the Town Council of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving with conditions, or denying the commercial plan development CPD zoning amendment for the property located at 1051 5th Street and 1060 3rd Street, generally identified as strap numbers 24-46-23-W3-00205.0060 and 24-46-23-W3-00203.0150 in Fort Myers Beach, to amend the existing master concept plan to allow for an increase in the number of hotel units, B, 11 deviations, 1, minimum connection separation, 2, exclusion of under building parking from FAR, 3, increase in height for a monument sign, 5th Street, 4, internal sign illumination, 5, 40 feet height with 4 stories, 6, reduction in the street setbacks, 7, a mural style sign on the east side, 8, a 10-foot monument sign on the corner, 9, mural style sign on the south, 10, wayfinding pole sign, and 11, 58% reduction in parking requirements, and C, conditions providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. Judith, is it you? Judith Frankel has been qualified as an expert already by this town council based on her education and experience, and has been accepted as an expert in the field of land use planning and development in the town of Fort Myers Beach. Are there any other individuals other than Patrick who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the council at this time?
Did we do ex parte on this one?
No.
Did I miss it? Okay. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Counselor King?
Mine would be the same as the previous.
Same.
Vice Mayor Adderhope? Counselor Woodson?
Same as previous.
And Counselor Sapp?
Same as previous.
Okay. Go ahead, Judith. Thanks for catching that.
Judith Frankel, Community Development. So this is the promised second ordinance to change the master concept plan and schedule of uses under the CPD. The neighborhood company, on behalf of the property owner, Lighthouse Resort, is requesting to amend the CPD as approved in Resolution 18-17. The original Lighthouse Resort CPD was approved in 1999 when the existing property was rezoned from C1 to CPD to facilitate development at that time. The rezoning at that time allowed for 72 hotel units spread over multiple 1- and 2-story wood frame buildings, a tiki bar, and basic resort amenities. Since that time, there have been 5 amendments to the CPD. I'm not going to go through all of them, but just to let you know, the most recent allowed an increase in hotel units from 72 to 75 units through a transfer in density, as well as an administrative amendment in 2024 to make minor adjustments to the pool deck area. At the April 29th LPA meeting, the LPA voted 7-0 to recommend approval with conditions of this application. The LPA did recommend adding a condition of approval to include lighting of the western boundary pathway as part of the project's development order. That proposed pathway will need permitting through FDOT, as it is outside of the applicant's property. And FDOT permits likely will take some time, so the LPA made the suggestion that they provide lighting that is attached to their building. So in the meantime, while they're working out the details with FDOT, that the area could be lighted, and that would improve safety, pretty immediately. They are requesting 11 deviations. I'm gonna go through those in a second. I did want to mention the equivalency factor calculation. So they're requesting 130 units. whereas previously they were approved for 75. If you take a look at the applicant narrative, I think, so we've kind of discussed earlier in this meeting, there is underlying platting everywhere on the island, and they've taken that density that was platted there and come up with the equivalency factor based on the underlying original platting of the area. So before it was a CPD, there was platting there. In comparison, staff felt that the equivalency factor is really more easily understood as being 11.59, because that lets you know really the units per acre that are going to be present, and provides more of an apples to apples comparison to other properties. So just for an example, Margaritaville, which was never had residential density on it, it's the equivalency factor is just based on the lot size and the number of units, and then that factor that they need to get to the number of units. So it's that multiplier between what the density allows and then what you can multiply it by to get the lodging units. So this property is different because it has that underlying residential zoning. So the equivalency factor that the applicant is using is 6.5, which is less than Margaritaville, but actually there'll be greater density than Margaritaville. And I can answer any questions about that. I'm sure the applicant can as well. That said, staff believes the increased density is appropriate at this site, as it is in the pedestrian commercial area, and it is part of the designated core of the town. And even though it's zone CPD, the underlying zoning is downtown, which makes the density request appropriate. The site is neighboring the Margaritaville Resort and Times Square, both which are attractions for visitors and residents, and staff finds it's an appropriate location for the proposed uses in this application. So going through the deviations, as I said, this has been a CPD. It had multiple revisions to it, and so some of these deviations are pre-existing conditions to the site. So that's the case with deviation 1, which refers to the minimum connection separation, which is 125 feet along Fifth Avenue, to allow a connection separation of 83 feet between two existing driveways. So again, that's an existing condition at the site. Deviation 2 requests relief from the FAR. The previous CPD allowed for the exclusion of the parking area under the buildings from the calculation for the FAR. There was a specific number in there, and now what they're asking for is to amend that language to just have a blanket anything used for parking under the building will not be included in the FAR. Deviation 3 has to do with the monument sign. This was previously approved to allow for overall height of 9.7 feet. They have a diagram showing where all these signs are. This is a few other signs they're asking for deviations to. Deviation 4 also was previously approved. It's relief for the requirement for internal illumination of sign faces. This would remain as existing, where they would otherwise be required to emit light only from the letters and symbols of the sign face. Again, this was previously approved. Deviation 5, this has to do with the height, land development, deviation from land development code, deviation, division 4, table 34-3 for the commercial resort zoning district. I think we talked about this previously, that when you are doing a commercial plan development, you cannot use the standards of the district that you're in. So even though they're in the downtown district, they have to use the standards of the commercial resort district, which limits height to 30 feet zoned height, and 3 stories to allow a maximum zoned height of 40 feet 5 inches. The current CBD allows them to a maximum height above base flood of 37 feet. So this is a change of 3.5 feet. And this is not for the entire development. It's for Building 5, which is located closest to the Matanzas Pass Bridge and is the structure to be mainly impacted by the increase in height. The Building 1, which is on Crescent Street, will be under the 30 feet. Deviation 6 from Land Development Code Division 4, Table 34-3 for the CR zoning district requires street setbacks of 10 feet to instead allow for build-to lines of 0 feet and 6.75 feet along San Carlos Boulevard, 3rd Street and 5th Street. This brings the development closer to the pedestrian realm and provides more of an interaction between the buildings, the resort, and the public right-of-way. The existing CPD had already approved deviations for these variety of setbacks ranging from 0 feet to 7.4 feet. Deviation 7 again has to do with signs. Our land development code allows a maximum of 32 square feet of signage for a parcel of land containing 1 or 2 business establishments. This deviation is to allow a mural style sign on the east elevation of Building 5 of 104 square feet, which is shown, the location is shown on the master concept plan, but I believe the applicant also has images of this proposed sign. As the Lighthouse Island Resort comprises 1.87 acres, which is significantly larger than the average parcel that would contain just 1 or 2 businesses, and due to the scale of the resort and the situation of the resort as surrounded by roadways, it is reasonable to permit multiple signs to total more than the 32 square feet. Deviation 8, again, is from the sign section of the code. This would allow a mural style sign on the south elevation of Building 5 of 100 square feet. Location is depicted on the master concept plan. Staff finds this to be reasonable as this is a different side of the building, and is for the reasons stated for deviation 7. Deviation 9, again for a sign to allow a maximum height, the code allows a maximum height of 5 feet for a monument sign, and this would allow 10 feet height for the monument sign at the corner of Crescent and 5th Street, also in the master concept plan. Deviation was previously approved for a 9.7 foot monument sign, so this will take it to 10 feet. Deviation 10, Land Development Code Section 30-816 prohibits pole signs. This deviation would allow for a decorative wayfinding pole sign at the corner of 3rd Street and San Carlos. This is for an artistic style wayfinding sign intended to direct pedestrians and add a little bit of color to the public realm. Deviation 11, this relates to the parking requirement, Land Development Code Section 34-1804A and Section 34-2020, which regulates parking for hotels, motels, and accessory uses. They're requesting a reduction of 58% in the parking requirements for a total of 82 on-site parking spaces. Staff is suggesting that we suggested the LPA, but also the town council consider if this reduction is appropriate at this location. The existing CBD was approved with 100 parking spaces for build out. The previous CBD had multiple phasing requirements. So at build out, they were to have 100 parking spaces and 75 hotel units. They additionally had 4,300 square feet of restaurant, 420 square feet of office space, and 5,000 square foot of retail uses. The retail use is no longer part of this project. They will have a minimal retail space for their ancillary to the hotel resort. So of the 100 approved spaces, 93 were on site, 7 were off site. And the previously approved parking calculations utilized the 33% parking reduction, which is applicable to certain areas in the downtown zone. So I know we talk a lot about parking. This is something to consider. The concern that I brought to the LPA is that while there are many surface parking lots nearby, none of them allow overnight parking. The town lots and the commercial lots, for safety reasons, we don't want people camping in their cars. So hotel guests likely are staying overnight, so they wouldn't really be able to utilize those surrounding lots unless they made arrangement with another hotel. I suggested at that meeting that they consider what their capacity might be if they used valet or some other kind of mechanism if they found that they needed more parking in once it was operational. On this, I would like to go through all the findings and conclusions, but I can do that after we hear from the applicant and the public. I think in this case it's important to go through them just one by one for the record. But if you like, I can go over the recommendation now, if that's helpful.
I'm fine with you doing it at the end.
Okay.
Everybody's read it, I believe. Questions for Judith? Scott?
Not at this time.
Karen?
No, I was gonna ask something else, but I can ask it at the end.
Vice Mayor?
No.
Councilor King?
Nothing now.
All right, thank you. Patrick or Jenna, who's gonna go first?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. Again, for the record, Jenna Persons Malika, partner at Strayhorn and Persons Malika, legal counsel for the applicant. We have with us today, as part of our team, Patrick Vaness, expert planner from the neighborhood group, as well as Tommy Kolar representing the applicant, Lighthouse Resort. Again, as a matter of housekeeping, we would ask that the agenda item with all backup, in addition to applicant's presentation today, be included in the record. And now we're in public hearing number 2, and before you are the nuts and bolts of the zoning request that will lead to an exciting new chapter of a family-owned resort that has been part of our community fabric for well over 60 years. I'm going to bring Patrick up to walk through some of those items with you. We're available for any and all questions, and I know Mr. Kolar wants to also address you all today. Again, the LPA recommended unanimous approval of the request before you, and we are in full agreement with staff's recommendation as well as the proposed conditions of approval. Mr. Vaness? Oh, Mr. Kolar, set the stage.
Good afternoon, Tommy Kohler. Just wanted to start off by, on behalf of my family, just wanted to say thank you for your time today. This particular project is 2 years in the making. It's very special for my family and I. This project, this property has been in our family for well over 60 years. 4 different generations of Kohlers have owned this particular property, and what was unique about it is every generation before me has left it better for the next, and this really is my opportunity to do the same for the next generation of Kohlers. It is my absolute honor to present to you the future of the Lighthouse Island Resort. I hope that after today, with your blessing, that we can move this project along and get started. I'm really excited for it. Again, it's taken me over 2 years to get here, and I'm excited to have the team present it to you today. So thank you.
Question?
I have a question. Mr. Kohler, we don't often get someone with your historical perspective before us. Could you just talk a little bit about what you said, 60 years, 4 generations? Could you just talk about that first generation, how it started, A, and B, we don't ever get to talk about how the swing bridge turned into the North Bridge and what the impact was in your world, and how the traffic functioned before and how it traffic functioned
Sure.
afterwards. I didn't have to be really long, but just give us a thumbnail sketch with your unique historical perspective. I think people would find it interesting.
Yes, sir. So, is it part of your presentation, the pictures? No. So Pat presented the LPA a photo that I've never even seen before, and it's of my great-grandparents standing in front of the original Memory Lane Cottages sign. So I'm sure he can maybe pull it up, yeah. So there they are, there's Clarence and Esther, the bottom photo. The swing bridge was a bridge that my father used to fish off of when he was a kid, and it was basically connecting Old San Carlos Boulevard to San Carlos Boulevard. And again, it's before my time, but they decided to put the big overpass bridge in. And what it did is it basically cut our property in half. So we also own the Yucatan Beach Stand. That was part of the original lighthouse. So maybe in some of the photos Pat has an aerial of our property before the overpass bridge was put in, and we really had a beautiful piece of property basically right across the street from the beach. So, you know, what I kind of grew up thinking was kind of a handicap, having the bridge on both sides of our properties, in actuality turned out to be a great asset to us, because it is a massive barrier blocking us from potential storms or the impacts of those storms, which is the case with Ian. You know, luckily we have an amazing neighbor, Margaritaville, right next to us. You know, we were really excited for that project, and they've done nothing but be a great neighbor to us today. But as you can see, they blocked the impact on the one side, and the bridge blocked the impact from the next. But, you know, still we're a property that has that as kind of not a hindrance, but it is an eyesore when you're talking about engaging with customers. So what Pat is going to introduce to you today with the project, we've taken the space between our new building and the bridge and really converted it into such a unique and sophisticated use of space for the community. I'm a dad of 3, and I'm constantly looking for places to take my kids to run around, to play, to go to the little playground. And we really don't currently have something like that in the downtown district. And so this, and Pat will get to it, will give us the opportunity to have that. And also it'll create a welcoming space right next to the bridge, in between the bridge and our building. So you will see that today. Did that answer your question, Mr. Erdogan?
Sure, you could go wherever you wanted with that, but that was helpful, thank you.
Yes, sir.
What about the history of traffic?
The history of traffic. Let's start with an easy one. So,
It's just a little bit out there.
you know, traffic getting on and off this island has always been a unique challenge. But I think with the invention of Uber and Lyft, as well as public utility of trucking people on with the Lee County tram on Pine Ridge, it's made it easier for people to come on and off this island. Now, with our property, what we've seen over the last 15 years is a tremendous decrease in people coming and staying with a vehicle. And I think it has everything to do with our unique location, given that you can basically check in and then walk to anything that you really want to do in our community. So, and it's also, I think, the move in the market. I mean, back in the day, in the 90s, it was not uncommon for someone to come down here from the Midwest and stay for a month in one of our kitchenettes. And that's just not the market today. Whether that's good or bad, it is what it is. And so we don't have the vehicle traffic that we once did. If that helps, Mrs. Woodson.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
John, questions for Tommy?
Not currently.
Scott?
No, I'm good.
Thanks, sir.
All right, great. Thank you, everybody.
For the record, Pat Van Ness with the Neighborhood Company.
Nice to meet you.
I've got a very brief presentation. Tommy did give me a new mandate to kind of show you some slides with some pretty pictures, and I can do that, but I'll start off with the substantive stuff, and then if we want to talk about those pretty pictures, we can certainly look into those. The amendment request is touching on the few items that are right before you. We used to have a 5-phase master concept plan. It was clunky, it was confusing. We revised that. We have one MCP at this point. We talked about the increase in hotel units from 75 to 130. Just want to point out on that issue, I think you've heard us in great detail talk about that at the LPA. No need to reiterate that. However, your package in our application, I think, has 2 full pages explaining how we looked at that density. The multiplier, we also compared it to several other projects, and we not only looked at it from the standpoint of, do we start with planted lots, we looked at it from the standpoint of density per acre also, and we also compared it to several projects that were recently approved, just so we're fully transparent and just so we can provide you with some comparisons. And you can make up your own mind if you believe this is appropriate, and we certainly believe that it is. The commercial retail square footage has been reduced from 5,000 square feet to 500 square feet. And we talked about the increased height of 3.5 feet from 37 feet to 40.5 feet. Also, as your staff pointed out, this is only for building 5, so just one building. So I'm going to skip the, actually I'm just going to go to the changes that we were asked to look at by the LPA. So I've got to go all the way back to the beginning. Okay. So we were asked to consider a condition that would require lighting along Building 5 that would illuminate that right-of-way between Matanzas Bridge and Building Number 5. We agreed to do that. We've provided a commitment in writing to staff. I think when we come back to you for second hearing, it could either be included as a notation directly on our MCP or as a condition of approval. Either way, we support that. Not a problem when that Building 5 is built. Lighting will be included as part of that. And hopefully, approval from FDOT to put that pathway happens hopefully around the same time. We were also asked to...
Could you just, Patrick, just briefly, are you gonna put shell down, or is there gonna are you gonna put pavers down? What are you gonna do for the path itself?
In the interim, or the long-term vision for that pathway?
Both.
Okay, so let me skip forward. I will give you some...
If you're gonna get to it, don't worry about it, yeah.
I'll show you the pictures right now. So what we did is, when it came to public benefit and also looking at making this a family-friendly environment for the resort and for the island, we looked at the comp plan, talking about connectivity, creating these hidden pathways, and facilitating pedestrian and bicycle movement. So I think everybody here has been to the Lighthouse. We may have had a few drinks there. But as you all know, there's a bit of a no man's land between the existing resort and the bridge. And I think the idea was, how do we take that and we turn it into positive? How do we create this really great pathway from the bridge of the base of the bridge all the way to downtown? And as we know, we have a pretty complex intersection at the base of the bridge, and we figured through this pathway, anybody that wants to walk on and off the bridge and go to San Carlos Island can go down the bridge, take the pathway and get to our downtown without having to maneuver that intersection. So we thought that was a great benefit. At the same time, we said, how can we make it interesting for families, for kids? And the idea is to take something that used to be a bit of an eyesore, make it an asset for the entire town and for the resort. So the concept is to have little stations where kids can let off a little steam, something that's going to be fun, family friendly, and amusing for those children. And also what you see here at the forefront of the image, the wayfinding, that's one of our deviations. And again, I think it'll make it interesting for pedestrians to be told, if you go downtown, you've got these different things that you can go visit, and where you can take your family and
So
have a great day.
conceptually too, because we've all been really nervous about that pedestrian crossing at the foot of the bridge there. So it potentially could create another avenue for people to get to other places downtown without crossing there, either legally or illegally. I think we're
Yes.
all concerned about both legally and illegally crossing that,
Yeah.
that spot.
I think anybody that knows about the pathway will want to take the pathway. To me, that's the easiest access to downtown if you're coming on and off the bridge.
So they could use the Margaritaville pedestrian crossover and then get to the
Here we
pathway
go.
without ever crossing.
Yes.
Yeah, I love
Go
it.
through Lighthouse, take that pathway and get right downtown.
Very good.
It is zip line.
So going back to the LPA hearing, what they've asked us to either change or look at. Let me find my slide here. So on the master concept plan, we made some minor little changes. We were asked to identify the height of every existing building. So on the notes page of the MCP, we've done that. We were what we had is on the MCP, we had a hatch that showed all the COP areas. But we were also asked in the schedule of uses to identify COP. We've done that. And then we were asked to give a breakdown of the parking that was being provided, and we've also done that on the notes page. Last but not least, we were asked by staff, should you need additional parking? And we went into the parking issue in detail at the LPA. Above all, I think with the way people visit and what Tommy explained at the LPA, I think his explanation was that even 10 years ago, maybe 8 out of 10 visitors had a car, and today it's more like 4 to 5 out of those 10 people drive a car. So big difference. We feel comfortable that we have enough parking on site, and we think it's a great location that is pedestrian friendly. However, we were asked to look at, should you use parking lifts or valet? How much more parking could you accommodate on site? And our quick estimate is 42 additional parking spaces. So I think we've got those options. And on top of those options, we have off-site parking as another option. I don't think we'll ever need to use those though. So just the recap, that's our master concept plan that is in your packet, and those are the little changes that we were asked to make: the height, the COP, and the parking outlined. So with that said, unless you ask me some details about the design and the reason for the design, I think we went great detail on that as part of the LPA hearing. I'll just wait for those questions and I will just conclude. So in my professional planning opinion, the proposed CPD amendment is consistent with the comp plan and meets or exceeds all LDC requirements, including CPD review criteria. And based on what we provide at the LPA and your staff report and unanimous recommendation of approval from the LPA, and no objections from the public, we respectfully request approval for the proposed CPD amendment.
Patrick, for those that maybe haven't watched the LPA, can you put the pictures up of what the renderings of what it would look like? so that they can share it with whomever might be watching. And maybe just describe
Yep.
what they're looking at.
So, this is a rendering at the corner of Third Street and Fifth. That's where one of the two new buildings will be located. That's what you see in the background. The idea was to keep that building human scale. It's 2 stories over 1 level of parking, very kind of clean coastal look and design to the resort. Again, Third Street, just wanted to show the landscaping. We know this is a good pedestrian area where a lot of people use Third Street to get to downtown. So the idea was to make it at a human scale and also pedestrian friendly. Same depiction along Third Street, different angle. This is the new building, again, showing the access into that new building, but only 2 stories. And what you see on the right are those existing cottages along Third Street that have been renovated since Ian. Just wanted to show kind of the height comparison and the scale and how those really blend in well together. This is the new pool deck that's associated with those Third Street cottages. Just the highlights of this, they're gonna be landscape. It's really gonna be a resort feel. And above all, that pool, and we described that in detail at the LPA, is gonna be family friendly. Shallow areas, bubblers for kids, a waterfall, and it's a place where the grown-ups can have a cocktail and they can keep an eye on the kids that are real close by, but the entire area is gated, safe, family friendly. We talked about the pathway.
Gary, Patrick, can you, the pathway?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a great concept, and I love the kid-friendly dynamic. I just wonder, you know, folks are gonna be taking their bikes through there and using that as a shortcut, and it could be a wonderful shortcut, in terms of just avoiding pedestrian crossing at the foot of the bridge. I just wonder, it looks like it points, it's pretty narrow, and if you've got kids there, I would just, I'm not gonna micromanage your world, but I'd be thoughtful of a lot of foot traffic and potential bike traffic going through there with the little kids. I don't know what the answer is on that, but something to wrestle with.
Yep, I think it is kind of a narrow area. We get that. I think it'll be designers that are a lot more adept at this stuff than me that will take a final crack at this. But
I think it's a great public benefit.
Maybe it's signed, maybe
just-
it's asking people to walk their bikes if they're in a.
It just may be
biking
more
that area.
popular than you expect, because
Yeah.
it could alleviate a lot of congestion, yeah.
Yeah, but I think most of the literature when it comes to either driving or using your bike, people go at a speed that the environment dictates. So if you have a roadway that has a lot of landscaping close by, sidewalks, a lot of activity, people naturally slow down. And I think it's the same thing with bikes. When people, and we know that people currently ride their bikes on the sidewalk, and when they get to downtown where there's a lot more people naturally slow down and they're a lot more careful. So we'll talk to our designers and we'll certainly keep that in mind. This is the new building 5. What's important to note here, it's 3 levels over parking. The additional 3.5 feet we're asking for allows us to add 1 more story. It allows us also to be able to provide 10-foot ceiling heights, which are consistent with the market today, and also allows us to have architectural slanted roofs, again, to improve the aesthetics of the proposed improvements. This is to really depict the color palette. So again, very streamlined. The architects, and you might know them, very good architect, MHK out of Naples. They do a lot of white cottage color palettes, but the idea was to throw in some color accents through louvers, railings, and some kind of a tropical mural. So it'll be a very elegant design, but splashes of color will be added. This is the pool that is going to be at very point of building number 5. It'll be at the 200 level. Behind the pool area at that 200 level is gonna be a restaurant. And the idea with the restaurant is, as you know, we've got the tiki at the 100 level, which is lively, fun place. This is gonna be a little more elegant and for kind of the grown-ups for a nice meal. And you can also have receptions at the restaurant that would open up to the pool area. View from the bridge, showing that building number 5. Again, keep in mind that building number 5 is one of the new buildings proposed, but it was already approved for a building in that location. So we're making it slightly taller, and some of the density that would have been where the cottages were rebuilt is going into that building. As I mentioned, with 3.5 feet allows us to put a third story of lodging in there. This is a depiction again from the bridge, but at a higher elevation. What I'd like you to notice is that these amendments will allow the Kohler family to move forward with all their planned improvements. They've always improved the resort incrementally, but now they want to tie it all together. So from an architectural theme and landscaping theme, everything is unified, everything is consistent. You've got metal roofs everywhere, same color palette, and a great asset to the area. Just a different view. This is looking more from the Margaritaville perspective. Again, showing how the new buildings will tie in with the old, and we're gonna have a cohesive, attractive resort. Again, elevated view, but from 3rd Street, showing you the entire resort. And this is from the base of the bridge, but also a bit of a higher perspective. And I think an important thing to note here is the height, the scale, blends into its surrounding environment and fits on what has become a bit of a tight property for them. You know, they did have the taking on that property, which severely impacted what they were left with. It's a bit of a wedge. It's challenging, but as Tommy mentioned, they took something that could have been seen as a negative and did the best they could with it and turned it into positive. So this is just to conclude the renderings, an aerial view showing the new buildings incorporated with the old and how the entire resort looks from, what would that be, 10,000 feet above? Maybe even less? So that's it when it comes to the renderings. I'd be happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Scott, any questions?
Yes, I do. So in the packet, you said your equivalency is 6.5, but I think Judith said it's higher.
So what we did
Can you
is
explain?
yes, and we've, like I said, we've got 2 pages kind of explaining all the detail. If you recall, when we were here before you with Myerside, we looked at the existing platted lots that were there. And our, when it comes to hotel density, we kind of have a unique way of looking at that on Fort Myers Beach. We start with residential density. We apply a multiplier, and then you convert essentially residential units into hotel units. And what we said with Myerside and with this project also is, when you have a platted lot, you can ask for a minimum use determination, and you're allowed to put 1 unit on each of those existing platted lots. So we think that instead of using 6 units per acre, which is the base density in our comp plan, the fact that we have a system that takes your vested units and you multiply it, we think it's put all those comparisons, we explain all of that in the packet. Put all those comparisons, we explain all of that in the packet. Just different ways of looking at it. And then what we looked at also is we looked at the density per acre for each of those recently approved projects. And this one kind of falls in the middle, greater than Margaritaville, but less than the Neptune, for example.
So I'll go. Karen?
So I have a question on timing.
Yes.
If this is approved, what is your schedule for shovels in the ground and completion and so on
I'll
and
let
so forth?
Tommy address this. The one thing I can say is they've been at this for close to 60 years, and it's always been an incremental approach. Their intent when they amended their CPD and we had the 5 phases was to continue that incremental approach of improving the resort over multiple years. And I think that's still the intent, to do it incrementally, but I think if all goes well, Tommy's gonna try to condense that and do it as quickly as possible, but I'll let Tommy address that.
Thank you, Pat. So, given that it's probably gonna take about a year of engineering, in my perfect world, I'd like to break ground in 3 years. You know, obviously, I've gotta take in consideration, interest rates and kinda where things are at, but, you know, I'm very much so eager to start this tomorrow. So, you know, with your all's consideration, if we can get approvals, you know, it's hard to nail me down to a timeline, but, I'd say the earliest is probably gonna be within 3 years, if I had to guess.
If you can move that up to 2, that would be great.
I would love that. I would love that.
Anything else?
No, I'm good.
Vice Mayor?
I have nothing else.
Councilor Kane?
Nothing.
All right, thank you, Patrick. All right, are there any members of the public who would like to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address and whether you were sworn in. Tom?
I don't think I was sworn in. Must have missed that curfew.
All right. If you raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and councilors, and the town team. I'd like to make a couple comments if I could to kick it off here. First of all, I'd like to praise the life of Jim Steele and what he meant to this community. But also, on a positive note, I'd like to welcome Will to our community and your family, to our community and now your community. So really look forward to working with you and having you on board, Will. And Andy, the absolute best to you and your family going forwards. It's been an interesting ride for all of us. And I look back in the early days and some of the greatest memories occurred then. And I like to refer to it as not necessarily a character building time frame, but they were a character revealing time frame. And you passed all the tests. Thank you for everything.
You're a character, all right.
And the team that you put together. So onto this project, the Kohlers, the Lighthouse Resort, the generations. I don't know if it was 2 years ago or 3 years ago, Tommy. You shared with me the beginning of concepting this vision and really the family friendly nature that was fundamental to the approach that you took here and have taken. And I too would like to reciprocate and say they're great neighbors, they're great community members, they're great servants to our community. They only want the best for the community. They have molded, as you've heard here, over decades what's happened so far, the improvements, the many improvements that have taken place on this property, and taking it to this next level, I think is just a tremendous asset at the gateway of our community. I think the hotel lodging, the intensity
is very appropriate at this location. And I just want to just lend my support in this project, so thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Anyone else? All right, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Are there any additional comments, rebuttal, or closing statements from the applicant? Nope. All right, I will now close the public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from the town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain.
I think staff wanted to get conditions.
Okay.
I think she just wanted to put it on the record, so summarizing.
Yes, just
Yeah.
the findings and conclusions, because I
Oh,
didn't do that earlier.
I-
Just,
yep.
we're okay with summarizing?
Yeah.
In this case, okay. So the full criteria are found in the staff report, so, I'm gonna summarize those for you here. The code asks for consideration of Land Development Code Section 34-85B. The staff finds that the request is consistent with the goals, objectives, policies, and intent, and with the densities, intensities, and general uses as set forth in the Fort Myers Beach comprehensive plan. And will be compliant with all applicable criteria there. Land Development Code Section 34-85C. Before granting any rezoning, town council shall find the requested zoning district complies with mainly the Fort Myers Beach comprehensive plan, which the staff supports that it does. Land Development Code Section 34-216B2, the recommendation made to the town council must be supported by guidelines set forth in 34-85. The main goal of meeting and complying with the Fort Myers Beach comprehensive plan. Staff finds that the proposed use meets all specific requirements of the comprehensive plan that are relevant to the requested plan development, and I've listed several of those policies in the staff report. Findings for deviation request is covered in section 34-216-4. Staff finds that the requested deviations are related to an efficient functioning of the master concept plan. The only exception that we note is deviation 11, which we suggest the town council consider whether that is appropriate in this application. Staff finds that the deviations are consistent with the comprehensive plan. Under the recommendation, staff recommend that the town council consider the parking space reduction in deviation 11 and whether that is appropriate for the site or whether that deviation should be altered. Staff suggested that 130 parking spaces, which would be one space per room, to accommodate guests and employees would be more appropriate. The applicant is offering programmatic alternatives to driving for both guests and employees. Staff is not able to evaluate the effectiveness of those policies. But the applicant has provided document titled Proposed Conditions and Commitments as part of their application. Staff finds that the CPD amendment meets the criteria as set forth in section 34-85B and C and 34-216-2 of the Land Development Code. If the town council determines that deviation 11 is appropriate, staff recommends approval with conditions. There are recommended conditions listed in the staff report as well as with the ordinance. The ordinance version of condition includes the LPA's request for lighting. If the town council concurs, then we'll add that moving forward. I also wanted to let you know before I go through the conditions is that staff, along with the town attorney, have been working with the applicant to try to ensure in this case that we don't need an additional document. We have talked about that for other applications to be able to move forward with all of the conditions and commitments that they're proposing to be included in the final version of the ordinance that you're gonna see on second reading. So some of those things that we've talked about but you're not seeing in writing yet are like the DRAC program. Having them commit to a location for that on the master concept plan would allow us to remove that from some kind of additional secondary agreement. We've been kind of going back and forth on how to handle some things, but we understand is that if we can show it on the master concept plan, that way it becomes part of the development order, that's something that staff can verify and check, and that we don't need additional, agreement, which I think would be the best case for
Judith,
the town.
since that's an acronym that's unique to Fort Myers Beach, would you say what that acronym stands for? DRAC?
Yes, don't rent a car.
Thank you.
And as part, so, and that's part of their proposal of, ways to mitigate the parking reduction that they're requesting.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna go through the conditions of approval. One, final architectural design must be generally consistent with the renderings provided in addition to the master concept plan. Prior approval of a development order on the master concept plan must be revised to reflect the conditions of approval as determined by the ordinance. So we've added that, so instead of doing an additional agreement, we're gonna try to get everything into the master concept plan so it's, clear. Applicant must receive approval from the town manager for back out parking along Third Street per Land Development Code Section 34-2015. The existing lower building that's on Third Street, you can see on this image, has that back out parking. So the code requires town manager sign off to continue that use. The installation and use of the proposed pedestrian pathway, subject to approval by FDOT. Within 6 months of zoning approval by the town council, the property owner will coordinate with FDOT regarding enhancements to the San Carlos Boulevard / Matanzas Pass Bridge right-of-way. And this is, in this location, I would add the condition about the lighting, and have it included as part of their photometric plan to be provided at time of development order. Because if the lighting is attached to the building, we can go ahead and approve that without, FDOT approving their whole permit. All signs in or near the right-of-way will require a site triangle analysis per section 30A4. Access through and along the resort pathway connecting the existing sidewalk arcade on Fifth Street to San Carlos Boulevard must be open to the public during the resort's restaurant operational hours to encourage pedestrian movement between the east and west sides of the resort. All landscaping materials will be native varieties or Florida-friendly species. At the time of development order on the property boundary survey, the Limois limit of moderate wave action boundary line for the coastal A zone must be demonstrated. At the time of development order, the architectural elevation sheets 5 through 7 must have the lowest horizontal member added on the cross-section details. This is just to ensure that we've got the heights of everything correct. The applicant must provide at least one bike rack. They've told us they're probably gonna have 2. Consumption on premises service of alcohol for on-premise consumption is approved at the locations depicted on the master concept plan, subject to the following limitations. Building 5, it's on the elevated pool deck, which is shown on the MCP. The tiki bar and pool deck on the south end of the property between buildings 3 and 5, limited to the areas depicted on the master concept plan. For the tiki bar and pool deck on the north end of the property between buildings 2 and 6, limited to the areas depicted on the master concept plan. Hours of operation for outdoor areas will be limited to the following unless otherwise temporarily altered by the town special event use regulations, per Land Development Code Section 34-1264. All other hours of operation were regulated by the Land Development Code. Pool deck on building 5, which is the building closest to the bridge, 9 a.m. to 12 a.m. B, pool deck and tiki bar at the south end between 3 and 5, 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. Pool deck and tiki bar at the north end between buildings 2 and 6, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Any questions for Judith? Scott?
No.
Mary?
Oh, I'm good.
No. John?
None.
Thanks, Judith. Already closed the public hearing, so is there any discussion or motion on ordinance 25-11? I can't discuss anything, so.
Well, I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 25-11 with the exceptions, including all exceptions outlined by staff.
I'll second.
Motion by Counselor Woodson, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adderall?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
And Mayor Allers abstains. Motion carries 4-0.
And the exceptions is conditions.
I'm sorry, conditions.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Amended to conditions.
Mayor. there's no chair.
Congratulations.
Yay.
Well, see you at the second reading.
Eating quicker at the second meeting.
Huh?
We'll be eating quicker at the second.
I've never been to the Lighthouse. I can't wait to.
Can't
Go
wait
there.
to check it
Me
out.
neither. I've never been there.
Heard it's nice. Does anybody need to take a break to grab something to eat, or do you wanna get through this last public hearing? There's been a lot of people waiting, so I just wanna see what the
What
consensus
is
is.
the last one?
I would like food, but.
Food.
Food? Okay.
Quick food. It's pizza.
How quick do you need? I'll just keep going. If you guys need time, tell me what you need.
That's up to them.
I don't mind eating up there.
10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Okay, we'll take a brief recess of 10 minutes. We'll come back at 1:35. And there's food. Huh?
We have no mics, Jason.
Good eye.
Are we back on? Or are we waiting for the microphone? We're live? Okay. We'll call the meeting back to order. It is 1:40 PM. The next, the last public hearing is an agenda item, and it is a first reading and public hearing on proposed ordinance 25-06. If approved at first reading, a second reading and final adoption hearing will be scheduled for June 16th, 2025 at 9 AM or at another time identified by town council. This is an ordinance of the town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, approving or denying a home rule development agreement for property located at 1028 Estero Boulevard and 1046 Estero Boulevard, Fort Myers Beach, Florida. Strap numbers 24-46-23-W3-00017.0000 and 24-46-23-W3-00016.0000, and owned by Prasad Properties Florida Investments LLC, as authorized by Section 2-100 of the Town's Land Development Code and in compliance with the procedures for application and approval of development agreements with deviations set forth in Resolution Number 24-73, as amended by Resolution 24-247, for the purpose of redevelopment of the property to allow a commercial development with a maximum of 42,210 square feet, 31 hotel rooms, and a mean roof height of 38 feet 8 inches above the 100-year storm elevation, providing for terms and conditions included but not limited to the identification of the proposed use of the property, a finding of consistency with the town of Fort Myers Beach comprehensive plan, commitments and development obligations, deviations needed for development, providing for other clarifications as necessary, providing for conflicts of law, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date. If any town council member has had any ex parte communication to disclose, please let us know the subject discussed and the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, any correspondence that you received, or observations made of the site. Counselor Safford?
I had a meeting with Mr. Prasad last week, and as well his neighbor, Mr. Torgerson. I've received surprisingly less than 10 emails about this project in the last week. Some for, some against.
Okay.
I had a meeting with Mr. Prasad and Mr. Torgerson as well. I think a lot of I've had a lot more emails than that, because there was 3 weeks ago and then most recent.
I'm just talking the last week.
Okay, okay.
Since the plan has changed.
Cool.
Just to be specific.
Okay. Vice Mayor Earl?
I met with the applicant prior to the LPA meeting and with Mr. Torgerson prior to the LPA meeting. I've received emails both pro and con. Have not had any meetings since the LPA meeting. Councilor King?
Also met with the applicant and Mr. Torgerson and received pro and con emails.
Go ahead.
Okay, I met with the applicant pre-LPA meeting. Oh, I guess it wasn't necessarily a meeting. It was, I attended the, I don't know what you would call it, the public event in Times Square. I attended that. I have, since the LPA meeting, I've had conversations with the applicant and one of his team members. I saw him, there he is. I don't remember your name.
Tyler Peterson.
Pardon me?
Tyler Peterson.
Tyler Peterson. So I met with Terry and Tyler Peterson. I've met with his neighbor Tom Torgerson as well. I also have received plenty of emails both before and after the LPA in support and against.
So, having made these disclosures, has everyone come to the meeting today with an open mind and is able to hear the testimony and review the evidence in an unbiased manner?
Absolutely.
Scott, Karen?
Yes.
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 John?
Yes.
And, Mayor, the applicant is present with his attorney. Having made those disclosures, it would be an ideal opportunity for the attorney or the applicant to question any of the disclosures that have been made.
Thank you. My name's Joe Madden, here today representing Prasad Properties. I don't feel there's a necessity to question anything. I think we're all on the same page. We know what happened from the appellants on the Red Coconut deal. I think it's a great procedure that you implemented now to go through that and ask that question. So we do not need to further inquire. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who's, Judith, are you, oh,
He needs to be experted.
oh, hold on a second. I haven't got to that part yet.
Okay.
You wanna do it now? I
Trying
mean-
to move along.
All right. Are you here to be
Excuse me,
qualified?
Mr. Mayor, this is Jason Utley. He's from the Access Group.
Oh, I'm sorry, I've never met you before.
Have met you
So
before
he's,
either.
he's going
Nice
to
to meet you,
be,
sir.
What was your name? I mean,
Jason
Jason
Utley,
Utley.
U-T-L-E-Y.
I believe you're filling in for Sarah Probst, is that correct?
Yes, not even a good substitution, but I'll do my best.
all right, Jason, well, we must first
Qualify as an
qualify you as an expert witness. You wanna tell us a little bit about yourself for those that are watching?
Well, I did graduate college. I don't know if you want to know how many years it took. I went to the University of Tennessee in Knoxville.
Oh, no.
No, one supporter here. No Gators chomping on me yet.
Gators.
There you go. I've worked for the Atlanta Regional Commission. I worked for DeSoto County as a planner. I worked for DeSoto County as a planner. I worked for Charlotte County as a planner. I worked for the Southwest Florida Regional Planning Council as a planner. I worked for Manatee County as a planner. I worked for Sarasota County as a planner. And after I finished getting fired by all the, no, I'm just joking. I didn't get fired by any of this. I started working for myself, planning analytics. So I've been engaged in planning for over 20 years now.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion. Oh, you have,
No, just what was your full name again?
Jason, last name is U-T-L-E-Y.
Thank you.
I will make a motion to approve Mr. Utley as an, do you want to use the word expert?
I'm a member of the American Institute
Providing,
of Certified Planners too. so-
expert testimony.
To provide expert testimony.
Second.
Any
thank you.
further discussion? I'm an aye. Vice Mayor?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
I
Aye.
Got
try
it.
to help you.
Perfect. I haven't messed up yet. Thank you, sir.
All
Go
right,
ahead, take it away. Well, take it away. Well, I got it. Are any other individuals who would like to be qualified as an expert witness on behalf of the applicant at this time? This is why I don't take breaks, remember? I get,
He gets sidetracked.
We feel very strongly that a well-fed council is a good council. So we're happy you took a break. So with me today is Tina Ekblad, who I think you met during the Red Coconut hearing. We're gonna tender her as an expert in the area of land use planning and familiarity with the town's comprehensive plan and land development code. Also, as you mentioned, Tyler Peterson is on the team. He is a architectural design expert. And also with us today, we have Michael Collins, an FGCU associate professor in the area of hotel marketing and finance. And we're willing to offer any of their resumes if you need it. But I think you've dealt with two of them already. And Mr. Collins has given me a resume, but up to you. If he comes to testify, I'm glad to put his credentials on the record.
Can you do a motion just to keep the record,
Sure. I will,
to accept
I will
these?
make a motion to accept the, might as well say all three names
All three, please.
that were mentioned.
Yes, sir.
As an expert witness in this case.
Second.
Any further discussion? I'm an aye. Vice Mayor? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Gotcha that time. All right, take it away, Mr. Evans.
Okay, thank you. So, here today to present development agreement number DA 20240170. As you had mentioned, there are two parcels subject to this development agreement. You read in the strap numbers, the addresses are 1028 Estero Boulevard and 1046 Estero Boulevard. Base zoning district for these two parcels is downtown. This, and the base future land use designation is pedestrian commercial. So for this zoning designation, this allows for the highest density and intensity in the town. The commercial space, you had mentioned what the cumulative total of the space would be. The applicant's proposing 15,845 square feet of commercial space. That's not including the hotel, so that's just breaking that out from the 31 unit boutique hotel. So the retail space, this includes retail space on the pedestrian plaza, beach bar with previously approved consumption on premises, a restaurant on the second floor, and a rooftop restaurant and bar. As I mentioned, they've changed this to a 31-unit boutique hotel, and they're requesting the use of an equivalency factor of 9.7 in order to be able to achieve this. For parking, they'll be accessing the site through Estero Blvd, and they'll provide parking with valet service and car lifts for the hotel guest. Developments that are in the Times Square pedestrian plaza are not required to provide parking, so therefore they'll exceed any kind of requirements and won't have to utilize shared parking. As far as pedestrian activity, there's a 10-foot covered walkway that's going to be provided on the western side of the structure, and there's going to be a public access easement that'll allow pedestrians to a pathway to a patio area with restrooms, benches, foot wash stations, and drinking fountains. The beach is adjacent to the public patio space, and ADA accessible mat will assist people with mobility issues in accessing the sandy beach. The property was previously approved for COP, consumption on premises. Documentation regarding that is attached to the staff report. And then the applicant is requesting 5 deviations, which I wanted to ask you, do you want me to read those individually into the record?
Please.
Okay, sounds good. First deviation is to request a request to deviate from LDC section 34-675B1, which limits building height within Times Square pedestrian plaza to 30 feet above base flood elevation and no taller than 3 stories, to allow for 3 stories, 28 feet and 2 inches. The request will increase if the rooftop restaurant bar is considered appropriate. Addition of the rooftop restaurant bar would increase the total building height to 38 feet, 8 inches. There's a request, second request is to deviate from the Land Development Code section 34-633, which requires floor area ratio to be calculated to include all stories of a building within the surrounding exterior walls and all areas below an elevated building that are 6 feet or more in height, and all stories of covered parking. So this would allow for the elimination of the first or the ground floor covered parking from the FAR calculations. Request number 3 would be a request to deviate from Land Development Code section 34-1803, which provides the hotel equivalency factors for the number of guest units that can be substituted for residential dwelling units to allow an equivalency factor of 9.7, as I mentioned earlier, and that would allow for the development of the 31-unit hotel room and a total of 26,016 square feet for the hotel overall. Request to deviate from Land Development Code section 34-674A1A, requiring a build-to line of 0 feet in the Times Square pedestrian plan, and so the applicant's requesting a 10-foot setback, front setback. Number 5, it's a request to deviate from Land Development Code section 34-677, which requires commercial design standards to apply to all commercial and mixed-use buildings, and this will allow for the proposed architectural renderings as provided in Exhibit C. And the applicant will go into to all of this with much greater detail. The LPA heard this request at their April 29th, 2025 hearing. They recommended denial at that time. However, they have chosen to modify the conditions of the development agreement that they had proposed at the LPA, and the applicant will go into that with more information here in just a moment. So if you don't have any questions for me, I can introduce Tina Ekblad, who's the owner of Sage Entitlements. She's the owner's agent, and she could provide some additional detail.
John, you have any questions for Jason?
Not currently.
Vice Mayor?
Not at this time.
Councilor Woodson?
I'll wait.
Councilor Safford?
I do not, but I've got 2 Scrivener's errors I'd like to just take care of on page 559 of our packet. in the, I think, section 4A, it says the site plan dated May 1st, 2025. That's not correct, is it? Because they've changed the parameters?
That is correct.
I want this thing clean, so can we get that fixed?
For,
Okay.
for the record, Tina Ekblad, the Exhibit B and C, which are the site plan and the rendering, those are dated May 1st, 2025. We submitted them, I believe, on the 2nd or 3rd.
Oh, okay. So my mistake. So it was after the LPA meeting.
Correct.
Okay. My apologies.
Is there another one?
Yeah, on just the staff report on page 588. In Sarah's summary, the request is for a development agreement with 30 hotel rooms.
Right, that should be 31.
There should be 31, correct?
It does say that under the case name, but
Yeah, all other references in the staff report are to 31 units, which is the request. It's just that single reference that needs to be amended.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't have any questions, Jason. I didn't mean to make you get back up.
Well, I hate to disappoint you, but Tina's gonna go second, I'm gonna go first. So it's, again, my name's Joe Madden, and Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and members of the council. I'm an attorney that practices real estate and land use for 35 years here in Fort Myers and Fort Myers Beach. And I'm here today representing Prasad Properties in this first hearing on a request for a development agreement. Well, I haven't been in front of you recently here. I did serve as your special magistrate for the purpose of code enforcement for approximately 14 years and enforcing the land development code and other matters that came before us. Even the traffic matters came to the special magistrate back then. I want to tell you, after reviewing today's agenda, I've got to commend each one of you on your commitment for the redevelopment of Fort Myers Beach, because, you know, having been here before, having been here during, and have been here after, I really give you all credit, especially looking at that agenda, including the Lighthouse Resort that came before us today. And it's in such close proximity to this parcel. I see that the council obviously has the vision of what's necessary to move matters forward in Fort Myers Beach. With us today, as I said, is Terry Prasad, representing the ownership group of the parcels. Tina Ekblad as a planning and land use professional in all matters regarding the land development code and comprehensive plan. We also have Tyler Peterson with his background in architectural design. Michael Collins, an associate professor in the hospitality, I think the chair of the hospitality program at FGCU is here with regard to questions about hotel marketing and finance. Today, we hope that we have an opportunity to review with you the terms of this development agreement that's been negotiated with the town staff. The application has been significantly amended, as was just pointed out, consistent with the LPA discussions, including a reduction of an entire floor from the project. I understand how the LPA works. I was a county attorney for the Board of County Commissioners for 6 years. They're a very important role. But in fairness, the vote that was mentioned to you at 7-0 not to approve, we really didn't get to the nuts and bolts of the development agreement at the LPA level. The testimony that will be presented today will demonstrate that the project meets or exceeds the comprehensive plan and code requirements, and there is rationale for the requested deviations. For our record and purpose of the town, we're going to go ahead at this time and request the staff report, together with the applicant's application as amended, be admitted into evidence for this hearing. I'll skip the next portion because Ms. Nancy took care of it. We'll turn matters over to Ms. Ekblad, and I'd like to reserve time after public comment to address anything that comes up.
Yes,
Thanks
sir.
very much.
Thank you. Tina?
Good afternoon, Town Council. For the record, Tina Ekblad, Principal of Sage Entitlements. I know you've had a long day, so I don't want to belabor this presentation, but I do have some, I'll say, details for the record, and also the highlights of the changes that we've made since the LPA meeting that I think it's important to go through. I am going to quickly summarize the first couple of slides. I think Attorney Madden did a great job. You know that we have two parcels that are before you today. The developable area of those parcels is 0.5 acres, or just a little over 23,000 square feet. The legal description included as Exhibit A to the development agreement is limited to that 0.53 acres. That's to ensure that we don't have any negative impacts to the environmentally critical zoning district. This property has been used in restaurant operations for many years. Previously, it was the Topo Mast restaurant, and then in 2014, the Sunset Beach Tropical Grill reopened on the parcel, which had a restaurant, retail, commercial parking, and that consumption on premise on the sandy beach. As was pointed out, we are within the downtown core area, which is identified in your comprehensive plan, and that creates the land use foundation of the property. The downtown core is broken up into multiple districts. This property is within District 2, which is known as the Times Square, and that district is slated to be, quote, the lively commercial tourist center of the town. The downtown core also extends, as you know, from the bay to the Gulf, with Old San Carlos Boulevard providing a Main Street corridor. The property is also within the pedestrian commercial future land use, which is identified as the commercial district, and that land use is applied to the intense activity center of Times Square. For purposes of this presentation, when we say the words Times Square, we're going to be talking specifically about District 2, and I will try to add the words pedestrian plaza when we're talking about that area immediately fronting the properties that are subject to this application today. Just because the future land use element does kind of use these terms interchangeably, I'm trying to create some clarity as we go through as to what we're referring to. Back when the comprehensive plan was adopted in 1999, it included a plethora of supporting data and analysis. And while that is no longer required to be attached to a comprehensive plan, it is still part of the documentation. And it described at the time the objective of District 2 in the Times Square. And while unfortunately we no longer have a new pedestrian mall, we do have an understanding of the design theme that was anticipated to be carried through the redevelopment opportunities. And these are implemented by Objective 3D and the supporting policies. Objective 3D at its core promotes the revitalization of the Times Square area, that District 2 that's identified. It does that by giving the town itself direction for what should occur over the 10 to 20 year horizon of the comprehensive plan, and then also what private development should be doing when applications come forward. As an example of that, Policy 3D1 instructs the town to establish a downtown redevelopment agency. And then the policies on the screen here, 3D3, 3D5, 3D7, along with 3D4, 3D6, and 3D9 are to promote pedestrian-related improvements, improve parking, create either underground or on-site stormwater management to address blighted related conditions that occurred prior to 1999 and ensure those things move forward through public-private partnerships and redevelopment applications. The comprehensive plan, as you know, is implemented by the Land Development Code, and we are within the downtown zoning district. This district seeks to promote commercial designs that support pedestrian activity and a park once concept. By right, the downtown zoning district is required to have 0-foot front and side setbacks. Building frontage must be a minimum of 70%. Height is limited to 30 feet above base flood and 3 stories. Floor area ratio is limited to 1.8. And for parking, there is a 0 multiplier, which means parking spaces are not required. Deviations are permitted to these requirements, either through the commercial plan development process or the development agreement process that is before you today. Before I get to, there we go.
Tina, could you go back one slide?
Sure.
I'm just curious, to the left there, that obviously is Lynn Hall Park. Doesn't seem to reflect Crescent Park. Is that just the way the map is, or?
So this particular zoning map was adopted in 2004, and if I recall, Crescent Park did not exist yet.
Fair point. Very good. All right, thank you.
So before I get to the details of the application, I do want to note that in the supporting documentation to the future land use element, your comprehensive plan identified many of the challenges that we face today related to the floodplain. It specifically quotes that Fort Myers Beach will continue to have its land uses shaped by state and federal regulations. It identified that at the time of adoption in 1999, there were already conflicts between that V zone and the redevelopment vision for the downtown core. And there was multiple, I'll call them options considered. There was even a University of Florida study done looking at dry flood proofing versus elevating above flood and having a pedestrian walkway for the downtown core area. And I think it's important to note the conclusion of that study, which is incorporated into your comprehensive plan, and it states, if neither of these approaches are feasible, so that dry flood proofing or the elevated pedestrian walkway, then existing buildings will continue to deteriorate or will be rebuilt incrementally outside the current regulations, endangering participation in the NFIP program, or will be redeveloped in some presently unforeseen manner. As a result of the demolition that occurred through Hurricane Ian in the Times Square pedestrian plaza, we've seen both of these options play out. We've seen what happens if rebuilding occurs outside the regulations, and we've seen the Times Square pedestrian plaza owners come together to re-envision what this district could look like. Since the storm, they have identified several challenges to that rebuilding as a result of this visioning process. They identified the need for additional commercial intensity in this area to support greater activity within the pedestrian plaza. That intensity would allow additional uses and/or additional square footage for businesses that support residents and tourists, and also promote the Park Once concept, increasing foot traffic and then revenue to offset construction costs. When evaluating these needs against the by right parameters, it was also highlighted that most of the owners would need flexibility from the existing regulations. I've said that multiple times in multiple meetings, and frequently I'm met with, well, like what? So as an example, ground floor, as you all know, ground floor retail cannot be dry flood proofed in this location. Well, the minute we try to do a retail kiosk or something that is temporary that provides a commercial use, the commercial design standards automatically apply in your code. Those commercial design standards require windows, doors, and enclosed space at the ground level. In order to obtain flexibility from that, a planned development or a development agreement is required. There is no other option. Well, you could do a variance, but I think the threshold would not be met for that. And so typically you would see folks come through via a deviation in a commercial plan development or a development agreement. So anyone that wants to provide some sort of temporary use at the ground level, like a retail kiosk, needs to come in front of this council and request that flexibility from the commercial design standards.
Tina, just
Yes.
on that point, we've heard some testimony as of late from an engineer who's prescribing a wave wall for Fort Myers Beach. And that, she implied that it could potentially change how properties are zoned. Could that impact what you just said before?
So I'm familiar with Miss Fountain's work, and I want to caveat my statement with, she is the technical expert in the floodplain. So if she feels that the zone could be dropped from a V to an A and dry flood proofing could be allowed, then yes, that is a possibility. What I don't know is how the limit of wave action then comes back into play, because there are some higher thresholds related with that boundary that I'm not familiar with to answer the question.
Okay, thank you.
So while the Times Square owners did work together on that redevelopment concept, each one is responsible for going through the detailed design and application to achieve the redevelopment that they desire. And so we submitted a request for a development agreement. We have made several changes along the way. Prior to the LPA meeting, as a result of some feedback that we received, we made some changes in architecture. We made a minor reduction in height. As a result of the feedback received at the LPA meeting, we have eliminated an entire floor from the structure that has brought the height of the structure down by 10 feet. It also eliminated a floor of rooms. I believe there were 18 rooms on that floor. And then as a direct result of that, bless you, it has reduced the FAR from the previously requested 2.5 to now a 1.8 for enclosed commercial space. And there is a deviation to allow the parking, which is now private parking, to be eliminated from that calculation. And I will get into the details of that on the very next slide, I believe.
So what would, quick question for you, so you're gonna cover what it would be if that deviation wasn't, if you didn't need that deviation, what would the FAR be for the rooftop and the parking?
I am not, but I'm gonna ask Tyler to look it up behind me. Hopefully he has access to that. I might be able to get you that if we take a break at some point. I just don't have it in my binder here.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be right this second.
Okay. And then the other thing that we did to address the LPA comments was we reconfigured some of the benefits that are provided on the ground floor. So I'll get into the locations and details of such on the next slide, but we added a ADA access, ensuring that folks with mobility issues could utilize that pedestrian walkway, and then added a mat between the concrete of the structure and the sandy beach to provide them access. And then we also added the public restroom trailer that I saw in the staff report. They wanted to clarify that it was a temporary trailer but provided permanently, and we agree with that change. I think that language we're just all kind of tripping over, but we understand that it needs to be there in perpetuity. But if there's a natural disaster or the threat of a hurricane, it needs to be removed.
Tina, in your, I thought I read that the 10-foot path was gonna be on the west side of the building. This looks like it's on the east side, or is there one on each side?
There's only one, and I'm gonna get to the exact location in the very next slide.
Okay.
What we did in this rendering was we removed all the potential landscaping from the east side of the structure so you could see what was proposed with the murals and the architecture and the color and everything. So actually what you're seeing, that's kind of, it looks like pavement here, is Crescent Beach Park.
Okay, so that is right up to where the parking lot is now, up to the furthest east side of the property.
Correct.
So this is 2 stories over flood or 3 stories?
It is technically 3 because of the rooftop bar.
So the rooftop bar counts as a story?
Yes. Yes. What we did not change was the uses that are proposed. So we still have retail, restaurant, the 31 hotel rooms, and the rooftop terrace with the service bar. We did, as Councilman Stafford noted, we did provide detailed floor plans and renderings, and then in the text of the development agreement, we tried to outline the square footage associated with each use. We heard the comments that the development agreement didn't provide enough detail, so we were trying to add that in so that it was very clear at the time of development order and building permit exactly what was allocated to each use, and to aid those reviews and ensure that there wasn't any movement between uses, or if changes occurred, it was a decrease, not a swapping or an increase. I mentioned that the parking that you see here on the corner is included in a deviation to eliminate from the FAR calculations. That is because that space is no longer for commercial pay parking, but is now private to support the hotel use. It is at the Land Development Code multiplier for parking. There is no reduction, which is allowed in every other property within the downtown zoning district. And that is to ensure that the impact of the new hotel uses is addressed with those stackers. There will be valet service, and the entry point aligns with the existing entry to the paved parking. So there's not a change in configuration there. It's still gonna be a direct access right off of Estero Boulevard as it is today.
So Tina, if
Yes.
you were to build by right, you could build up up to where that railing starts, and you would be able to build by right there, and it's the railing that gives you that additional ask. Is that, I'm just trying to understand that correctly.
From the perspective of height, yes, there is also enclosed space supporting the elevator, restrooms, and stairs to that sunset terrace. And then you'll see later in the presentation, we did add services for the public. because we felt that having additional opportunities for shade and service was appropriate, because frankly, if folks didn't want that, they could just go to Crescent Beach or Lynn Hall. But I can get into the details of that. It's just my very last slide. So it's up to you if you want me to jump ahead.
No, it's fine. Well, I'll wait.
Well, just
Okay.
for clarification, you mentioned by right, I wanna make sure that the record's clear. By right, if you were to eliminate, I think to the Vice Mayor's point, if you were to eliminate that top floor, if it was just the railing, you still couldn't build that by right without asking for a deviation, is that correct?
I clarified that my comments were related to height. I did not answer the question related to uses, floor area ratio, and setbacks. That is correct.
Okay.
And I haven't gotten to those details yet.
We're jumping all over.
You guys like to do that to me. It's okay.
Keeping you on
I think
your-
I'm keeping up this time.
Keeping you on your toes, Tina.
So let me go back very quickly because we are jumping around. So ground floor, we do have retail kiosks. We do have public space. We do have the valet parking. The second floor, we have the restaurant and 12 hotel rooms. Third floor is strictly hotel rooms. And then the rooftop, fourth floor is the Sunset Terrace and the service bar we were just talking about. So from a big picture overview, that's what we're working with. What we did on the ground floor from the perspective of kind of the building envelope and setbacks and such is we tried to immediately pull the building off of Times Square. As you all know, prior to the storm, there were instances where retailers could lease space into the pedestrian plaza. There were instances where we had bikes chained up to palm trees and clocks and light posts, so we tried to provide bicycle parking to eliminate that. And we felt like pushing the building back would just ensure that that plaza remained free and could promote additional movement between pedestrians and cyclists. We agree with the staff report in the sense that that 10-foot setback should be enhanced for shade or seating or something else. And we would appreciate hearing what the priority is for that improvement. Working through that either in next steps or as part of the development order. And then the second floor, we've incorporated open air patios, which allows us to further push the enclosed facade off the pedestrian plaza. Same thing with the third floor, and that ensures that the building doesn't create a canyon effect or overshadow the pedestrian plaza.
So
Tina, go ahead.
Just so I understand, again, we see the yellow story.
Mhm.
That would be the limit as to what you could build by height, by right, with respect to height, is that
Correct.
correct? Okay.
Yes.
And so it's that blue area, is that a restroom up there? Is that what, on that next floor?
Yeah, it's actually the
Elevators,
elevator
restrooms,
shaft. So
elevators.
once the request came in to provide public access, it needed to be ADA accessible, and so the elevator had to go up that extra story. It has to be enclosed, and that's what trips that fourth floor.
And then is that the 10-foot pedestrian walkway you're talking about on the bottom? On the
Correct,
right-hand,
that you're
farthest right,
seeing
On the
closest.
further westerly side of the building?
Yes, and we tried to keep most of that architecture open so that you could still have light and the view of the Gulf and such through that ground floor. But for the retail, we have to provide something, or they don't get, those kiosks don't get any kind of, I wanna say safety, but thank you.
Protection.
Thank you very much. I wanted to say safety, but that wasn't right. So from a site plan perspective, Mr. Mayor, you were asking about that walkway. I've tried to add the arrow with the line in here, identifying where that 10 feet is. That is proposed to be placed under a perpetual access easement, ensuring that the public always has access from the pedestrian plaza to the sandy beach. We have added that ADA access from the concrete of our foundational structure to the sandy beach to improve that access point there. The other thing we added, as I mentioned, was that temporary restroom trailer, which is kind of hiding behind the retail kiosks, so it doesn't impede the view to the Gulf. We have the pedestrian benches and the refresh stations still behind the retail kiosks, but immediately adjacent to the pedestrian walkway. And the point is here is to provide a space for the public coming off of the beach, set their stuff down, get cleaned up, get organized, and then go out and either get a bite to eat or go back to their cars, whatever. The reason for this is in the previous condition, pedestrians were coming off of Estero and walking straight through the commercial parking lot with no specific safe access point to the beach. And so we wanted to relocate that to a place where Number one, we've agreed to use the same material and color pattern of the pedestrian plaza paver replacement. And then we've also agreed to put signage in so that pedestrians are directed to that safe enclosed space, and then the other amenities that are proposed for them under the building.
And Tina, would the restroom trailer be maintained by the applicant, or would it be?
Yes, so that is why there's no, I'll say, donation to the town, is so that it is our responsibility to do maintenance and upkeep, and the town can expend its funds at some other location.
Okay.
The other side of the structure is the private parking that we were talking about, which does utilize car stackers, so we can get 66 parking spaces, and it's valet only. And the intent there is that the valet can move the cars more efficiently, but then also aid in directing traffic and addressing those pedestrian crossings that may occur into the plaza. On the second floor, we have a restaurant with an open air patio that we've already talked about, and 12 hotel rooms. What I'd like to point out here is we have included an option for a future elevated pedestrian walkway into that outdoor patio from the north. The reason that that's not included, other than the possibility of, is because it requires another property owner in Times Square to submit their application. I know there's been kind of an unveiling, but I don't know exactly the timing for that application. We have agreed to work with that property owner. We have also written into the development agreement that should there be alignment on that pedestrian walkover, it will be constructed without any expense to the town. And so that will start to create that connection that was talked about in that University of Florida study, where we've got the pedestrian plaza on the ground level, and then we're also creating connectivity in that elevated walkway.
Just to be clear,
Mhm.
it's not to the Dairy Queen property, it would be to the La Ola property?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. The hotel rooms do have a slightly decreased setback from the pedestrian plaza as well. And there are approximately 12 rooms on this second floor. Before I flip the slide, are there any questions about the design here? Okay. So moving on to the third floor, we have a floor entirely of hotel rooms, but the facade is again set back even further. It's 38 feet 7 inches from the pedestrian plaza. We do have open patios, so that there will be some interaction between the ground floor pedestrian plaza and the units. These hotel rooms do establish a new commercial use for the property. So I want to be very clear, hotels did not exist previously. This is a new commercial use. The purpose is to truly implement that tourism center that is talked about in the Times Square District 2 in the comprehensive plan. It will support the businesses that are proposed to come back as part of this proposal, but then also the other businesses that are going to redevelop within Times Square, and also that are anticipated to occur at the Bayfront Pedestrian Plaza. Your comprehensive plan establishes that these two pedestrian plazas are effectively bookends, with Old San Carlos Boulevard serving as the main street in between. And so there is anticipated to be kind of this interaction, park once, walk between these two businesses with not just residents, but also tourists. And so we feel that putting the hotel rooms here in Times Square, which is not adjacent to a residential subdivision and won't have external impacts to residential units, is appropriate given these visioning statements. The 31 rooms that are proposed, it only slightly ticks the meter on the rooms that have not been reopened since Hurricane Ian. We've all seen this chart that is published by the Visitor and Convention Bureau for Lee County. I want to note that this table is from April. I did not update it, given the May data. It does include any hotel or rooms that have been opened between Hurricane Ian and April 2nd. And it demonstrates that we're still down 50% from what we had previously on the island. Now, as I mentioned during the LPA meeting, I understand that additional rooms have been approved. It is appropriate to consider those rooms. Specifically, Myerside was approved as a CPD for 45 rooms. Neptune was approved as a CPD for 148 rooms. And the Pink Shell amended their approval to increase their room count by 40. So That's 230 approved rooms. The Arches development is under consideration and will come back to you, I believe it's June 2nd. They're proposing 263 rooms. And then the Lighthouse, which will come back June 16th, I think I heard, proposed an additional 75 rooms. So that's 338 rooms proposed. Once a decision is made, we'll know that exact number. Combined, that's a potential for 571 rooms to be replaced on the island, which is less than half of the number that remains unopened. So there is still, opportunity for additional hotel rooms to be established on the island before you meet that pre-Hurricane Ian threshold that was previously established. The other thing that we talked about during the LPA meeting was looking at the downtown core specifically. The comprehensive plan identifies the pedestrian commercial future land use and the downtown core, which have almost the same boundary, as the location where commercial should be placed. Specifically, tourism supporting commercial, which is hotels. While some of the hotels that were damaged have been replaced within the downtown core, there are many that were demolished that have not come back. There are at least 62 rooms that were destroyed that have not been built back. Some of them are subject to a special exception for commercial parking now, so there's questions as to whether or not that hotel could rebuild under the build back. And others are still evaluating what they can and can't do and are on the market for sale. So the request for the 31 rooms, again, does not realize the entire inventory of destroyed rooms on the island and also within the downtown core. The location of the 31 rooms does not conflict with residential neighborhoods like you've seen in some of the other proposals, and it supports the recovery of the tourism base for the Times Square businesses. One of the things that we heard in the LPA during public comment was testimony that we have like 3 rounds of folks that come to the island. They come in the morning, they come in the afternoon, and they'll hang out on the beach, and then they leave, and every once in a while we get that 3rd round for dinner. A hotel would boost that 3rd round because they'll be here in the morning, they'll go to the beach in the afternoon, and they'll stay at night to support the other restaurants, retailers, and event venues that occur in this area and then across the beach. And so adding hotel rooms to this district is appropriate given the demand and also the need. There's a demonstrated need to replace these units. It makes sense to do it in the most intense location in the town. Remember, 1.8 FAR by right only exists here.
Tina, is it your testimony this afternoon then that the success of the restaurant is contingent upon the 31 hotel rooms? With respect to customers?
That is not my area of expertise, so I'm not going to use the word success. I will say that the hotel rooms will support the restaurant, but the combined uses will enable the owner or whoever ends up constructing the building to offset their financial expenditure given the construction practices that are necessary related to the floodplain.
It appeared, just watching the LPA meeting, that the hotel rooms were, the premise behind the hotel rooms was to further the success of the restaurant. Not necessarily create revenue for the overall project, and that may be a side benefit, but the thrust of what they were proposing was these hotel rooms are critical to the success of the restaurant. And I just want to make sure that I understand your testimony correctly.
So what the hotel rooms do is they create that 3rd area of the tourism that is not presently existing or that may be occurring in Times Square and is faltering. And so yes, it does support the success, but I don't want to indicate that that's the only reason. Redevelopment of Times Square in general will also support the restaurant and the other businesses that are going to redevelop.
But you're not saying then that the success of the restaurant is contingent upon the approval of the hotel rooms?
That it is not my understanding that is, once constructed and open, it is not my understanding that the restaurant requires the hotel rooms. I think the combination of uses is necessary from a financial perspective to make the building work and to have that perpetual, not perpetual, that's not the right word, to have the 3rd base of patrons to make it viable. Does that Makes sense.
It's just a little bit of a different thrust than the LPA meeting, but I appreciate the clarification.
And then the other thing I would note is that the rooms would be supported by, yes, the proposed restaurant on our site, but then the other restaurants in the area, whether it's Times Square or Main Street or across Estero Boulevard with the other resorts that have been constructed. And then, there we go. For our last story, the fourth story, we have the rooftop. We talked about this a little bit earlier in the presentation. We added the Sunset Terrace through the staff negotiation process to expand the public benefits. As I mentioned, once we increased the elevator to the fourth story to provide that access, we added a fourth story. We looked at what other services would need to be necessary for the public to access that space, and we had to push the stairs up to the roof. We had to improve the roof decking structure to handle the weight of the public being on this space. And then we decided to add bathrooms and a kitchen for a service bar, because as I mentioned, if the public did not want those types of services, they have 2 public parks that are available where they can bring their own chairs, et cetera, that they can utilize. This space will provide open views of the Gulf. We have clustered the enclosed spaces of the elevator and the kitchen off towards that western boundary so that we're not reducing the view. And then the remainder of the rooftop is for shielded mechanical equipment, so the public does not have access to the entire rooftop. There were some questions about public access previously. I will state here what I stated at the LPA. Public is allowed to come up to the Sunset Terrace and not utilize the kitchen and not order drinks. We understand that in order for it to be a benefit and to meet the intent of what was asked of the applicant, the public needs to be able to access this space without being required to make a purchase, and we agree with that.
Tina?
Yes.
And this is a genuine inquiry here. So is it your testimony that if the floor underneath the rooftop, which contains a predominance of hotel rooms, was to go away, that the restaurant with the rooftop bar would not be financially viable?
That is my understanding, yes.
And it's not viable because of the 31 rooms and the customers that they would put forth, or the revenue that they would generate, or what's the testimony?
My understanding is that to offset the cost of the construction and the compliance with the federal regulations, the additional use is necessary to create a financially viable project.
So it's not the customers from the 31 rooms that
Mr.
would support your restaurant that makes it
Mr.
viable.
Collins is going to come to my rescue because I'm a planner, not an economist. You just introduce yourself.
My name is Michael Collins, and I'm the interim director of the School of Resort and Hospitality. I spent 25 years in the hotel business, mostly with Hyatt Hotels Corporation. I've spent the last 20 years in higher education, teaching hospitality business. I have a PhD in hospitality, and I'm the author of a leading textbook used across the country on college campuses on hotel operations and investment.
I think you testified
Yes.
at one point before the
I was
council.
about to say, about 2 years
after
ago, I was
Hurricane Ian.
before you.
Yeah.
And at that time, I mentioned the hospitality industry was key and critical to the rebuilding of Fort Myers Beach. And the reason why is because there's a synergistic relationship between hotel rooms and food and beverage operations. The money in the the money in the hospitality industry is actually in the hotel rooms. Think about it. You pay $500 a night for a hotel room, right?
Yeah, the only reason why I'm puzzled at your comment is because at the LPA, the argument was made that we need the 30 or the 40 rooms, we need the customers that they would generate in order to make the restaurant successful.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna explain. It's synergistic.
Well, but they didn't reference they didn't
Okay.
say the primary reason was the revenue from the hotels. They said that was the customers that potentially the hotel rooms would generate.
Right, well, here's the bottom line. I get $500 a night for a hotel room. I have a half hour of labor for a room attendant to clean that room. That's my variable cost. Plus some soap, supplies, cleaning, whatever. In the on the restaurant side, the margins are much thinner, right? Because you have a 58% what we call prime cost. the cost of the food on the plate, and the labor to prepare and serve that meal. You pay $40 for dinner. You're gonna make less margin and less money on food and beverage. You could not build, if you take the hotel rooms out of this, you can't, with a restaurant and bar operation, you can't generate enough cash flow and profit to give a return based upon the value of the land and the cost of constructing the restaurant and the bar.
So that's.
So the hotel rooms make it all viable.
I hear you, but here's where we're just sitting here, just get confused by that
Right.
philosophy, in that you've got a potential proposal behind you that's just a restaurant bar that doesn't have half the view that this particular location has, but somehow they're gonna make it from a financial viability standpoint without hotel rooms. That's what I'm just trying to understand. That seems like an odd.
Again, I don't know the economics of their specific development, okay? But when I say there's a synergistic relationship, so let me tell you.
Oh, hold on a second, I want to go back
Sure.
to that comment you just said. You said you don't understand the economics of their proposal, but you just said that you can't build this economically without having those hotel rooms. And then you mentioned land costs. Are you calculating, if, it's kind of conflicting to me.
Yeah, no,
your comment.
I understand what you're saying.
Are you?
Okay,
are you- Can I finish? Just real
Sure.
quick? Thanks.
Sorry.
Are you basing your comments on if they were to buy the property at its value today, or what they bought the property for what they purchased in the past?
That's what I don't know. That's why I said I don't know the economics of their plans.
So
I don't know
I'm trying
that-
to understand
do
how
they
we
already
should
own
take
the
your
land?
testimony as the economics of a project if you don't know the numbers.
What I'm saying,
No, if I can.
I'm just trying to understand what he's saying.
The question was, about a project that we have not reviewed. So we do not know that's, your answer.
Yeah,
his
I haven't
answer is
seen their
about
project.
Their project, how about this project? He's very well aware of this project, but I don't even know what parcel you're talking about.
I was just in the news, you see the Loyola, I know it's not germane to this argument, but it is a restaurant bar proposal that just recently came out that has that its location is not as ideal as this location, and somehow at least they believe they're gonna be economically viable without hotel rooms. I'm just trying to understand in a general sense, the philosophy as to how this can't make it without hotel rooms when others purportedly can. That's all I'm wrestling with.
it depends upon the cost of purchasing the land and the cost of constructing the building, right? So I don't know what they paid for the land and what investment level they're going to make to build their building.
So again, I'll reiterate what I said. If you don't know those numbers, how can you testify that you can't build this project without those hotel rooms?
Well, I can testify you can't build this project without this because I did a financial projection. Now, first of all, I want you to know, I haven't been paid a dime. I'm a college professor, State University.
I understand.
I provide service to the community, so I'm doing this as a public service. So he looked at this site, he told me he was looking to build this property. So what I did is I did a projection, a financial projection of how much cash flow you could generate with 31 hotel rooms and a restaurant in this location. I got market data from Fort Myers Beach and the surrounding area to put together a financial proposal. And then from that, I can generate the projected cash flow. It depends on the return you want on your investment. Hotels are real estate investments. Typically, an investor is looking for a cap rate, capitalization rate, or certain return, 8%, 10%, 12%, 15%, whatever it is, okay? That determines how much you can afford to invest based upon the cash flow that's going to be generated from the operation, okay? Based upon my analysis, and again, I don't know the exact cost of their building, but I know that you can support maybe $15 to $20 million of construction with the cash flow that this is gonna generate. So again, that's what I'm looking at.
I understand. Let me just ask you though, as an expert, this is an ideal location, you would argue, correct?
Right.
The view is probably one of the best in Southwest
Right.
Florida. And if you serve excellent food and had excellent service, what your testimony is today, you couldn't make it unless you had hotel rooms?
No, this would not make it on a restaurant operation alone in this location. You also have to consider the fact that you're seasonal. You're gonna make money, certainly Thanksgiving to Easter, we know that's the season. This, as it stands now, they're gonna have negative cash flow for July, August, September, October. They're gonna be coming out of pocket to cover the debt service on this operation for a good portion of the year. So again, I work in commercial markets like San Francisco and Chicago, a lot easier to make money because you got a year-round business. I've also worked Palm Springs, California, and Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and Hilton Head Island. Seasonal, very, very, very challenging. You need those hotel rooms to generate the cash flow to support the debt service on this facility. You're not gonna get retail and restaurant and food and beverage operations.
Can I just ask you
Sure.
a quick question? 'Cause not to be devil's advocate, because you're obviously very conversant in all this, but isn't the hotel also subject to the fluctuations of the season as well?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. But here's the difference, and here's the beautiful thing, and I commend you for doing this. With the Margaritaville, the new Freeland project that's gonna go in, the Lighthouse expansion, et cetera, you're creating an area that will be able to create demand by hosting meetings, events, festivals, et cetera, that will bring people into and onto Fort Myers Beach in the off-season. The way to make Fort Myers Beach stronger is by lengthening the season. And the challenge you have right now is you have that short season, and trust me, Margaritaville and Pink Shell and everybody else, they hold their breath through the fall. We all know August and September are the two slowest months of the year. So because they have such an investment, they're gonna spend a lot of money and effort marketing to bring people here. You know, our summer market, as you well know, comes from Miami and Orlando and Tampa, people who want to get away from the urban areas and come to the real Florida and escape the hustle and bustle of those urban areas, right? So this brings in that traffic during the off-season so that that restaurant can survive year-round.
My last question.
Sure.
In your calculations, do you factor in whether the restaurant is run well, has excellent food, excellent service? Does that factor in? Are you working under the premise that it's gonna have great food and great service?
I
Clearly,
totally
it's
work.
gonna have a great view, obviously.
Right. No, I totally work under that assumption.
Okay.
Again, I will say, well, first of all, I should mention my son is a chef, works in Palm Springs, California with Marriott Corporation. But anyway, and my wife owned a restaurant for 20 years. Restaurant business is a tough business. You
Yes.
have 58% cost right off the top for the food on the plate, the beverage in the glass, and the labor to prepare and serve the meal. It's a tough business. You need year-round business to keep your employees employed, so you can continue to develop or deliver that quality.
Thank you.
I guess I'm gonna continue to push back, because I'm having a hard time with your testimony when you're testifying to the economic viability of a project that's being proposed, yet you don't have any of the numbers to present to us. You're making let me finish.
Sure.
You're making an assumption, you don't know what the cost of the property was to purchase it, you don't know what it's gonna cost to build, you don't know what kind of food they're gonna serve, you don't understand, you don't have what the furniture is gonna cost, you don't know how many employees they're gonna have, you don't know any of that, but you're testifying that this project cannot succeed unless it's approved the way
I've
it's
spent,
proposed.
sure.
Well, can he answer? I mean, he's the one that.
No, you can't, because I think
He made the
we're
testimony.
confusing things. When he said I don't know what they paid for the property, it's the Lola project he's talking about. He has no background in the Lola project. He has every answer to your questions about this property.
Okay, so then let me
Okay.
phrase the question to you this.
Yeah.
Do you have the numbers of what he paid for the property when he purchased it?
No,
Do you know when he purchased it?
Let me
Do
explain.
you know how many employees he's gonna
Here-
have?
Yeah.
Do you know what the cost of the construction is?
I can explain, what I project is the cash flow that'll come from the operation.
So how are you making those projections without any numbers?
No, I have all the numbers, I'll show you a spreadsheet. I actually forecasted 365 days in a year,
Based
day
on,
by day.
based on this property?
What I did is I have access to CoStar data. Okay, CoStar owns STR. They provide benchmark data for the hotel industry. I projected that hotel will run just shy of 70%, about 68% occupancy on an annual basis. It will run a $337 average hotel room rate on an annual basis, much higher in the season.
Is that RevPAR or ADR?
I'm sorry?
RevPAR or ADR?
I'm talking ADR.
Okay.
So you take the ADR times the the
On a
occupancy,
hotel.
you'll get the RevPAR. Okay, so a $337 average rate, just shy of 70% occupancy, okay? That would be just shy of $3 million in room revenue. I then calculated breakfast, lunch, and dinner, how many covers it would do based upon industry averages plus the size of the restaurant. It'll do another $3 to $4 million in food and beverage revenue for a total of about $7 million a year in revenue.
Okay,
Okay, and then it will generate about 40% of that will be cash flow.
what is their return on investment? What are they looking for in comparison to the numbers you just laid out?
I
How
don't
long will
know,
it take to get
again,
that?
from what I heard, they were gonna spend about $30 million on construction. And quite frankly, I didn't allow for any cost of the land because I understand that he already owns the land.
Okay, well, again, there's a lot of unanswered questions in your testimony, in my opinion, that relate to the project that we're looking at.
Mhm.
There's a lot of hypotheticals that you've thrown out there, and I'm not challenging your,
Okay,
I'm not
if
challenging your
you'd like,
expertise, I'm just,
I am more than happy.
but I don't think it's specific to this project. So for you to testify to me
Okay.
about this project and whether or not the approval or non-approval should go forward, based on having no data for this property, is very difficult for me to follow.
Sir, I am more than happy to give you an Excel spreadsheet that has I have literally occupancy day by day, average rate day by day for 365 days. I have the number of breakfast meals served, lunch meals served, dinner meals served, etc., based upon a study of similar hotels across the country in seasonal markets. Again, 45 years in the hotel business.
Again, I'm not
I can
challenging
do
your, I'm not challenging your,
projections.
do you know if they're serving breakfast at this location?
They're gonna serve breakfast because they have hotel rooms, and about 56% of guests will eat breakfast in the restaurant.
Did they tell you that? That they're
No,
gonna
I
serve
know that
breakfast?
from knowing the industry. 56% of guests will eat breakfast in the
Again, you
restaurant.
keep referring to the industry, and I understand that your expertise is in the industry. But what is your expertise on this specific project as it relates to your testimony?
Again, statistical analysis is extremely accurate, okay? I have a PhD in quantitative psychology, quantifying human behavior. And we run all of our numbers based a couple $100 in the off-season.
No one's questioning that, Scott. I'm not questioning that. I'm questioning how does that relate into what the building costs, the food costs, the construction costs, the operating costs? How does that number relate
You
to
price
what
your
they're
menu
what they're
based upon the food cost, so you're gonna make the margin on the numbers. You run about a 30 to 32% food cost. Okay, you run about a 15% labor cost. Okay?
Thank you.
So, because I just project cash flow, and then it's up to them, it's up to the owner, is that cash flow gonna support the construction and the value I tie to the real estate?
But is that, okay, so then, just for the
So it's up
record,
to them.
under your expert testimony, you testified you don't know what the cost of construction is. You don't know what he paid for the land. So how can you project that this can't be a viable project if you don't know those numbers? You still haven't answered that for me.
The reason
not talking
why is
industry
because it
standards.
doesn't generate enough cash flow to make a return on over a $30-40 million investment. I know he mentioned to me that he was expecting to spend about $30 million to build the building. And so this will support, this would not support a $30 million investment without that $337 average rate, that 70% occupancy, and all that $3 million in hotel room revenue.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
I appreciate where the council's going with it, and the financial economics I know is important to you as stewards of the community. In this zoning, and this development agreement proposal that we have, we're going development agreement for a reason. We're providing more data, more analysis, more plans than you've ever seen. The Lighthouse Restaurant just came in here with their rezoning application, and we saw the pictures of buildings. Well, we've actually shown you the size of the rooms. We've shown you the size of everything. But the financial data having to do with it, I think we have to assume for this development agreement that the applicant has the financial wherewithal to do this project. And if it's okay with the council, I'd like Tina to finish up the specifics of it and how the development agreement works and what our commitments are to the city, to the town, from this applicant and the public benefits.
Counselor, that's fair. I just wanted you to, and I don't know if you were here at the LPA hearing or not.
I have a recollection of the conversation that was said, and I don't think that the answering of the questions was I don't think they understood what was being asked and didn't interpret it the way you're interpreting it. I understand exactly what you're saying.
That's where I got confused, because I at the LPA hearing, I was led to believe that the primary purpose of the hotel was to have some additional customers for the restaurant to make it economically viable.
Right, and I understand how you got that from the conversation. The key for us here is, and what we'd like to impart to you all is, this is a mixed-use project. This is retail, this is restaurant, and this is hotel. Heck, they could do a hotel by right here. The downtown zoning district gives them hotel by right. There's no development agreement necessary, no anything necessary. We just come in here with a different proposal.
And how many rooms would they get by right?
I don't know. But the idea that this is a mixed-use development that meets or exceeds the codes and the plan, I think that's what we're hoping to look at. And that's why I say I hope to go through this development agreement with you and see what the ownership group is proposing as assets. Because we've got to start the redevelopment of Times Square somewhere. And this sure looks like a great first step to me, but if it's a will of the council, we'd like to finish.
Come on. Tina's used to us jumping all over.
I wouldn't call that jumping. I've had worse. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember where I was in the whole rooftop conversation, so I'm gonna ask if y'all have any questions about the proposal, and if not, I'll move on to height.
I do have one question, because I didn't realize, I thought it was just gonna be a rooftop bar, but then you mentioned that there's also a kitchen, so there will be the ability to eat up there as well?
Correct.
As the whole restaurant as well?
Correct.
Okay.
So the floor up there, Tina, one is obviously to deal with the elevator situation. Is there restrooms up there and a kitchen?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the extent, there's no hotel rooms on that floor?
No. So we know height was a very big topic of conversation at the LPA. It's been a big topic of conversation throughout the submittal of the proposal. What is before you today has, as I mentioned, has been reduced by a story. So the main structure, the retail, the restaurant, the hotel rooms, is within the by right height restriction. So the 3 stories is 28 feet 8 inches above flood. The downtown zoning district permits 30 feet above flood and 3 stories. So we've met that. I would remind you that the code counts the ground floor as a story. So the main structure that we included in our initial submittal is within the by right height requirements of the downtown district. The deviation request to increase the building height is to allow the elevator, stairs, kitchen, and bathroom to occur related to that sunset terrace. So what is before you today related to that deviation is, do you agree that the improvements related to the sunset terrace are appropriate? And if so, they would necessitate an increase in the building height to 38 feet 8 inches above flood. So that's an additional 8 feet 8 inches above the by right requirement. You know, when you consider whether or not that's appropriate, I would offer to you the same thing that I offered to the LPA, which is that the downtown height scheme has been changing prior to Hurricane Ian, and it is definitely changing after Hurricane Ian with the proposals coming before you. So what we have on this slide is the land development code requirements of 30 feet and 3 stories north of Estero Boulevard in the more traditional blue, and the 40 feet 3 stories south of Estero Boulevard in kind of the aqua color. And then in the gray, we have specific commercial plan developments that are greater than 30 feet. I will note the Matanzas Inn has a 2-story limitation, and in looking at the record, I believe that's because of its adjacency to residential across the canal and then to the south on Crescent Street. But the other commercial plan developments have a height that exceeds 30 feet, and then as you know, the Arches is coming forward at a maximum of 81 feet. So the dynamic within the downtown core is changing when it comes to height, not just by the text amendments that were done to the Land Development Code, but also by these plan development approvals and specific deviations. And so I would offer that to you when you consider the Sunset Terrace and whether or not it's appropriate, that there is some changing conditions in the area that would make this consistent with those other proposals. And then the other thing I was asked at the LPA is, well, what's the frame of reference? And so I would note that the 2 plan developments closest to us range in currently approved, the Lighthouse is at 37 feet. They, as you know from your hearing today, have requested one building to be 40 feet related to the adjacency to the bridge. And then the CPD at the intersection of Estero and Crescent has an approved 38 feet and 10 inches. So our structure is consistent with that. It's if you decide to approve the Sunset Terrace today.
Tina, in your height calculations,
Mhm.
and you talk about the trends for heights in the downtown area, do you believe that your application is somewhat unique because of your unique location in terms of impacting the view coming over the bridge, or do you think that's not germane?
That's my next slide.
Okay.
So we did update the rendering, and what you see at the top is the structure where we've taken that floor out. So we've got the 4 stories being the rooftop deck. You can see the gulf over the building, and then to the I believe it's eastern side. As you look at it, it's your left side, and then the bridge perspective on the lower image is as you're at the bottom of the bridge. You can see actually the remaining buildings in Times Square in front in the pink, and Norm's remaining elevator in front of our structure there. So the redevelopment that we were talking about earlier, if that gets approved, will actually screen our portion of the building. And then you can see the Gulf of Mexico again, as you look at it, it's to your left, which is Crescent Beach Park. So do we have a unique location? I would say yes, but I would say that the architectural features of that 4th story ensure that you can still see the Gulf. As I mentioned, we have clustered the elevators and stairs and bathrooms and kitchen to have the minimal impact on the view. And then again, reducing the height of that structure, you can still see the Gulf over the top. So I think that we've maintained consistency with the comp plan as it talks about that view over the Gulf. Our maximum height with the extra story is consistent with other approvals in the area that are included in this rendering. And again, it's up to the council whether that 4th story is appropriate. Your comprehensive plan does allow for building height to be different via a deviation in policy 4C4. We've talked about this at length. First and foremost, it's important to note that different heights may be applied to redevelopment areas such as Times Square. That is this property. The Land Development Code already has a different height than as listed in the comprehensive plan of the 2 stories. It allows 3. And then should an applicant request a deviation, council is encouraged to give particular attention to permanent view corridors and then balancing the public benefits of the height limit against other benefits that result from the specific proposal. We talked about the architecture maintaining some view of the Gulf. I am not in any way suggesting that is a permanent view corridor. That is not my testimony today. But there are public benefits that are associated with the project. I will get to those in the very next slide. Because I also want to note that your comprehensive plan does support new and expanded commercial activity, particularly within the pedestrian commercial future land use, which this property is within. Specifically, the activity is supposed to contribute to the pedestrian-oriented realm, which we do by virtue of the fact that we front the pedestrian plaza. But then the improvements that we talked about related to the public pathway, the seating, providing the retail kiosks that front the plaza to create the interaction, along with the open-air patios. Any request for commercial should protect residential neighborhoods from intrusive commercial activity. This proposal does not impact any neighborhoods. There is no residential in the immediate area, unlike some of the other proposals that have come before you recently. I talked about encouraging more intense commercial within the pedestrian commercial future land use. That is the most intensive future land use district within the town. And then the Times Square district is the most intense by right commercial district as well. And then policy 4C3 suggests that shopping and services for residents and overnight guests are encouraged to be prioritized over day visitors. And then shopping and services that contribute to the pedestrian realm are preferred over primarily vehicular access. And neighborhood context is a priority, and the reduction of conflicts with residential neighborhoods. These are all from policy 4C3 that this proposal does meet. We've talked about the restaurant and the hotel rooms supporting overnight guests. We've talked about the existing vehicular entry and the parking being reduced from commercial for those day visitors to the uses proposed in this application. And then again, there is no immediate residential adjacent to the property.
Tina, I'll ask you, Mr. Madden couldn't answer the question, maybe you can. The hotel units, what could they build there? But he mentioned that they could build hotel units by right. How many could they build by right?
So in the application materials, I ran the calculations and it was 9 by right, and so the multiplier before you today is 9.7.
Okay, thank you.
And then when it comes to public benefits, there are benefits for the public, and then there are benefits related to the redevelopment of the property. So as a result of it not being vacant. I've tried to list them all on this slide. I am not going to beat a dead horse. We've talked about quite a few of them already. I will provide some additional details related to the true public benefits on the ground floor, and then other things that have been written into the development agreement in response to questions. So we have the public walkway, we've improved the ADA access, we're providing the Moby mat to get mobility limited pedestrians to the sandy beach. We have the refresh station with the foot wash and the water fountain. We have the public bathroom trailer. We have the public bicycle parking. All of these things are on the ground floor. They're all clustered in a location that shields it from the pedestrian plaza but provides access to the public. The pathway will be placed into an easement to ensure permanent accessibility. We talked about the Sunset Terrace being publicly accessible and providing those Gulf front views. I touched on the fact that we have committed to aiding the redevelopment of the pavers in the pedestrian plaza. In our coordinations with town staff, we understand that that's an important project to the town. We are happy to pay our proportionate fair share for that. At this time, it is unclear exactly the cost of that. The town had indicated that they wanted to be responsible for working through that proposal, identifying the material, etc. And so once that is done, we are happy to contribute our portion. To address that in the development agreement, we indicated that we would provide our funds prior to certificate of occupancy. So that would ensure that those come in before any of the uses can open. I talked about the pedestrian walkover being a future improvement. Unfortunately, it is dependent on other properties within the area, but it is not an expense to the town as written into the development agreement. We've increased the building setbacks to eliminate encroachments into the pedestrian plaza. We've provided ground floor retail to promote interaction with the pedestrian plaza, but then also provide an opportunity for small businesses to come back to Times Square. The valet parking exceeds the downtown requirements and takes a previously commercial use and makes it private and a supportive accessory use to the hotel and restaurant. We did write expiration thresholds into the development agreement. So we are required to secure a development order within 90 days of the execution of the development agreement. We are required to secure a building permit within 1 year of the development order. Construction is required to be complete within 2 years, And then while we can request an extension, we have to come back to this town council with a justification for that extension to be approved. So that would be within your purview as to why and how long. I understand there have been some questions about, well, how do we make sure this goes forward? I believe some financing options were thrown out. We're happy to hear from the council as to what they would like to see. Quite frankly, the feedback we got was not aligned, and so we waited until this proceeding to hear from you all as to what you wanted on that.
Tina, I got a question on the timeline. Has the applicant started at all talking to FDEP, Swift Mud, any
Yes.
of those kind of things as to what, if this were approved as proposed, what the time frame? And the reason I'm asking is because, as we all know, on a barrier island, getting approvals from outside agencies other than the town can take years. So, although I appreciate deadlines, how substantive are they when it comes to having to continually come back and ask for extensions? Benchmarks are great, but if you've got to come back for every single one and ask for an extension because the time it takes another agency to do something that wasn't factored in, what are you really gaining?
So first, with the water management district, due to the fact that we're 0.5 acres, they would not be involved. It would be a town-related review, so it would be incorporated into the development order. As far as FDEP is concerned, we've already opened conversations with them, and it's my understanding that that application process is not a hurdle, given that the 0.5 acres that are subject to the agreement have been previously developed and does not impact the sandy beach. You all have your own utility service that would be included with the development order. The development agreement identifies that any improvements related to utilities are at our costs, but that evaluation would be done with that application. And so we aren't anticipating that a request like that would be needed, but obviously, if there's some sort of hangup, we're going to come back to you and be honest with what that is and why, but we have done our own evaluation and we don't anticipate that being a problem.
Okay.
So that agreement expiration, is that as tight as a completion order, or is it just like it?
I'm not familiar with the term completion order.
Sometimes towns, I think we did that with Margaritaville, but they had to finish the project in X amount of years, or
So let me look, because it is a completion timeline as it's written, so give me just a second to pull the development agreement.
we've done completion orders in the past here.
Yeah, hang on a second.
Nancy, is that true?
I don't know if you've done them here in Fort Myers Beach.
There was one in Margaritaville.
Okay, I wasn't.
Would you guys be willing to do that on this project?
I think it's written that way, to be honest.
Okay.
Give me just a second.
But again, I'll
The-
reiterate what I
the
said before. What happens with a
sentence is-
completion? What happens if it's not completed? They tear it down? I mean, what does that mean?
That was where we were looking for feedback, because we got conflicting input as to what the town would desire on that front. So the statement was, construction activities must be completed within 2 years of building permit issuance. If it needs to be stronger than that, we're happy to consider,
Okay, that's-
but that's how it's written right now.
Okay, if that's tight enough, don't you, Nancy?
Construction must begin.
Must be
Completed.
completed within 2
Completed.
years of
See,
building
what
permit issuance.
What happens a lot of times,
Supply
is people run out of money, or, something happens,
Yeah.
and you're
Supply
looking at it, it's like, you go down to Guadalajara and you see a half-built building, so, that's kind of what the idea behind that is that they're committing to getting this project done.
Okay, so you would be looking for language to
Well,
really tighten it up.
No, I'm asking, is that language tight enough?
That is the intent of the language.
Okay.
The intent of the language of the applicant is that it be completed, construction activity completed 2 years from building permit issuance.
Okay.
And what is the intent if it isn't?
They have to
I
come
think
back.
I think.
That's my point.
Yeah, it's either that or the extreme where it comes down, but, nobody's intending that it come down. He's as committed to, redeveloping this place as you guys are, so.
Okay.
And it's aggressive timing, because I think we just heard the Lighthouse is at 3 years, and you asked them to maybe shorten it to 2 years.
Mhm.
Here's somebody stepping up and saying 2 years. So, That was one of the incentives to help jumpstart.
I'm sorry I sidetracked you.
Oh, that's fine, I was done, so I'm happy to take questions, I'm happy to sit down and we can let the public speak, it's up to your
I just have one question. I don't know if you know the answer, but I think made the comment that the project is looking at 30 million to rebuild. What would it be if you did it, and I'm just asking the question, if you did it without any hotels that cut a level off and you had basically restaurant and rooftop?
I don't think we know that. No one's coming to my rescue, I don't think we know that. I definitely don't know that.
Well, I think it's been made very clear that we don't have any numbers for anything, so it's kind of hard for you to stand up there and field these questions when you don't have any numbers to be able to go back on. And it's a difficult thing. That's, you know, this isn't a CPD. This isn't something that they've already drawn out and they have true hard construction costs. So I don't know that, I mean, unless you want one of your team to try to answer her question, I don't know how you're going to.
I think we stand by the we don't know.
Okay.
John, you have any questions for Tina?
Nothing currently.
Vice Mayor?
I'm good for right now.
Thank you.
Well, I have a question. These timelines are very aggressive, I think, as Mr. Madden had said. How many projects like this has the applicant done in the past to be able to commit to such a tight time frame? I'm just looking for past experiences to be able to commit to something that we've all agreed is very aggressive.
I don't have that information. I will tell you that the applicant has a civil engineer, an architect, and a structural engineer already working towards the end game. As it relates to submitting a development order and a building permit, that's all I can share with you.
Okay, thanks, Tina. Mr. Utley, can you come up for a second? I want to ask you a question. Because it was asked, I was here for the LP, I sat through the whole thing.
Yes, sir.
It was asked, I think it was by Mr. Dunlap, as far as, you know, with the development agreement, I believe the way he asked, and I don't want to speak for him, I don't know it word for word, but basically he asked, is it staff, this really doesn't give a recommendation for approval or denial, and I believe he asked it in a way that, is it fair to say that the staff has taken this negotiation as far as they can to this point, and therefore that's why it's now in front of the town council?
My understanding, obviously you know I'm new, but my understanding is that the development agreement was being pursued as opposed to the CPD because of the geographic location in the downtown area. And there are those 5 deviations that are being requested that staff had negotiated with the applicant, and staff was leaving this up to the council to decide the level of public benefit that would be derived from the proposal. Staff does recognize that this is a redevelopment parcel. It's 2 small parcels. There are inherent challenges with redevelopment of parcels. Staff recognizes that the downtown area needs redevelopment, needs to be kick-started, and we need to have this rebuilding occur for the economic viability of the tax base, the promotion of tourism. But some of these questions, I don't think that the technical staff can answer. It's more the vision of the community that the council has to decide, is this the appropriate placement for the proposed use?
But basically what I'm asking is what he asked. So this is not necessarily a recommendation of approval or denial. This is just that this is where the negotiations are at this point.
Yes, and this is just the first reading. So if there are discussions, that was what, my understanding is, that's the applicant was proposing with the LPA that they were open to continued discussions. They did make provisions to the proposed plan, bringing that back to you guys for the first reading. And then if there are additional, I don't want to speak for you, Tina, or for the applicant, but my understanding is if there are additional provisions, additional modifications that need to be incorporated into the development agreement, that they are open to that.
Thank you. Any other?
Could I just,
Go ahead.
Jason, just, I just wanna make sure I understood you correctly. Are you saying that because it's in the downtown districts, a development agreement is preferable over a CPD? Did I hear you say that?
I think the downtown district promotes the most intense development, the highest density for the town, and I think that there is some optionality that the applicant can take advantage of through a development agreement that they might not be able to with the CPD. That is the thought process?
Can you give a couple examples, Jason? Just
I'd prefer that, I mean, they're the ones submitting, if you don't mind, I'd prefer that they address that as to why they chose to. The staff, we just evaluate the applications that come in. But as far as the determination as to what vehicle that the applicant chooses to try to obtain their entitlements, that's really that's their decision.
No, I appreciate that. You had said just sort of rhetorically that the development agreement gives them optionality that a CPD wouldn't in the downtown district. I'm just curious in general, as we're all trying to better understand the pros and cons of a development agreement. In your opinion, what would the benefit of a development agreement over a CPD in a downtown district be? Just, you're saying more flexibility, optionality, is that what you're saying? I don't wanna put words in your mouth.
Well, I just think for this area where you've got the, if you wanna come up and help me, so you've been here for longer than I have, but I just think because of the.
Welcome aboard, Jason.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I'm getting the life raft here. But I think with this being sort of the CBD or central business district or the area of greatest intensity, the highest order of magnitude of type of development, from my understanding, in the comp plan and the land development codes, if you're going to build something of the highest order intensity, this is the area where it's going to occur, in the town. And so as far as the specifics, maybe Judith can help me on that.
So just, when the application first came in, we did have some just to give you a little bit of insight, we did have some discussions, with the applicant about whether the development agreement was the right vehicle or whether a CPD might, be better. They could have gone either route. They preferred the development agreement. It does have a little bit, more, flexibility is not the right word, but in discussing like the timeline, for example, that's something that typically wouldn't be in a CPD that's a straight rezoning. Because you're negotiating specifically for the project with the owner, they can provide you with more detail than you would have in a rezoning. So the timeline, which the applicant was pretty insistent upon from the beginning about having a tight timeline there. The proffering of the cost of the pavers in front of it, that's something that we could, discuss and negotiate as part of a development agreement that staff wouldn't necessarily negotiate in a CPD that's just a straight rezoning. So they're a little bit different. To the first part of your question about the negotiation, I hesitate for what we're doing at the planning level is not really necessarily a negotiation. What we do with any applicant is discuss what the possibilities are. We make suggestions, recommendations based on what else we've seen. And that was part of the process. Certainly there were a series of meetings with the applicant with Sarah, the town attorney, myself. And then once we had a framework, then with the community development director as well. So that's how we got to this point.
But again, my question was, I thought, very simple. It's just, this is not a recommendation of denial
Correct.
or approval from the staff.
Correct, because
That's all I wanted.
that's what the resolution doesn't call for us to make a recommendation.
Right. That's all I wanted to do.
There is a recommendation, however, at the time, prior to the adoption, that's given by town manager on the
Right,
proposal,
right.
yeah.
Okay. Well, I just was reiterating the question that was asked at the LPA level,
Okay.
just to make sure it was on this record as well. All right, any other questions for these guys before we go to public comment?
I've got some questions for staff, yeah.
Okay. Which staff member?
whoever wants to. The emails I've got against this all are anti a hotel in Times Square. What does the comp plan or the LDC say about hotel rooms in Times Square?
My understanding is that they are allowable in Times Square. Hotel rooms are permissible.
Yeah, so the comp plan calls for a variety of commercial uses in the area, including hotels. It's a permissible use.
I don't know if that's on.
It is.
Is it?
I can hear.
Just not close enough.
Okay.
Yeah, a hotel is a permissible use in the, I mean, when we're talking about the comp plan, we're talking about the future land use, which is the pedestrian commercial. So it calls for a variety of commercial uses, including hotel motel.
Okay, thank you. I heard in the presentation that staff had asked for the Sunset Terrace, I guess I'll call it, to be open to the public. Is that correct, or?
Yes.
Yeah, so we initially, I mean, the first iteration just that they showed us didn't have anything on the rooftop. And we kind of felt that that was a missed opportunity right there on the beach, not to have that kind of public-private space to be able to use the rooftop. Sorry to interrupt, but I did want to clarify when we're talking about height, we were talking about what would be allowed height by right versus what they're proposing. You can have open air roof deck. It's the part that's covered that then becomes part of that height. So you could have it wouldn't be practical, but you could have an open deck with, if they had no kitchen and no bathroom, just an open deck, and that wouldn't necessarily count towards the height. You're allowed to have like an elevator overrun that's maximum 250 square feet. So the code does allow within that 30-foot height some additional rooftop things, but because they're adding that the kitchen and the bathroom to really make it functional as a restaurant, then they have to include it in the height. But just a rooftop with no roof and no walls, providing access alone does not necessarily take them over the height limit. It's the roofed enclosed space that we're counting.
Thank you. That's it for me for right now.
Do you have any questions while Jason's up there? Scott?
I'm good.
Okay, thanks, sir. All right, I will now open up to public comment. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on this matter? If so, please come forward to the podium and identify yourself, provide your address, and whether you were sworn in. Come on up.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Erica Jacques. I live on this island. My address is 7920 Buccaneer Drive, Fort Myers Beach, 33931.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Have you been sworn in?
And,
Have you been sworn in?
the LPA, yes, not here.
No, okay, we're gonna have you get sworn in real quick.
All right, if you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay.
Get real close to the mic so everybody can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I just want to say, first of all, that I'm a very lay person, so I don't have numbers. But anything else that I can provide you is my own personal observation. I work at the Times Square area, and I do have contact with a lot of visitors. As a matter of fact, most of my contacts are the visitors of Fort Myers Beach. So my testimonial is based on my own personal experience about what they say when they come to visit Fort Myers Beach, especially the Times Square area. And I can say that there are different type of people that visiting us, but there is kind of like a group of people that never been here before. They don't even know that there was a hurricane. So when they come and they ask us or whoever is available to answer their questions, that what's going on, where is nothing is here, what is all these mess, what is the sand, but it's like they just don't even have a concept of there is something was destroyed. They just want to have something there. So they come, they look, they spend some time, they maybe go to the beach, come back, and then they leave because they just don't know what else to do here. Like it's a big void for them to see the way it looks, the Times Square. The other group of people that I can identify is people who've been coming here. They don't live here. They're visitors, but they are coming year after year after year, like 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. They bring their kids. like they have memories and they have attachment for this area, and then when they come and look Times Square, they just like, it's not even disappointment, they're just like so sad, like they have this big void that is like, it's, they know there was a hurricane, they've been here right after that, and then they still say that there is like still like that, and they want to come here, and then when I ask them like, okay, so where you stayed before, and they tell me the places around Times Square that there were other establishments that they are no longer there. They also coming from Cape Coral or in the downtown area for Fort Myers, and then they just commute, come back and forth. So there's other group of people that they just devastated, I would say, and then there's another group that people actually who lived here before, or they're just emotionally very, they don't want anything to change. They just want it as it was before, and that's just never gonna happen. So in my personal opinion, maybe if there is a development, they can maybe start to like something more again, or grow into something new and accept that it's gonna be nice and we'll have new memories. But I just believe that we should rebuild and allow people to come and stay and spend time and enjoy, and maybe something spectacular, that like they come to see the pier, which is not here anymore, but maybe some more buildings that are pretty, or I don't know. I'm just thinking that we should have something nice and public use for everybody, because it's just so sad without. Sorry, it was too long.
No, you're fine. Okay, thank you. Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon.
You need sworn in too? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay.
Hello, my name is Natalie Stickland.
You can pull the mic down a little bit, Natalie. There you go.
Hello everybody, my name is Natalie Stickland. I'm a glass artist and owner of 3 Escargot, currently operating at 1028 Estero Boulevard. I've been in Times Square for over 20 years. Come before you today in support of this project, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Times Square is a very special place to me and to many people as well. Over the years, I've seen many beautiful sunrises and sunsets. I've met many wonderful people. I have many return customers who bring their children along, and I've seen them grow up year after year. Less so now. The Gulf side is barren and desolate. The pier is gone. There's not much reason to come there these days, aside from music from Aola and a handful of other vendors such as myself. This project, I believe, will breathe new life into the square, where it is very much needed. Another step towards making it a vibrant and thriving place once more. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Barry?
Hi, Barry Frank, resident, and,
You can lift that up there.
okay, and
You can't take
not,
it.
not real good with the microphone. However, I am an expert at anything my wife wants. So, I get sworn in for that, for sure. Anyway, I really think that, if, we're gonna vote today, it's really, an important vote for progress and redevelopment here. Nothing's happened for 3 years. I've been out there with Erica, who spoke earlier, for the last 2.5 years, talking to people, and it's time to get something going. There has to be some kind of compromise. I'm fairly disappointed in, and maybe don't understand completely, because I was a developer for 40 years, not around here, but in other states and other parts of the country. We need to try to negotiate or talk about what's necessary. And I don't understand that we would want a developer of any kind or any size to downgrade what they're doing when they're trying to enhance or improve what's going on. There has to be a profit made, but everybody is criticizing this particular developer for being greedy when he's willing to spend $30 million to help the island and get it going. He's willing to do it as fast as he can. I just don't understand why there just seems to be so much resistance. And this isn't what I planned to say, but that's it. I can say this, that as a developer, a former developer, I only wish this project was mine. I really like it. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Tom?
Tom Torgerson, Ian, a business neighbor to Terry's project in this immediate downtown area. I oppose the development as it's currently presented, as it's been an amendment post LPA, and really for a basic but yet critical reason, and that is height and stories. You know, I fully support in this district the people's rights to develop and develop to the height and stories that they're allowed. And you're seeing it, you're seeing people come out in recent times after they've been able to get their lives in order and their business in order and their plans in order. And they're coming out, and in this district, they're coming out, and they're proposing projects, restaurant-only projects, that are within the rights that they have to develop down there. And I mean, you look at it, you know, you got Killian's, you got the Whale, you got the Cottage, you got Salty Crab, you got La Ola. You know, they're just coming out at you in droves right now, and every single one of them is doing it within their height and stories that they're allowed. We, you know, with our project, we transferred our density and height off of the seaward side of Estero Blvd, just for the reason of keeping the Gulf views and keeping the interaction with the view corridor at pedestrian grade, halfway down the bridge, when you arrive down at the base of the bridge onto the island. And we gave up tremendous lands on Crescent Street, Fifth Street, Estero Blvd, and you know, several areas. You know, we donated lands to the jurisdictions to provide public benefit. Now, this project comes forth, and they're asking for something that nobody else in the district is asking for in their redevelopment, and they're offering up public benefits that are really, in my opinion, insignificant, kind of disingenuous to the process to even suggest some of these things that, you know, a Moby mat or a bike rack or a pedestrian access that serves customers, that serves their customers as public benefit. Then in exchange to grant to go higher than everybody else in this particular area. And so that is really why I oppose it, to, you know, allow this development higher and more stories than they're right, with minimal or almost no public benefits. Some of the benefits I think could be described as public detriments. I just think is the wrong precedence to set. And it does set a precedence when your public benefits are insignificant, but you give somebody something more in addition to what their right is. It does set a public or a precedence that is easy to be replicated. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Anyone else? Come on up.
Okay.
She's getting the hang of it. You're good.
That's right. I can almost recite it by heart now. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right.
And many of you have seen me here at all
Pull
sorts
that
of.
mic down for us just a
Oh,
little bit and
sorry.
identify yourself
For the short
record.
people, okay.
And give your name.
I'm Kathleen Borkman, South End. Many of you have seen me at many of these meetings around town, LPA. I sit in the back and I stay quiet, and I listen. But I just felt compelled to say something because I think this is probably the most important decision that is coming before all of the boards at this particular time. I've been here for about, 15 years or so, and what brought me here is the same thing that brought all of you here, the view coming over the Matanzas Bridge. And right now, the view of hope for us is Norm's Tower, that is just a beacon in the redevelopment of Times Square. I certainly don't feel we can ever go back to what we had before Ian came. We need development. We particularly need to develop Times Square. I remember it. I remember the Sunset Tropical Grill, which was a wonderful restaurant. We've all been there too. Great food, great happy hour, great views, great music. And for the life of me, I don't understand why it needs to be built higher and include the hotels that it never had before. As everybody has said, and I could not agree with Tom Torgerson more than what he said, we're coming back. The restaurants are coming back, the hotels are coming back, and people are trying very hard to rebuild what they had before all of this happened to all of us. So I think what I would do is just politely request that the restaurant portion of it is fine. It was there before, it did well. But I really hate to see everything on the island that we all love become so high and so much bigger when it maybe doesn't need to. We do need restaurants for sure. People need to eat. I'm from the South End. I know that better than anybody, that we need places to eat there. You can't eat past Publix unless you want to go to 7-Eleven and get a hot dog. I mean, that's it. So I just felt compelled for the first time to put in my 2 cents worth. I feel for the people who come to Times Square. I know what they're saying. But I do know there's a lot of people that are not here today that are listening online, and they're not looking for a huge hotel. So looking for redevelopment, but to keep it within reasonable. So like Tom said, I respectfully ask, consider the restaurant. We certainly need those fun places in Times Square. We need to have something there other than a lot of the rubble that is still remaining. But if you could just kind of put the old, kibosh to the hotel piece, I just don't think it's the right place. We've never had hotels in Times Square before. I really personally don't think we need them now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming up to speak. Anyone else like to speak in public comment? Okay, I will now close public comment. Are there any additional comments, rebuttal, or closing statements from the applicant? Tina?
Just a point of clarification. I agree with Judith's statements about the exception in the land development code and the 250 square feet. For the record, our elevator and stairwells are larger than the 250 square feet, and will be by the design characteristics, and so that's what's necessitating that additional height and additional story. So just for clarification on the record.
Tina, have you been able to get the answer to that FAR question that I asked earlier?
Tyler's got it.
All right, Tyler, come on up. Someone. You didn't get to become an expert witness by being silent.
I would be happy to come up here and answer any of your questions that you have. Currently, we're proposing an FAR of 1.785. If we were to add in the ground level parking, which totals 11,317 square feet, that would increase our FAR to 2.26.
What about the rooftop? Does that get included in FAR because it's got the structure, the kitchen, and all that?
The covered area on the rooftop is included in that FAR calculation.
It is,
yes.
okay.
Yes.
So you go to, what was it, a 2 point what?
2.26.
If you had the parking.
If you had the parking.
If you had the parking, correct.
Thank you for getting that answer.
Not a problem.
While you're up,
Yes, sir.
the covered areas, the bathroom, the elevator, and the kitchen on the top floor, the rooftop, what percentage of that is the bathroom, what percentage of that is the elevator, and what percentage of that is the kitchen?
Well, that is a very specific question that you have.
I mean ballpark.
Okay. The stairs are about 200 square feet each. We have 2 stairs, so that is 400 square feet. We have 2 elevators, say they are each 75 square feet for simple math, so that's 150. So we're at 550 square feet. We have obviously a landing and elevator vestibule outside of there, so that's maybe another 200 square feet. So I'd say it's maybe half of the total area, ballpark.
And the kitchen's on the roof, proposed to be on the roof, just so you could have additional hotel rooms underneath? Or is
The-
there some sort of a logistical benefit of having it on the roof?
I would be happy to answer that. So if we're gonna put a bunch of public up on the roof, we obviously have to have them supervised. I think it would be reckless to put 200 people just up on a roof without any ownership supervising them. So we obviously have to have someone up there. It makes sense to have someone up there serving drinks. I think the term kitchen, they are gonna be preparing food, but I think it'd be more of a light bar and without getting into the menu.
No, so use the term kitchen. I assume that's where your whole restaurant kitchen operation is. Is that gonna be below?
That's gonna be at the restaurant. We're gonna have a small prep area up on the roof, but it's not gonna be a full-blown
That was
kitchen.
not clear, so thank you for that clarification.
Not a
Yeah,
problem.
Okay.
Anybody else have a question? No?
Well, I don't know if this is the time to bring it up, but I'll go for it and then tell me to be quiet if it's not. So the timeline was one of the things that I was interested in knowing, and Tina outlined that very well. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of permitting that has to go on. The wave mitigation walls, we kind of glossed over that. I know that I talked one-on-one with Mr. Prasad about them. He committed to whatever that would entail, that he would be involved with it and pay for the front of his building, but I haven't heard anything about it in the presentation or where we go with this, because I think that is crucial to Times Square. Not just with that property, but all the way across and anywhere we can get it.
And we will agree to those improvements, and we can include that in the text of the development agreement in between first and second reading, if that's one of your recommendations.
I would like to see that. I don't know
Okay.
about the rest of my counselors, but that's really critical for me.
Okay.
I also, and this is a way off the topic, I guess, but I had a conversation, actually it was the grand opening of SOBs with Waste Management. And they were talking about just all the renditions that they have gone through with Times Square and trash removal and what that looks like and how it's so critical, but it's also so complicated. And so I think when we get the final plans of this, there should be an architectural review to the council that really shows exactly what this building is going to be. We hold them to that. That includes any kind of trash removal, anything that comes as services outside, delivery, pickup services, anything like that needs to be included.
Okay. So we do have a dedicated trash area in this project. I'm actually also involved in, we'll say, the other project that's across Times Square. They have a large problem with their trash, and it is a major problem on the island. We have made a dedicated area on the ground level for trash. Obviously, because it's below flood, it's difficult to enclose that area, but that is something that we have taken into consideration and provided a dedicated area for that.
But again, if we got the wave mitigation walls going that could literally take this from a V zone to an A zone, that would help the entire area with those kind of structures and all the way through, and with the NFIP.
I think the owner would be super excited to have this and not a velocity zone, and be able to have enclosed retail at the ground level. I think everyone's on board with that.
Yeah, and I mean, I would look at those as more substantial, public benefits than just covered walkways and that type of thing. I mean, this affects everybody in that downtown area, as well as residential that's behind it, so. So if this goes forward, I would like to see all that in our next reading.
Anyone have any other questions for staff or the applicant? All right, I'll now close public hearing and request a discussion or a motion from the town council to approve with conditions, deny with reasons, or a continuance to a time certain. I guess I'll start. Terry, I wanna really commend you for listening to what the LPA had to say and going back to the drawing board and making some concessions and making some changes. It shows that you were listening. That being said, there's some issues that I still have with this proposal. As it's been testified, it's a half-acre lot. I'm all for development. I'm all for developing Times Square, but I think there's a fine line between development and overdevelopment. In being a half-acre lot, trying to squeeze a 2.2 FAR, which is the highest to date request if you don't include deviation, including the hotel rooms. You talk about the mitigation wall. To me, there's just a lot of unanswered questions. If there was a mitigation wall in front of that, would your property then go to an A zone versus a VE zone? And if so, would it then be able to be dry flood proof and the extra story wouldn't be necessary and wouldn't be having this? You could have your kitchen and things at the grade level. Questions that we don't have answers to. My wish is that you would have taken this back to the LPA to vet out some of these things before it came here. But the way it's proposed, 9 dwelling units you're allowed to do. I'm not a huge fan of hotel rooms in Times Square. I don't think that's what the vision was. However, if that's your property right, that's your property right. But to ask for over a 300% increase in that density gives me great pause when you consider the public benefits that you're proposing to do that. It's very, and I agree with Tina about the use. If there is going to be a higher intensity density use, that is the area. But this is overdoing it by 300%. That's a huge increase in density, in my opinion, to go from 9 to 31. You asked us to consider the economic viability, but you're not willing to provide us any numbers to do that, even though we're not required to do that. If that's going to be an argument, I would like to see the numbers to back up the claims that this is not a viable project without having this. I certainly understand the cost. I know how expensive it is. I cringe when I hear people say, we've got to get Times Square moving. Well, we haven't done anything to stop Times Square from being developed. It's the asks that are being proposed to us in this development and other ones that are delaying the process, in my opinion. When you're asking for the maximum for something, you should have to give up a substantial amount in public benefit. I don't see that balance. I'm all open for discussion, but as this, excuse me, as this is proposed today, there's way too many unanswered questions for me to be able to support your ask based on what is being offered as a public benefit. So with that, I'll listen to anyone else's discussion would like to discuss. Vice Mayor, you're leaning in like you want to say something.
No, I just, this is odd, but I think 4 of the 5 members up here were served on the LPA, and I served on the LPA for a number of years, and I just feel like from a process standpoint, the LPA was circumvented, the LPA process was circumvented. I watched the entire LPA hearing. They offered a litany of suggestions, and I thought graciously they offered the applicant the opportunity to come back to the LPA and incorporate some of those suggestions, and that request was not honored. And you all came back with a project with what I would argue substantive changes. But those changes are substantive. So it would be my preference to remand this back to the LPA and go through the proper process, because I believe it's in essence a different project, particularly with some of the suggestions that my colleagues have proffered. And my preference would be to remand this back to the LPA, go through the proper process again, and continue these discussions, and see if we can find a compromise.
John?
I asked Terry to go back when I met with him to the LPA as well, because I think that's where it needed to be, and so that's where my head is right now.
Karen, Councilor Woodson?
Okay, I yes, I believe we have to get Times Square going. Having said that, you're right, no one's really come forward with this until right now. But the things that I brought up, and I had brought them up in a meeting, they weren't even brought up here. So that concerns me. I forgot to say this before, but I would like to see what it would be without the hotel rooms, so that we would have a choice in economic development and that type of thing. I mean, every email that I have gotten on this is all about Times Square being sacred ground. This is sacred ground. This is our place that we are known for. And the view corridor is one thing, and change is another thing, but it's always been restaurant, bars, entertainment, retail. We still have no retail on this island. I mean, it's the prime place for retail. We do have hotel rooms coming back, right? They're not all gonna come back, but we have other places that are bringing more hotel rooms back. The more I think about it, I think the right way to do it, quite honestly, is to go back to LPA, get some of these details put into place, and then come back to the council, because I think then it is gonna be a much more clear picture. I think would be much more agreement in everything instead of all the open questions that we still have.
Counselor Stafford?
I believe the first thing I told Terry as well is, you know, having been on the LPA for quite a number of years, it was my first ask to ask him to go back to the LPA. I think he's getting closer. You know, the height, we just approved Lighthouse, and it's across the street, and that height isn't much different, and their equivalency factor is about the same. So I can see where he's getting really close to what we're looking for. But my question to you, my friend, is if we deny this, because it's a DA, we have to do it without prejudice, so we can go right back to the LPA.
We would like to help you with that, because doing this for 35 years, I could count to 3 right away.
Hold on a second.
We would like to volunteer to go back to LPA, so you don't even have to have that question.
Okay.
We would like to, as the applicant, we would like to ask you to remand it to the LPA, not necessarily for the June 10th hearing.
Okay, well,
I just wanted to help the
appreciate that.
conversation.
I'm gonna,
Okay.
No, I would agree. I guess, Joe, don't leave yet. I'm kind of toying with, do you want, one option you have would be to continue this item until it goes back to the LPA and then bring it back. My only hesitation with saying that is the fact that something may change, and then I'm not sure if our title to the ordinance is also going to be affected. Perhaps you withdraw it and you go back to the LPA and we just kind of start over. There's different ways to accomplish this. We want to make sure that whatever we do, we've dotted our I's and crossed our T's so that everyone's due process rights, the rights of the community have been respected.
well, I'll tell you what, I understand what you're saying, and the option was given to the applicant to do that already. They chose not to take it. And now we've just spent hours going over this, and now all of a sudden we wanna go back to the LPA. So where I feel comfortable is making a motion to deny this request without prejudice?
Yes, to allow them to redo
Based-
and go back.
Based on,
I'm gonna double check.
based on the evidence heard here today, the testimony from the experts, as well as our town staff, and the recommendation from the LPA, is the reason for my request for denial.
Without
or
prejudice.
Without prejudice.
But he's just offered to go back to the LPA.
He still has that option through this motion.
I'll second the motion.
It's not taking away an option they don't have.
Okay.
It's just,
But I just have a question. Isn't a denial much more negative than just offering to go back to the LPA, or?
I apologize, because I misunderstood the order of how you were doing things. Tina addressed something substantively. I thought I still had time to rebut, and I realized I missed it. I missed when everything was closed off. But I think we have a really big fundamental problem here. We did a bad job by not including the wave wall. Terry told us before the meeting today, make sure we get the wave wall in the testimony, because I've spoken to everybody about it. So he's totally on board with it. The height. Thank you very much for bringing up how the height came along. The height on this thing, we provided a building with a restaurant and hotel units and retail, a mixed-use building. And this wonderful staff, the first time in 35 years I've had this happen, this wonderful staff said, "Hey guys, aren't you missing an opportunity about putting a bar up on the top? Why don't you consider put a bar up on the top?" So we moved everything up. Now we need the height deviation. Our height's still lower than the Lighthouse.
With all due respect, Mr. Mandan, there hasn't been a lot of discussion up here at the council in regards to height. It's about a lot of the facts that were left out, like Councilmember Woodson specifically requested some information on the wave wall. So my motion in denying it, by having that discussion at the LPA, will be different than the application that was presented to us here today. So to your point, Councilor Safford, it's giving them the same option. I'm assuming that they're going to want to include this discussion when they go back to the LPA based on the recommendations from council. So the project that they are bringing back could look similar to what it is, but with a few added things that would make it a different project, and they still can go back.
Yes.
So that's the reason I made the motion the way I did.
We then, in that case, sir, we would like to withdraw the application rather than get a denial. We'll withdraw the application today. Thank you. I'm sorry for all the time we took, but we're going to withdraw the application and go back to the drawing board.
Okay, so then I have to withdraw my motion, I assume, or do, how does, we've already got a motion. We've got, the public hearing was closed.
Just
The
withdraw.
motion is just withdraw.
Yeah,
I'm
think
fine with
just
that. I just want to
withdraw
make
it.
sure legally that we can.
Yes,
Okay.
my concern would be bringing closure to this particular proceeding. No vote was necessary from the council because of the fact that the
Okay.
applicant has withdrawn the
Okay.
application.
Fair enough, okay. So then I don't need to withdraw a motion, or do I?
You don't have to have a motion right now.
Okay.
You can withdraw your motion, but the hearing's over and, no further action is needed on the part of, town council.
Okay. I'll take your lead on that.
Okay.
All right, that brings us to our administrative agenda. The first item is a resolution of the Town of Fort Myers Beach approving a third amendment to an agreement between the Town of Fort Myers Beach and Angie Brewer and Associates LC to extend the term of the consultant agreement for funding management services for SRF and other grants or loans available to the town to December 6, 2025, approving supplemental task authorization number 6 for the uninterrupted, I can't even read anymore. The uninterrupted continuation of these services, authorizing the mayor to sign an amendment and supplemental task authorization and the town manager to expend budgeted funds, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. Mr.
Thank you, Mayor.
Town Managers?
Go ahead, Andy.
Through the town manager, Linda's gonna speak to this.
Good afternoon, council.
Hi, Linda.
Hi, Mayor.
See, Linda, do you
And
want to introduce yourself to the public? I think this
Yeah,
is your first opportunity, and give a little bit about
yeah.
your background. I know we have had a very short meeting today, but.
Yeah. Linda Beck, Acting Finance Director. And since Joe's left, I've been put into this position to oversee the finance department.
Where do you come from, Linda?
I come from Illinois, and I moved down here almost 3 years ago. And I worked at the county level in a small county. I should say it was a large county mass-wise as far as land. And it was a small county of about 50,000 people. And I was there for almost a little over 16 years. And I was in the treasurer's office as chief deputy treasurer for 12 years. And then my boss decided to retire, so I ran for county treasurer. So I was there for 4 years.
You served one full elected
Yes,
term as county
yes,
treasurer?
I was appointed, and then I ran for the 4 years.
Very good.
So I stayed in that position, but due to personal reasons, had a home down here already, and decided to kind of pursue retirement eventually. But knew I wanted to come back down here to work.
It
so-
never works,
I
retirement.
know, it doesn't work.
We've heard you
It
can't
doesn't
retire
work.
on this
You know,
island.
and of course, I come down in July of 2022, and guess what? Ian hits. So you have all that going on, and with all that, but I started with the town 2 weeks before Ian, and it's been a lot for me to digest. And of course, family, I don't have really any family down here. I have a son in Colorado, and he's up in Fort Collins area. My daughter's in Central Illinois. She's married to a farmer, and she has my 2 grandchildren. And but I try to see family. Of course, family loves to come down here, so they get away from the cold and want to come down here. So I spend a lot of time with them. But I've enjoyed the time here at the town. It's been a challenge, and believe me, I love a challenge, but it's been a lot. It's been a lot, so.
Linda does a lot of work with FMIT. I know I've had to work with her on a couple issues, and I've always enjoyed it.
Yes, I've always enjoyed working with Nancy.
I also know Linda's friend Lisa at NCH, who's doing my cardiac rehab.
Yes. She is a wonderful lady, wonderful lady. We've kind of met through our music. So,
Nice.
yes.
And unfortunately, Linda's last day is this Friday.
Yes,
No,
I was
it's-
made aware this morning.
It's just been a lot for me to drive all the way down here. I've had 3 accidents.
Oh, no.
Driving back and through, none of them my fault.
Of course.
So it's just been a challenge. It's been a challenge.
Looks
But,
like I once
you know,
caught a fish this big.
And it's just been a lot for me, and I've been looking forward to just more or less an ease into retirement and just getting a little bit slower. But
So what can you tell us about the Angie Brewer?
oh, Angie Brewer. Okay. Why we're here is we want to get this authorized to continue their grant administration through the Tier 1 related funding sources. They provide the grant management administration services to the town, specifically related to the stormwater and water infrastructure projects. And that involves several grants as well as the state revolving fund. And so we need to continue their contract expires on June 8th of this year. And the town has been utilizing them as a piggyback agreement with Collier County as the basis for their agreement. What they anticipate is providing an additional $225,511 of services for the town as indicated in the STA number 6. The reason for this is the Tier 1 project has accelerated so that the amount of time required to administer the grants and SRF loans. They are anticipating investing more time bringing the new finance director up to speed with the grant and SRF loan funding of the stormwater and water projects, which is Tier 1. There's additional work associated with securing additional SRF funding needed for the project. And also there is additional grant through the Resilient Florida Grant Program that has administrative requirements on, they will also be providing data for the utility rate study that needs to get in progress, so.
John, you have any questions for Linda?
Well, one serious and one not so serious. The funding is from the stormwater and water fund grants, I'm seeing?
Yes.
Okay. And then I see Joe Onzek's name on here with created, initiated on 5/13, which I think is kind of impossible when he left in April.
He put it together before,
Okay.
so we tried to get it on at the last council, but it was too late, so,
Correct, and the
Correct.
system hadn't been updated since.
yeah, so,
I just remembered his name.
yeah.
You, I
You
don't,
don't remember us.
you don't, I don't know about.
How important he was.
Anything else, John?
No, thank you.
Vice Mayor? No. Council Woodson?
No, I mean, I barely got to know you and now you're leaving, so. Sorry.
Well, congratulations, and Good luck.
Yeah, best wishes.
Counselor Safford?
We're gonna have an audit committee meeting next month?
I won't be here, but.
Sure, they can have one.
They can have one, you can have one.
Again, I want to say, Will, welcome aboard. All right, any other
This
questions?
this is the fire hose analogy?
John, would you like to make a motion? Or would you?
I would love to make a motion, Mayor. Move to resolution 25-149.
Got a motion by Counselor King,
I'll second.
seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adamo?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, granting amended easement to expand the area of an existing easement granted to Lee County for the placement and operation of a county-owned sewer mains, pipes, and facilities, and providing for an effective date.
I can handle.
Okay, Nancy?
Okay, this one came to us through our utilities director, in communication with Lee County. Lee County is doing an audit of its, utility infrastructure, its pipes and sewer mains. And what they found was the existing easement area that, the town had given them, their pipes were actually outside of it. So what this does is it just expands the area to actually encompass the area where their pipes are underground. So it's kind of a cleanup item, that Lee County is requesting of us.
Okay, any questions, John, for Nancy?
None.
Vice Mayor?
None.
None?
None.
Okay. Is there a motion for resolution 25-151?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Counselor King, seconded by Counselor Safford. Any further discussion? Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Adamo?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. Next is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, retroactively approving a first amendment to the Emergency Services Provider Agreement, SPA 24-12-EN, dated December 16th, 2024, between the Town of Fort Myers Beach and ICS Materials, Inc., to extend the term of service from November 6, 2024 to December 21st, 2024 for debris and hazard cleanup services due to Hurricane Milton, and increase the not-to-exceed amount by $123,287 from $300,000 to $423,287, and providing for an effective date. Chad?
Chad Schutz, environmental staff. Good afternoon, everyone. So, let's see, we have, this would be the Milton emergency contract. Whenever we're doing these emergency contracts, it's important to have a scope that's in alignment with the FEMA guidelines, that the rates are in line with industry standards, and that we have a not-to-exceed amount. It's very tough to estimate that not-to-exceed amount. We're in the middle of emergency, so apologies for having to come back for this, but both the Helene and Milton storms were cleanup and overwash sand were greater than we anticipated.
No need to apologize for things you can't control. We all understand.
And these are all reimbursable, obviously covered by FEMA.
Yeah, FEMA, was it 90 days from the storm, so 100% covered. We got it within that window.
Okay. Scott, any questions for Chad?
Nope, sounds good to me.
Gary?
Nope.
Vice Mayor?
Chad, can I just say,
You thought you were gonna get out.
and I know it's a team effort, and you've had a lot of support from our town staff and our council, but to look at Leonardo Arms today versus 2.5 years ago, it's truly transformative. So a credit to you, the team, the council, everyone involved, the patience of the neighbors, but it is truly transformational. So thank you very much for those efforts. I know
Yes, sir. Thank you all for your support.
Is the south end officially done?
Yes, sir. We're out of there.
And
May
the
15th.
The pipe is gone,
Yes, sir.
so it's literally done.
Done.
It is spectacular. Just to reiterate, when you walk along that beach, is that sand already packing down?
Yeah, it's gonna, as soon as we get, rain, it'll really pack down. Right now, it's mostly just footsteps packing it down.
Because the beach is demonstrably extended out into the Gulf, which is beautiful, does anyone who's swimming out there, is there, since it's sort of a new area, is there potential for debris out there, or is it safe? What's been your experience thus far?
Swim and train risk.
No, seriously, do we know? I mean,
Changes every day.
That's tough, yeah.
when the water's clear, can we take a drone and fly it over there and just get a sense of things, or?
Yes,
do
sir, we can try and figure something out.
Yeah.
I know there's some tree stumps, I think a little bit north. One tree stump in particular was mentioned at the MURF meeting that, we need to get after. And there are some historical pilings that I would, stand clear of. There's a single one, and then there's a few rows of, remnant pier. Other than that, I haven't seen anything even at low tide, but we'll take advantage of the next, was it new moon we're coming up on, and go take a look if we have, if it's during the day, we can go take a look.
Thank you. Great job.
I have a question now that you brought up those historical pilings.
Mhm.
There was a big discussion on that months ago because they wanted those historical pilings to stay in place. Is that gonna be able to happen, or did
Yeah,
they
so
go?
we skipped it and we moved about 200 feet south of there to avoid that area. Now we're getting questions of why can't we get more sand in that area? The sand will migrate. The beach is gonna look different come November after storm season, and it's going to, shift north and south. That R204 at Leonardo Arms is it's all take. It goes north, it goes south, it doesn't stay there. So the sand will migrate and accrete in other areas. We'll assess the lateral access where the mangroves are basically on the shoreline, north and south of there. And we've already applied for funding, so we need to get it in our budget if y'all find fit to budget for some extra sand and restore that lateral access if we need it come November.
And Chad, I'm sorry, go ahead, Scott.
Oh, I'm sorry,
No, I just
you're on
was.
a roll.
Yeah,
Oh,
just-
wait, I had one more question.
Oh, please, go ahead.
Did you shorten your beard?
Yeah.
I think it grew last night.
No, it was.
No, wait,
it was
maybe
a
I just
lot.
combed it. I tried to comb it a little bit. I don't know. I'm new to this whole beard thing, so.
Just had to embarrass you a bit,
Thanks,
that's all.
Mr. Ann.
My question is the Newton Park area. What's the time frame looking like?
So right now, we are in front of the old Junkanoo and moving south. They should be done with that by the end of this week. I was getting questions. Everybody's wondering where we're going to be at for Memorial Day, and are we going to ruin their weekend? So I think we will be pumping at Lanark and working our way south to north. So I haven't been very good with timelines on this project. We keep,
Yeah.
for obvious reasons.
I know.
I can talk to Michael and see when we're going to be at Newton Park. See what it's basically a calculation, and everything's kind of assumptions based on
So that,
production.
based on what you're saying, that Newton Park's gonna be the very last thing, probably.
Just south of Red Coconut is going to be the last thing.
Oh.
But yeah. So we're pumping there, then they're going to jump to Lanark and come back to.
Oh, I got you, okay.
So it'll be, I mean, if we're saying it's maybe halfway in between, so mid-June.
Okay. Thank you.
So Chad, I think it's important for the record to state, and our engineer, Mike Poff, who's phenomenal,
Yes.
had predicted this early on, that even though the beach on the south end is demonstrably wider,
Mhm.
it will naturally accrete, in other words, get smaller as a result of the currents and the tide, so nobody should panic. So currently, we're at, how many yards from Leonardo Arms?
How many yards?
Or feet out?
95 yards. more or less.
95 yards, so.
It's about 300 feet.
But it'll naturally come back on its own without any hurricane, without any drama. It will naturally accrete back, another 50 yards?
It's gonna,
25?
so, whenever it's being taken away, that's erosion, accretion is
Yep.
getting bigger, so it's gonna erode, very quickly within, the first, few months, and especially whenever we start getting our bigger storms, we'll really see, sand moving around,
But
so.
that's expected?
Yes.
Nobody should panic?
Just like over
Yep.
at the pier, we've seen it kind of come back from, initially it was, probably about 50 feet we've lost already, so same kind of thing, both those areas are erosional. spots, and
Will that sand go north or south?
yes.
Both?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for Chad on this one?
Well, I guess we're off topic, and we have been for a while, but I'll follow suit then. Being at the extreme south end of the island, we are looking forward to accretion, because that's how we got our beach to begin with. But you had mentioned funding for more sand. Michael Poff and you had come here before. You had talked about, I thought, funding for Helene and Milton issues. Is that still?
So we're waiting on the legislature to hopefully give us a Nicole and Ian, our
Helene
Helene
and
Milton
Milton.
bill, similar to what they did for Ian and Nicole hurricanes. So I'm not sure where we're at on that. Maybe we talk to our lobbyist or see if he has if anybody has their ears on the track of where they're moving towards that, if it's gonna happen. Having said that, we do have hotspot maintenance in our beach renourishment project permit, but that's only inside those permitted areas. If you remember, the very south end, Big Carlos Pass Beach, Big Carlos Beach, that was a one-time placement, all landward of the mean high water, so we didn't have any property erosion control line issues there. Having said that, I think what we've talked to our coastal engineer about is applying for an emergency permit to perhaps put sand waterward of the mean high water, which it also would require U.S. Army Corps approval on that. So we are working on that. Having said that, we're talking about putting sand in an area that's already accretional. So, you know, in terms of beach management, something to consider, but maybe just some, you know, touch-up work to get the beach, you know, and restore that access for y'all to be able to walk the shoreline even at high tide. We can look at that.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thanks, Whiskers.
You're welcome.
Chad, will the plantings begin before the central region is done, or will the plantings not begin until the whole project's completed?
I think it's safe to say the plantings will begin after. I think we're coming on June 4th to award the plant contract. I'm hoping, you know, we get it done before y'all go out to recess and don't have to wait another couple extra months and get it done. But it probably won't start until July or August, just depending on readiness of the plants.
All right, if there's no other questions, is there a motion for resolution 25-146?
So moved.
I will second. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor?
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
That motion carries unanimously. Next is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, retroactively approving the First Amendment to the Emergency Service Provider Agreement SPA-24-10-EN dated October 4th, 2024 between the Town of Fort Myers Beach and ICS Materials, Inc. for debris and hazard cleanup services due to Hurricane Helene, to extend the term of agreement to October 8th, 2024, and increase the not-to-exceed amount by $17,942 from $200,000 to $217,942.40, and providing for an effective date. Chad?
Yep, so this is the Helene emergency work again, same as the number 12 contract.
Any questions on this one?
Move approval.
I have a question.
Sorry.
You're extending the term of the agreement to October 8th. Is that just to cover the 90 days, or should that say 2025?
No, these.
No,
No.
these are retroactive.
Right,
Okay,
these
so it's
are
retroactive. Okay,
retroactive,
got it.
right. These,
Okay.
if I may, these are just some invoices that needed to get paid. And unfortunately, 2 of the 3 contracts had already terminated, so
gotcha.
we did it
Okay.
retroactive. But I will tell you that I gave Chad a real hard time about these, but we did validate, and all the amounts are correct.
Okay.
Thank you for that. That's a very important piece. Okay, we've got a motion by Vice Mayor Adderhall.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor King. Any further discussion? Vice Mayor Adderhall?
Aye.
Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Safford?
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. That motion carries unanimously. And the last administrative agenda is a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Fort Myers Beach, Florida, retroactively approving the First Amendment to the Emergency Service Provider Agreement SPA-24-13-EN dated December 18th, 2024, between the Town of Fort Myers Beach and ICS Materials, Inc. to amend the not-to-exceed amount by $53,971.69 from $900,000 to $953,971.69 and providing for an effective date.
Yep, so this is the.
Which hurricane was this one?
This was Milton Category A's debris project, which that overwash sand was considered debris, if y'all remember the piles, and they were big, and we still got some additional sand from Lee County, so, which we needed, and built some berms back, and filled in some scours, so make good use of it.
Okay. Any questions for Chad on this one?
Move approval of resolution 25-148.
All right.
Vice Mayor's getting involved.
I will second.
Moving.
Any further discussion? Vice Mayor?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Counselor King?
Aye.
Counselor Woodson?
Aye.
Counselor Stafford?
Aye.
That motion carries unanimously. Thanks, Chad.
Thank you to all of y'all.
Sledge must be wearing off.
That takes us to final public comment. Anyone?
I think Pat came back to golf.
Pat came back, he wants to talk some more.
No, it's, all right, we'll close final public comment. Town managers items. Will?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just really quick, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, all the councilors, I just want to start by saying thank you. Thank you for trusting me with the great responsibility and honor to join this terrific team and to lead the town staff. I'm really excited to be here and looking forward to working with everybody. Just a couple of things that the staff helped me with here is first, the Community Forum for Strategic Planning takes place on May 28th. So we're looking forward to getting that kicked off, May 28th, 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. at Bay Oaks. This is where we're working with consultants from USF to really flesh out some of the themes discovered through resident surveys and start to build a good strategic plan for the town here to work off of. And the second thing is the Community Forum takes place on June 12th. We're hoping to get that, to have that in the new town hall by then. And finally, there will be, I was informed, there'll be a meet and greet hosted by the Chamber of Commerce for myself and Deidre coming up on Thursday, May 22nd at Diamond Head. So I know Nicole is going to post both that and the town and the forum, community forum on all our social media feeds and so forth.
Not from the chamber.
What's that? Not for the chamber. The chamber will do
You
their
got
own
it.
posting. Chamber
This
will
one's
do
the,
their own.
the town is hosting this one.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Town Manager,
Wait,
I will
so
be
this
there.
is the town one?
This is the town.
Okay.
Okay, my mistake. Thank you for the correction.
And it's on the 22nd.
It is. It'll take place on Thursday.
Okay. So
May
you'll send out-
22nd.
You'll send out all the information that.
I
is
sure
necessary
will.
when it's-
In fact, while we were sitting here, I finalized it with Jamie from Diamond Head.
Okay, we'll look forward to seeing that email.
Unfortunately, we have an ad hoc school meeting that evening, so I'll be there in spirit. Yep.
All right.
That's all I have.
5 to 8.
5 to 6:30.
Andy, you got anything? Huh?
If I may? Oh, Jeff's gonna give us a little update on Bay Oaks real quick, and then I have a couple other words.
Yeah, we're getting really close.
Yeah, looks good.
If you have a chance to go down there, you can certainly, while it's open and they're working on it, the gym floor is done. It looks terrific. It's exactly what I wanted, what we wanted as a staff, to be, resilient for a possible next storm or flooding. It's gonna be there permanently, the floor will be. I mean, we didn't put a logo on because it's gonna last that long, where if we change the logo, we wouldn't be able to change the flooring, so. So the only things we have left, sorry, my voice is gone. The only thing we really have left is to hook up the HVAC system. We just have to have our fire people come in and verify a wire to hook it up. And then our weight room equipment should be in the next probably 2 weeks. But we'll for sure be open, we'll be open for the kiddos, for the summer program, in June. And then once our weight room equipment gets here, we'll announce that and get that all open up and get all the programs and all of that ready to go. So it's really close, and it looks great in there.
All right, thanks for the update.
Also, drinking fountain was replaced by the tennis courts. So if you need water down there as you're playing, you finally have it back.
Thank you, thank you, Jeff. Also, my first meeting was May 1st, 2023, was my first day as well. We had about 4 things on the agenda, so you're starting off really well. It's a full day. I think we went about 2 hours, but the biggest thing was our permitting process and our debris removal continuing to be done, and beach renourishment. So we still talk about beach renourishment. The other thing is town hall. We continue to work on that, and hopefully will allow me to continue that process for the next 8 business days. Which is what I have left, and but he and I will talk more about that probably tomorrow. But I think the one thing that I'm going to take a minute here to, you know, as much as you guys think of me and how great you actually think I am, John, it's the staff, and you know I'm leaving them to Will, and we all know that, and Will's going to figure that out really quick, and I know he already has. He's plugged in. We've had him plugged in at least 2 times as a pretty good group. And I felt like the transition that you asked me to initiate and be part of, I think it's been pretty good. I think it really has gone about as smooth as I could have anticipated. I appreciate the fact that Will has accepted me as the former town manager, and
We've all accepted
has
that.
been cordial. He hasn't known me like you do. And to be as cordial to me as he's been, because that's not usually an easy thing to do when you have, you know, 2 type A's like this sitting 2 feet from each other. It's really, you know, a battle of wills at some time, no pun intended. But we have you made a great choice. I think you obviously know that, so I'm excited for what he's gonna continue to do. I would be amiss if I didn't say that the last 2 years, we've done a lot. I mean, I don't have a list, but I don't think we need a list. You know, we could have a list and we could go down that list, and then it's like, then somebody to add to the list, but we know what the list is. I mean, we've seen it, one of my biggest things was getting everybody in a new home, and the first day I was here, it's like, oh, you know, that's 25, I mean, you and I talked about it, Dan, it's Mayor, $25 million, or whatever the number was gonna be, 3 to 5 years. We've just been talking with developments and trying to get people to hurry, and we just knew it'd have been, you know, 3 to 5 years, and we just didn't have that luxury. And we're very fortunate that we got what we have, and we're where we're gonna be, and you're gonna, you know, be there. Realize that dream really soon. Tomorrow, Box Modular will be here to start evaluating, getting these off the property, so I'm gonna be working, hopefully will allow me to focus on getting these things removed as close as I can get in 8 days. But I think the staff, I wanna thank the staff. I know that we've been through a lot, and we've accomplished a lot, and I know that you'll do a lot more after today, as I fade into the shadows and Will takes over. And please send him the emails, not me. Everybody, please send Will the emails, not me. I'll be happy to answer any questions he has, but I think, you know, that's where your loyalty is now, and I the loyalty that I got, and the cooperation and the working alongside ability that you had with me, I think that speaks a lot for the type of people you are, and the focus that you had on the community. Because when you look back this way, I'm the only one that lives in the community. Up here, they all drive out here every day and fight the traffic and do what they have to do to be out here. And I know it's a job, and I know you get paid to do that. But there are other places, and I know some are going to other places, but I do realize that, and we all realize that there's a challenge every day to do what you do, and it's a thankless job at times, and public service is thankless at times, but I appreciate it, and I will always remember my last group that I worked with, but our entire staff is our most important resource, and personnel is very important to getting jobs accomplished, and there's a lot to still get accomplished, but thank everybody for the support. I've always believed that not everything, Frankie will correct me, but that a lot of things, nothing moves without friction. And I know Frank will say that's not true because and there's things you say, but it's true. You know, sometimes there's friction, and sometimes there's friction from the community, and we react to that friction. But I think we've done a great job with that. Could we've done a lot more? Absolutely. We can always do more. We can always strive to continually improve. And that's why he's here now, to help you get to the next level. I think in the scheme of things, I've gotten it as far as I can probably get it. with my abilities. We all reach the Peter principle, our level of incompetence, and I've probably gotten there. So I think we are at that point now, and I'm not too proud to admit that I recognize that in myself. My limits, my abilities and capabilities are only so much, and with this accent, it's hard to get much accomplished because people don't understand what I'm saying half the time, but I think all of you have accents, it's not me. So, having said that, thank you for everything.
I did too.
See, and everybody understands what I say.
We heard accident over here.
Okay, whatever. Two of these, one of these. Thanks, thank you. Tag, you're it.
You're not done yet. I got a question. So one of the last things that I asked you, I haven't had a chance to talk to you privately about it, but I asked, there's been some requests from people when it's coming to the comp plan discussion and the potential changes of that. Now that most of our residents, or a lot of our residents have left, they would like an avenue through the website to be able to comment on, make it very easy for them, because they won't be able to attend, you know, these in-person charrettes or whatever you wanna call them. So if we can get something as soon as possible on the website where they can comment on what it is that they, you know, they wanna comment on in regards to the comp plan, because they can't all be here.
And once you and I discussed that, I passed it along to Nicole and talked to Tracy about it, so that we have a process that we can, there you go.
I'm working with Civic Plus, who is our website provider, to get possibly a question answer area right on the website where you can submit a question, it shows up on the website, and we're able to answer that, so you can go through and see all of the other questions as well. I'm not positive if that's an option, but if not, there is another way where people could submit questions. We have it go to an email, and then somebody would be able to just go and respond to each of those questions individually.
Which I think is great, but I think if someone just wants to say, in regards to this part of the comp plan, here is what I would like to see, or here are my recommendations. It doesn't have to necessarily be a question answer type thing, but just a
If
place where
it's-
people can submit a comment.
If
yeah.
it's just submitting comments, we can definitely do that now. If you want question and answer, I just need to look into it a little bit more.
Well, as more robust as it can be, I think would be,
Yeah, I think
would be good,
Possibly
because,
both options, well,
Yeah.
definitely, Mr. Mayor.
Perfect.
I
Yeah.
agree.
all right,
Sounds good.
because they wanna be involved, they just can't physically
Yeah.
be here to,
Okay.
and not everybody feels comfortable being here physically
Yeah.
talking to town staff, so.
I'll go ahead and get the form part ready where they can just submit comments, and we can
Scary
have that on
people.
there right away, and then I'll continue to work on the question and answer part.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, gentlemen? No? Okay. Town attorney items.
I have three.
Okay.
So the first is welcome, Will.
Thank you.
Andy, I'm gonna miss you, that's number one. Number two, just to go ahead and jump right into it, the status of temporary residential housing post-emergency disaster, that's the next item on your agenda. I did pass out a copy of Florida statute, it's 166.0335. Basically, let me just give you a little history too. So as you know, Hurricane Ian hit in September of 2028. The town thereafter began issuing emergency temporary placement permits.
September 28th of 22.
Right, what did I say?
You said 28.
Oh,
She's
22.
She's Nostradamus.
I know, I'm getting tired here.
Another one.
So anyway, the town issued these emergency temporary placement permits to residents as well as to commercial establishments. Shortly thereafter, Senate Bill 250 was enacted, and that had the limitation on your development approvals unduly burdensome, more restrictive. We're all very familiar with that. But it also had in it embedded some flexibility for individuals who had to have some type of temporary shelter. After SB 250, the Florida legislature in 2023 adopted the statute that I have provided you a copy with. And what that did is it codified and through its codification preempted your ability to do to limit temporary shelter that people may need. The operative paragraph is paragraph 2. After the initial clause, it reads, following the declaration of a state of emergency issued by the governor for a natural emergency, during which a permanent residential structure was damaged, rendered uninhabitable. Again, the municipality, we cannot prohibit the placement of one temporary shelter for up to 36 months after the date of the declaration or until a certificate of occupancy is issued if the following circumstances apply. And then there's 3 criteria. The resident has to make a good faith effort to rebuild or renovate the damaged permanent residential structure by applying for a building permit, submitting a plan or design, or obtaining a construction loan. That's number 1. Number 2 is that the temporary shelter, the travel trailer or camper, is connected to water and electric utilities and does not present a threat to health, human safety, and the resident actually lives in the temporary structure. So thereafter, you all, FEMA, this happened, and then FEMA came and we had our whole issue concerning the NFIP program. You adopted a resolution at FEMA's request that you would not be issuing any more temporary placement permits. And the question had been lingering for a while, and Andy kept asking, and we didn't get an answer until February of this year. And that you can find in the FEMA letter, which is in your material on page 837. And on page 2, the question is asked, remove the non-compliant structures that were incorrectly permitted and should not have been placed in the special high hazard area. And then the follow-up question was, do temporary housing trailers such as recreational vehicles, park trailers, or other similar need to be removed from the special flood hazard area to the town to come into compliance with the letter dated 11/21/2024? FEMA's response was temporary housing for disaster survivors that has been permitted by the town of Fort Myers Beach is acceptable. So having those travel trailers remain there is okay for FEMA, assuming that they meet their definition. We do have the state preempted language, so you would have to comply with that. Working with Dr. Kohler and staff, we've determined that there's about 156 or 155 temporary housing units, and so basically those would be permitted if they hit the qualifications and the requirements that are in the statute. And I don't think that analysis has yet to be performed. Once that analysis is completed, if they don't satisfy those criteria, then there is no legal right for them to continue to reside in those structures. Now, bear in mind that it's following the declaration of a state of emergency. We've had several state of emergencies because of the multitude of storms. So it's possible that on September 28th of this year, someone's permit would have expired because they've been in there since Ian. However, subsequent to that, we had Helene, and they may still require temporary housing because of Helene. And then that would be in Milton as well, and that would go up to the 36 months. So
From
my
the date of the initial state of emergency.
declaration,
Your
yes.
declaration.
So my recommendation to you would be that, working with the town manager, that we look a little bit closer and do more analysis on each one. And that should give members of the public some assurance as to where they stand. 'Cause I think, if I may, Councilman Woodson, you were very concerned that September was approaching and that people didn't know, is the town gonna come and ask me to move and relocate? I need to make plans. So again, my recommendation is that they take a look at that statute. I'll repeat the number, 166.0335, and then we will start our analysis here. And I'm certain there'll be a courtesy letter that's given first, to give them further understanding of where we are.
My question is with item C, the resident lives in the temporary structure. As we're seeing out there, there are people who are Airbnb-ing their trailers,
That would
they're
not
using
qualify.
it as their second home. How are we going to verify that they're not living in it? Because we know there's a lot of them out there doing it.
I think one of the opportunities we have with the new Rentalscape software is that if that RV residential vehicle is being advertised as such, we'll be able to pull that in through our Rentalscape software, and there will be a designation for us to follow up on that.
Rentalscape won't pick up are people who have a lot that have a trailer that
That is
a
correct.
construction worker is living in, but they're not living in it because it's not their residence.
That would be correct.
How are you gonna navigate that?
The only other thing we could do, like we did with our town tour spreadsheet, if you recall, when town manager, myself, and Miss Nicole went out and looked, not that we'd be able to tell by a drive-by kind of opportunity, but that would be a second place, and then we'd have to pursue that through code.
I would think you could also issue a citation, and they'll come tell you really quick if they're living there or not.
Or even an affidavit
Yeah.
attesting that they are living there. I mean, those are things that need to be built, but these are gonna have to be looked at on a case-by-case basis.
Sure.
There are 155, 56 of them, so it's not gonna be something that, you know, the town will be knocking on your door tomorrow, but nevertheless, it's
Well,
good
maybe-
to let the public know.
Maybe that course of to help alleviate staff, maybe asking anyone who is living in their trailer to sign an affidavit
Yeah.
saying that would diminish your numbers quite a bit.
Yep.
At least you'd be able to focus in on a certain number.
Well, and then number 2 is item A, that they have to be in a building process in some way, shape, or form. So if they are the owners living there, but they haven't even started the rebuilding process, then they can't stay there either.
It does say if all, you are correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's ways around that too. We'd be able to tell based on permitting, if they've come in for a permit, what date that permit was applied for, and then trace that back to the temporary use permit.
Right, so I almost hate to use this phrase, but we can do a crosswalk.
Internal growth.
I just broke out in hives.
We're good at those now.
We can do a matrix, we can do a matrix analysis.
There
Yes.
we go. There we go.
We can do
Matrix
that.
Analysis.
But I hope that is some information that answers your question that you
I mean,
had.
the fact that you reiterated it's all 3 of these, it's not just one of the 3.
That
They
is
have to meet all
correct.
3
It
of
does
them.
say if all of the following circumstances apply.
Yeah,
That's
so they
in the
have to have all
statute.
3.
Yeah. Along with this agenda item, I just briefly wanted to make a couple comments about SB 180. You heard them at the beginning or during some of our discussion today. But it does extend the prohibition on you to enact any type of change to your comprehensive plan or to your land development code, which is more restrictive or unduly burdensome, I think is the term. And again, that kind of puts you in a holding pattern per se. There are a lot of other things in SB 180. My understanding is we're still waiting for the governor to sign it. And then what I intend to do is to work with the town manager and go through it line by line and determine what we need to do as far as staff. There are things such as the look-back period, that they're eliminating it, that no look-back for repairs and things like that would come up. There is an impact on the homestead assessment. There's a requirement for annual hurricane readiness. There's just a lot of things, but I wanted to go ahead and let you know that is coming down the pipe. So that was number 2.
Okay.
Number 3, since I'm on a roll, is the last item that was added to our agenda today, which was a discussion on the school board issue. And where'd my notes go? I just wanted to add a couple things. I have looked at the school interlocal agreement. I understand that there is an amendment to the one that was provided, so we're hunting that down. There's also another interlocal agreement involving, I believe, a land exchange. Hunting that one down as well to make sure we have that I have an understanding of the entire picture of what's coming up. The interlocal agreement that was in your packet basically talks about a default condition in the event that you suspect that there is a default. I would term it as an anticipatory breach. The provision in the existing agreement suggests that you go to mediation to try to resolve it. Between governments, there's also a separate statutory section, it's chapter 164 of Florida statutes, and even if we unfortunately found ourselves in a position where we did want to litigate the interlocal agreement, we would be required to go ahead and go through that process under 164. And it has timelines in it, and I recognize that, you know, time is very, very short. So I have some specific recommendations to you, which you could agree with or not. The first is that you had heard reference to the third-party consultant, and I don't know if anyone has actually made an official public records report or request for that. Is there one pending, or we don't know?
I believe
to the
one of our
county?
local media folks has made a request for it.
Okay.
But can a
But
fellow,
on
can a
behalf
fellow,
of
can
the
a fellow
town-
municipality? Here's the challenge, Nancy, for the next 4 days, 3 to 4 days. We had one of the parents who was well-meaning, wrote all the school board members and referenced this potential violation of the ILA in a broader discussion. That then triggered one of the school board members to say, we're not, because they were trying to arrange meetings with all the school board members, they said, this sounds like a legal matter, we can't meet with you because this could potentially be pending litigation. I would suggest we continue to brainstorm and continue to do your research, find out what that consultant report says, and if it turns south on us, then it's all hands on deck, but if it doesn't, then we haven't, because there's gonna be a lot of communication opportunities in the next few days, and I hate to see them be able to say, Mr. Mayor, love to talk to you, but sounds like there's a potential threat of litigation here, so my lawyers advised me not to discuss this matter. I just wanna avoid that, at least for the next few days, so we can keep those lines of communication going.
Sure.
But I totally hear you. I love the fact that you're researching this. You and I talked about this a while ago.
Yes,
Yep.
yes, I was asked to
Yep.
look into it.
Yeah, no, with good reason. Yep.
So in addition to a formal public records request, and that might be something that maybe the town manager could request from Lee County, just as people ask us for public records, we would be asking them for a copy of the consultant report.
I think it'd be great to have, yep.
The second possible item that I would suggest to you, because if we do find ourselves having to go down the chapter 162 or 164 mediation process, it does require a resolution to be adopted by the town council, and because of the timing, you may want to consider having a special meeting, perhaps after the school board meeting, and then figure out what we need to do or want to do.
Let's all continue to hope for the best, but prepare for the worst, yep.
And that would be my my suggestions, my recommendation on it.
Yeah.
I don't have anything else. That was my number 3. So
Yeah,
I'm done.
that's a good one, yeah.
Okay, anybody have anything for Nancy? No? All right, then we'll move on to, where are we at? Council member items and reports. John, since you brought it up, you go first.
I'll be taking Will and Tracy with me as we attend a meeting on Thursday of the Southwest Florida League of Cities. I'll be introducing Will around, so it'll be a busy day for him. Also, along that line, in July, I'm expected to be bumped up to vice president, which then means I would become a member of the board of directors for the Florida League of Cities and have to start attending their conventions and things like that, so, long pants.
Do you own long pants? Do you own long pants?
Dan can verify that I do.
Whoa.
Dan, don't say a word. Focus.
Talisa?
We rode together on Wednesday to the Lee County Sheriff's Fallen Deputy Memorial. And I wore a blazer and long pants.
Wow.
And flip-flops, no. That's it for me.
Okay, Vice Mayor Adult,
I've got nothing additional.
Councilor Woodson?
So just one thing, I keep getting asked about the free parking and for the summer and where and how do you get it and who gets it and all that. So if we could maybe advertise that a little bit more and even put it even out on Facebook posts and things too, but not, well, I guess it is for just the town, isn't it?
It's for
Because you have to
residents.
have your
Yeah,
sticker.
it's not free either.
Yeah. Or a $25 pass, you gotta buy it, but it allows you
Yeah,
to
well,
park.
okay, but that's pretty much free. So that is an actual clarification too, because everybody is asking me, well, can anyone come over and get the free parking? So the answer to that is no, it's strictly for residents that have the permit and they pay $25 parking. Got it. Well, I think that needs to be clarified.
Well, I've had a lot of people come up to me thanking for that parking. I mean, it's been a huge success.
Mhm.
I would like to even expand it further and look into, as we've discussed in the past, is there, people are willing to pay a little bit more to be able to do it all year. Does it make sense to put a price point where a resident would feel comfortable paying that fee to be able to park year round where they want to park? Many have said they would pay.
The key is anywhere.
Anywhere.
They can park certain places now year round,
Right.
but it's be anywhere.
Right,
now.
so maybe I'll offer them two options. This will get you the ability to park, outside the, where you can park now under the
Mhm.
bridge, or this one will allow you to park anywhere, any time of the year. I don't know if we need to bring it back for discussion, but I thought we
Color
discussed.
coded or something.
Well, it'll be same passage, like you said, a different color.
Not to but I think it would need to come back just to make sure to clarify and get
On a
direction
future
from
M&P or
staff.
something. Yeah. And maybe we look at it, I don't know, we'll talk about it in M&P, but maybe you look at, to your point, a lot of people reach out and like, well, I'm not a resident, but I come down there, I
Mhm.
work there, or maybe it's worth having a discussion, is there an option for
Mhm.
someone who's a non-resident? Maybe you're a Lee County resident, you could qualify for a
You
tax
know, a lot of it brings people to the island
Sure.
too, for the businesses and everything else. So, I mean, however we could look at it, but that was my only thing.
Okay. Council Savary?
I'm happy to announce that we found or identified 2 parking spots that are gonna be 15-minute max. Downtown, the 2 closest to Harbor House on First Street.
Yay.
And we're gonna have signage probably in a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks.
Very nice.
And then we also have, on Third Street, an area for, Uber and Lyft.
Mhm.
And another one right next to, the park by the pier. So there's a row of about 4 spaces, so hopefully Uber and Lyft guys will start going there, and then now people can, pop in, just for a couple minutes if they need to DoorDash or whatever.
Well, maybe we can ask the town manager to task our IT guy to, I know that Uber can pin and Lyft can pin places. Maybe they can, if you open up the app, here's the pickup locations for Uber and Lyft. I don't know if that's falls into the hand of IT, but it'd be nice that way when they open it up, they know where they gotta go to make it much smoother. As opposed to just putting signs up that no one's ever going to see unless they're walking by. All right,
That's all I have.
all right, I have just a couple quick things. I haven't had a chance to talk with you yet, Will, but I took the liberty, speaking of the EOC, their ribbon cutting is coming up on the 29th. I RSVP'd for both myself and the town manager. If you'd like to join, I think that'd be a good opportunity for you to meet all of the people throughout the county of who you would be interacting with in the case of emergency management. So that is on the 29th at 10 a.m. So we could carpool up there and I'll show you, where it's at. And I think that'll be a good chance for you to get to meet the people from the county and other municipalities at the new opening of the EOC. But I apologize, I didn't reach out to you before. I just took the liberty of RSVPing because it was a short window. Okay. And the other 2 things I have is, do we have an update? We haven't seen Jason Green in a while on the impact fees. Where is that at?
They should be just about complete, so I'm guessing, I shouldn't say guessing, I'm estimating by the end of June, we'll have that a complete packet to council.
By the end?
By the second meeting in June, hopefully.
Okay, yeah, if you could get us an update, a firm update.
We talked last week and everything was just about wrapping up, so.
By
Rather than putting
June
everything
meeting,
into
that'd be great.
formalized.
Can I just
Absolutely.
add on to that, Frankie? As you talk to them or ask them about an update, would you just have them make sure that they reference or sort of explore the option of a wave wall as well as a water ferry, just to see if those funds could be utilized for it,
Sure.
as they do their research? Yep.
Yeah, I think the mitigation wall is a great
Wave,
suggestion.
yeah, wave
Wave wall,
mitigation.
mitigation wall, whatever you wanna call it.
Wave
We already talked about the comp plan website thing, so I have nothing else. There's nothing else. John?
Move to adjourn.
That's it? Kind of dull. I second that.
That's kind of dull, John.
I know.
He's getting boring in his old age.
All right, we are adjourned at 4:54 officially.